just do this.
Right.
And
Yes.
when I need to type to somebody.
Right, so Martin is setting up his border guard checkpoint on my desk.
I would get the hat, but I didn't bring it with me, and the one I did is somewhere. I just don't. I'm lazy today. Let Goon do all the work. I'll do some of the reading.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to have some fun in Hoi 4 and let's see how it all tumbles down in TNO.
Actually, funny. Well, tumbles outside, but Iron Knight, thank you, sir. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for resubscribing. But funny enough, the route we're going to play on is probably one of the better ones in terms
fuck!
of
Did you
outlooks.
wait, Goon? Did you subscribe to that one mod I sent you?
Which one?
The Komsuser Todd mod, the one that replaces the nuclear song with the Komsuser Todd.
I didn't get it, but we have never actually gotten the nuclear apocalypse actually without cheating. We have never started World War III without cheating.
Like, we can't even get Goring to fucking do Fall Rockwell, because Goring always dies!
Yeah, no, it's actually been rather disappointing with all of that. But we'll see what happens this time on TNO. Will Warbell rise to power in Russia?
Yes.
Will Goring conquer Switzerland?
Probably.
Will Japan avoid Order 44?
Very unlikely.
Will Nixon veto the Civil Rights Bill?
Yeah, probably.
Tune in next week, or,
right now,
actually, now. So let's stop fucking around here. We're being way too problematic, and we haven't even started the fucking game. Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. I'm your host, Phontomen, and welcome to Hearts of Iron 4.
I should've got beer for this.
The New Order, the Last Days of Europe mod.
Yes, Strengaheim.
Wait, no.
35 months Pog. Glory to Belka. Hail Xeon. Death to Osea. Death to the Earth Federation.
There's a
Glory
lot there.
to Mother Base.
Wait.
String GEHEIM. Fonto the best. Glory suffer, silver suffer.
Tazrin, I'm gonna have to stop you there. You're being problematic. You said Pog. You can't say that anymore. You can't. That's not allowed. I'm sorry. That's literally,
Alright, come with me.
it's literally the most problematic thing you've
Come
just
with me.
said. I'm sorry. Haven't you heard the news? We're not talking about the fucking news. We're not talking about the news, especially not while we're playing Hearts of Iron. This game has already radicalized me enough, I believe. Like, no,
Yeah,
seriously.
this was a poorly timed mod for him.
Yeah, no, seriously. I looked at a map of the world the other day, just, you know, a framed photo, and I had the wasting urge to paint it green and stencil Rhodesia on it.
Just kind of like how I look at the houses in your neighborhood and I think to myself, how many Vickers guns can I put in these houses?
Company of Heroes has ruined this man. Alright, so I'm gonna turn the sound on now. Actually, no. Oh no. Oh no!
What did you do?
I clicked menu. I wanted to click options.
You son of a bitch!
Oh, fuck. Oh well. Well, I just gonna go over here now and just click new game, and yes, Hitler won, but he didn't win. Right, so we're playing Magadan, one of the several contestants in the Russian Battle Royale that is reunification.
Now, do we read the brief history of Magadan, or do we not bother, because it literally doesn't matter for our goals?
There's gonna be a lot of fucking reading.
Yeah, well, if you want to read about Magadan, just, you know, pause now. Come on, scroll down a little bit. Just scroll down, scroll down. Yeah, they can pause whenever. This is Star Wars read. Not that means
Matrovsky is a fascist. He wants to be king. Da-dum.
Cancelled by the Disney Corporation.
Yes. Right, so, pretty much, yeah. So, Magadan here is one of the, literally a billion fractured Soviet states, which is, in this mod, well, you know, basically this is like I said, literally a battle royale. It is, these forces are either trying to exist peacefully or reunite the whole of the Soviet Union as it existed right before the end of World War II, where the Russians lost horribly and proceeded to have the entire country
Balkanized.
Yeah, east of the Urals basically implode. So, there's lots of funny places, too. Like Omsk.
The Great Trial awaits, comrade.
And Zlatost, which is run by Yevgeny Dragunov and Mikhail Kalashnikov. I'm not making this up. That is just a faction where they just make guns. They make lots of guns.
Then you have Sverdlovsk. Oh, no, it's Tiomen. Tiomen is fucking Kaganovich and Khrushchev's little romping ground. Fuck them, frankly.
When is it going to be Strangeheim hours? Well, it's always Strangeheim hours.
Strangeheim hours.
Oh,
look, it's the cockroach man. Oh, you didn't click on him. Come on, click on him.
I didn't click on it, but Diabeto, thank you, sir, for all of those gifts. Up, Jesus Christ, man. Thank you, sir. Welcome back to the show, sir, and everyone enjoy your free subs. Right, we got get them sub motor running, because Jesus Christ, it's my day job, and it's a really horrible fucking time in the world. So thank you. But anyway, yes. The cockroach man.
It's the human cockroach.
Yeah, he's just over there, and you can suddenly hear hard bass. You suddenly hear hard bass muffled by the valley passes right next to the Rhine.
If you listen a little closer, in between the hard bass, you can hear the SS Marschiert.
Yeah, right, but yeah. I'm sure this is gonna be fun. I'm sure he's not gonna do anything.
France is gonna be fucked, though. Oh, hey, Taro.
What now?
Taro just subscribed. I just saw it pop up.
Actually, it's probably a gift sub. So yeah, right.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Okay, right. No, it's right.
Oh, well, I mean, that means he's in the audience then.
Yes, you've been spotted, sir. Welcome to the show, everyone.
You can't hide.
Yes,
you can't hide from us.
I know I have tremendous amounts of lurkers, but welcome to the show, sir. All of you, sir, madams, what have you. Okay, so while that's going on, let us begin finally by hitting options and actually unmuting the fucking game.
You still have the music volume all the way up, you dipshit.
Yes, I know. Actually, I need the music volume up because that's the events, and that's the best part.
No, but they play regardless. That's just part of the general music.
Well, I'm gonna shut the music off anyway because there's only one song.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Okay, so...
Fine.
No! Oh no! Oh no! Whoops! Oh no!
I'm not hearing what's going on.
Lyle, we've become incredibly problematic! I forgot to click on Macadan, yes. Big Macadan.
Wait. Who did we...
Who do you think I clicked on by accident?
Fucking clicked on Amur, didn't you?
We're not doing that today. Maybe someday, but no.
Maybe Kamchatka, but
no.
definitely not Amur.
No.
Abort.
No, abort! Abort! This entire stream is now stringing. No! Actually, what I could have done is just swap back over, but nope! Strangeheim!
Oh.
Nope! You saw nothing! Is nothing!
Oh.
Now, Lara, speak it with me. Sing it with me. I was not a Nazi polka.
Each and every German dances to the strain of the I was not a
Nazi polka. That didn't happen.
Oh, fuck, I forgot the rest of that lyric. God damn it.
No, you didn't see anything.
All without exception, join in the refrain of the I was not a Nazi
polka.
Goering was a crazy, we wanted to deport, sing the
I was not a Nazi polka. Okay.
We all thought that, you know what, no, I can't sing that one.
Let's not get into that, because that's actually problematic, but it is a good song and it is parody. So yeah, that didn't fucking happen, and if you want to see what's actually behind the big walls in the Strangeheim community, go download this mod. It's actually very good. However, if you play Himmler, I hope you like micromanagement, because sweet mother of Christ,
time to go to Radomo.
You will... If you accept the mod, you will think things that you didn't think that you could possibly think and feel good about.
What was the thing that you told me, like, right after you started playing Himmler? Say it.
This is parody, of course, because it's all a game and it's all pretend.
Say it.
I was never more excited to expand the camps. Seriously, play it. Play it and you'll understand exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You will never be more excited to send people to the camps. Once again, this is a video game. It's all imaginary. I was not a Nazi.
They're not
Seriously.
Jews, they're French.
Moving on! Magadan! Moving on. You see, this is what happens when we play Hearts of Iron.
TNO is,
This is what happens when we play Hearts of Iron!
TNO is a fucked up place.
Well, actually, the whole point is it being an incredibly fucked up place. But anyway, meanwhile, other side of Europe!
Welcome back, boss.
Meanwhile in Eurasia.
Right, Robo, thank you, sir. Welcome back, sir. Right, so, yeah, now, let's just, so.
This is the same thing as you loaded in with, so.
Yeah, so, Matt Katrowski, right?
Matkovsky.
Yes, Mikhail Matkovsky, sir, probably the most unimportant man in the world.
Wow.
Important.
Just look at Comey.
We'll see about this, but right. So, some things happened. The communists came to power. They didn't really like him. He went to Magadan, and then the Soviet Union collapsed, and now he's over here vying for control of the whole of Russia. As many states.
I wonder if my coffee's still warm.
Oh, dear God, we're still fascist. Not for long.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Really, don't worry about it. You're worrying about it, aren't you? Well, part of don't worry about it, don't you understand?
Himmler is a micromanagement simulator because it's fitting for a man who has OSD. Right, there's also that in the fan fiction. There's some...
I'm sorry, the what?
Oh, I'm sorry, his ideology about the Aryan master race.
Oh, him, yeah, right.
No, yeah, there's some really funny moments where you know who's doing what, but it doesn't say. It's fun. In a really awful way, but this is what video games allow us to do. Have fun where no one gets hurt. Sorry from the French. But anyway, moving on. We're gonna play the video game now. But that would be highlighting the fact that you're threatening me with the butt of a rifle. Moving on.
No, come on. Walk with me here. Video games where nobody gets hurt, and then I immediately hit you in the side with the butt of the rifle.
Oh, you see, this is what happens when I'm away from a month. I miss all my comedic cues, and I'm just really problematic.
That's it, folks. We're going back to watching anime now.
We watched Higurashi. It was nice. The 2020.
Say it with me. Higurashi.
I keep doing that because I'm a Neanderthal. Higurashi. Right. Yes, the 2020 continuation/remake series is actually really good. I highly recommend it.
Oh boy, episode 15.
Episode 15 proves that the men and women behind the wheel of this series still know what the fuck they're doing. But anyway, right, so we're Magadan, just Magadan, with no other connotations or really any problematic things. So, right, let us begin. Do we want to read any of this?
I mean, on one hand, it really doesn't matter until he arrives.
All right, so here's the thing. We're going to read this, just so we've avoided reading the backstory of Matrovsky so long. We're going to read this just to give you an idea of what the fuck we're doing here. And then we're not going to read anything else until the fun times start.
Yeah, it doesn't matter until he arrives.
It's TNO, read. But map painting simulator, though. Right, we're going to do this. Right, so would you like to start, or would I like, or you want me to do it?
Give me a second, I'm gonna prepare water.
That UI part of the mod or something separate?
Alright, bring that shit over here.
What UI? What part?
Bring the shit over here.
Okay. Also, thank you for the $5.
The Russian Fascist Party, as it was known in Harbin, is now gone. Long displeased with Rodazevsky? Yeah, okay. Look, it's been a couple of days. I can't read Russian for shit. Policies and rhetoric, Matkovsky and his wing of party have taken control of Magadan and are now molding it to suit their purposes. No longer shall the party struggle in the mud while the whole of Russia suffers. No more thuggery, no more rhetorics of hatred.
Unity and healing!
And we are off the air in America. Mother Russia calls us to her fold to rescue her from ruin. Before Matkovsky can do his duty for his motherland, however, he must rule alone, without constraint and free of disloyalty. While he trusts his wing of the party, he must crush dissonant among the ranks. All those suspected of loyalty to Rodazevsky shall find themselves purged. Yeah, you need healing, right?
Yeah.
With his political hold over Magadan secure, Matkovsky shall do his sacred duty, one that he has steeled himself to do ever since the help me with that one.
The heady days of Harbin.
Heady days of Harbin. Under his guidance, Russia shall stand again, sole, strong, and unrivaled, and none of this is going to happen.
Well, actually, a lot of this will happen, however, not like this. But anyway, so that's our situation here.
Fine, we'll read everything.
We will read, obviously we will read all of the events that pop up, but reading the entire focus tree as we go through is holy sweet mother of Christ. But then again, it's a game about reading.
Oh, don't forget the most important thing.
Ah, yes! Scan lines!
Maybe not that thick.
Yeah, maybe not, maybe about 50%. Yes, good. Scan lines! Actually, it kind of looks okay in the preview window. 75. Right. Scan lines, because actually it's still the 60s, but it's...
Don't worry about it.
We're getting there.
Don't worry about it.
Right,
Here we are with aesthetic.
Yes. Oh, right. Speaking of aesthetic, actually, you know what? No, we're gonna wait. We're going to wait.
What?
We're going to wait until the fun time happens, because what's one thing we're missing right now? What were you working on before all of this?
Yeah, no, okay. Yeah.
So it's going to be quiet for a little bit, folks, but there will soon be theatrics. But, right, so, as I've played this repeatedly, I know exactly where to send this unit, and you send them over here. Right, because
I mean, that's the thing I've noticed. During raids, your units automatically move.
Yes, but
of course, it's better that they're already there.
Yeah, it's better that they're in the area, because...
Remember, board the trains.
Right, so, you see, the thing about the Russian warlord states is that there is, raiding and looting. However, frankly, it's more of an annoyance than a benefit most of the time, so I just kind of ignore it, even though it can...
Drop it to 25. It's actually kind of obnoxiously thick in the fucking preview.
Okay, fine. Damn. Okay, fine.
We can still see it.
Light scan lines. But right, so, yeah. So, the Russian warlord decisions, i.e. all of this... It seems nice. However, it takes so fucking long to do any of this shit that you're basically already shooting by the time it happens. So, oh well. So I'm gonna probably ignore that, but I'm going to defend against it clearly. So, right. As for what we're gonna be doing, we have one military factory. Literally one military factory. So we're gonna produce guns! Papa Shaw's for everyone! Right, and we have one civilian factory, which will do...
Fuck all!
Nothing. One civilian factory and negative 72% construction speed. So we're just gonna... see you in never.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna leave them alone, because you can't do anything productive with this. Have it make programmers. Yes, the dreaded PPSH-41 rifle. Do not talk shit about Papa Shaw. Papa Shaw will see us through this.
See, they're playing on the fact that it's called Basic Infantry Rifle. Instead of, submachine gun.
Fine, I guess you are my little Poe. NKVD open up.
Thank you, T-Dog. Thank you. Right, so, as for research, we're gonna do exactly what we found was the most effective thing, because I literally played this probably 20 times trying to figure out what the fuck to do in terms of Hearts of Iron combat, because, yeah, no, Russia is basically a bare-knuckle brawl, and depending on what faction you play, the intensity of combat ramps up, but they're all about going to war, which is a mistake that I made with Funny Clockman, which we'll get back to that in some point. But here's what I learned. Marines.
Yes, I'm convinced that this is based off of an old, ancient fucking meta from when Hoi 4 first came out, where Marines. Space Marines.
Marines.
From the halls of Montezuma, etc., etc.
Right. Marines and artillery.
Yes, again, Space Marines.
Why Marines and artillery? Well, because artillery is literally just free massive amounts of soft attack, which is, since you're fighting mostly infantry in these areas, and you will be fighting mostly infantry because tanks are awful over the entirety of the Russian map. They are literally worthless. They suffer so many penalties, you might as well not even use them. And Marines. Why Marines, you might ask? River. It's basically the whole fucking map is rivers.
You still can't cross the lakes.
Rivers. There's a lot of places to actually use the Marines' advantage, more than you might think. And also, because we're playing literally Big Boss, as you will see, we'll get a lot of bonuses for special Spec Ops infantry, which means, yeah, Marines are quite useful.
Now, are we going to attempt at all to use helicopter troops as encirclement forces?
I will attempt to get helicopters running, but you see, people meme to me that helicopters, airborne infantry, are really good, and I understand why. The only problem is, I haven't found...
Not in TNO.
Well, that's the thing. TNO invented them. They're new.
Yeah, TNO didn't invent them, but it's not the first mod to have them.
Right,
I mean.
But the thing here is, I struggle to actually get them out and on the field in a productive amount of time. So you can sit there researching them, but I have never been able to actually get them out to whereas they're actually doing something and not just a massive drain on my research and my production and still not doing anything. So I have no idea how the fuck you're supposed to do that. So
right, anyway, shall we move forward?
Yes, we shall move forward now that we have done basically everything. Also, dockyards. What? What naval combat? What the fuck? I still have no idea why this is even here. But convoys. Because. Oh, right, no, because I don't actually. Oh no, I need to use my one. I need to go talk to Yevgeny over there and have him send me aluminum. Actually, we're not gonna do that because that doesn't accomplish anything. So yes, the Magadan docks, aka like one really good thing that we have right now, because we have an national spirit that is the port of Magadan, where we get dockyard output for plus 10% useless.
Why do we need naval?
Dockyard construction speed plus 10% useless. Trade convoy production negative fit still useless. So, yeah, no, I really have no idea what naval does in this game. Like, I understand that Hearts of Iron, obviously there are naval, there's naval something. There's an entire expansion for naval. In TNO, I have no idea what the fuck you're expected to do with naval, unless you're like America, in which case, yeah, good luck getting World War III to start without actually cheating. So,
apparently Mogami knows how to, but still.
Right, so basically, we,
I'm gonna laugh my dick off if fucking the shrimp boat event happens this time.
We have not...
This is the one time the shrimp boat event happens.
I've heard about the shrimp boat. Martin was telling me about this before. We'll explain if it actually shows up, but basically it's a way to start World War III that can actually happen very early. But I've never seen it. But the, Whoa! Okay, then.
So finished my gambling, boy. Howdy, I did well.
Well, good for you, sir. We're getting back to normal here.
Thanks, Magic.
Thank you, a dancing fool.
Give me investment tips.
I'll be asking you too, Magic, but thank you, sir. You absolutely magnificent bastard. You know, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes it's hard getting up to, get on here and to, stream for several hours, and some people don't really understand exactly how taxing streaming is.
And that's why you need someone like me to sit right next to you and hit you in the side of the head with a rifle every time.
Not necessarily, but sometimes that does work. But really, my point is, bet your life on this and then tell me how not stressful it is, but I am eternally thankful.
Internally?
Internally. Sorry, my words. All right, so Stavros? Stavros. Right. New face. Hello, sir. Welcome to the show. Thank you for subscribing. But, actually, no. 2 months. But, I've never... Well, sorry, it's been a month. So, sorry, sir. Well, congratulations on subbing for 2 months. You might have been a gift sub, but oh well. Right, so, as I was saying, I am eternally thankful for people like Dancing Fool and everyone else that throws money at me, because I would literally not be here without you guys. Thank you. Anyway, Hearts of Iron memes.
Yes, let's actually, get on with it.
Yeah, let's get on with it.
Because he's not going to arrive when we're paused.
Right, no. We're not going to get anywhere where we need to go until we actually get started. But, so, begin. So, as I've said, I've played this a couple of times, so I know how the structure works. I will try not to spoil literally everything, but this is something that I know I can win, or at least I can save at the exact points where I kind of need to, and then save scum if I don't. But I think I've got this covered. There's one point early on that is actually kind of chancy, but that's kind of part of the part of the experience. You can't really predict all this shit, but you can get through it. Okay, I have a question. Was me on the Yandere and Higurashi?
I just answered that.
Right.
No, and I will say that I will die on the hill of the people who say, "Oh yeah, Rena's Yandere." No, Rena's not fucking Yandere. She's just crazy.
Yeah, no, that's the joke.
Shion is the only Yandere because Shion's the only one who's actually doing it for love.
Yes, Higurashi. It's not actually memes. It's everyone's mentally unstable. That's the joke.
Everyone's a bad person in Hinamizawa. Why else do you think you're here?
No one good lives in Hinamizawa. All right, so, but yes, as I've stated before, Shion is the best girl, and fuck you. Moving on, the last of the true. Okay, so I'm gonna try and figure out how to say this before Matkovsky. Steadied his glasses against his nose, peering down at a piece of paper with rows and rows of names written all over it. A list of Rodevsky's suspected loyalists. Ah, yes, the lists. He looked up to discover a room packed to the brim with books from his White Army days. Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense. Let's see. Old, decaying American newspapers, and in the far corner, shrouded in the dark, an old gramophone gathering dust and rust. Oh, rust and dust. Sorry, dyslexia makes those words move around. The sight of the thing brought a smirk to Matkovsky's face. The old Harbin building, the dances and the parties, and above all, the electric swastika.
I'm sorry, what?
The electric swastika.
I'm sorry, hold on. Whoa. Did Germany just come up with a new instrument when, after the war? Final victory in the field has been achieved. We shall celebrate with the electric swastika. Is that what the Beatles are playing now? Is that what Paul McCartney's is playing? Is that like, what would it be, a guitar or a bass?
By the way, England lost and was conquered by the Germans, so yes. So after the German army swept the world in the field of warfare, they then turned to the music realm with the invention of the electric swastika. Fucking radical, man.
Electric swastika? How did we never notice that one before?
Does it just sound like amplified Hitler speeches? What does it sound like? I need to know this now. It's their version of the electric triangle. Yes, instead of ting, it goes sick-eyed. Moving on! Once again canceled, but you already knew that.
We are canceled in Germany now.
We're already dead men. So, right. So, the electric swastika, promising another future for the Russians stranded there. Yes. Right, moving on. The doorbell rang, shaking Matkovsky. Right? Matkovsky. I said I blurred the name and I keep saying Matrovsky, but that's not right. Matkovsky. From his reverie, yes. Two gruff men dressed in party uniforms entered. In his small and messy room, they stood out as an oddity, almost barbaric even. Their feet thumped loudly on the wooden floors as they attempted clumsy salutes. One lean with breezes of blonde hair peeking beneath the party cap. The other stocky with a bulge on his stomach plain to the eye. Okay.
He's fat.
Yes, he's fat. Yes. This is the absolute state of the Russian Fascist Party. Right. So, after a few moments of awkward silence, Matkovsky stared at them before finally saying, well, with trembling voices, they gave him the names of the people they had purged today. Matkovsky gave them a generous smile. Thank you. You may go. Yes, good. The people I wanted are dead. When he heard the door knob latch itself close, he turned back to his list. Sergei A, Bruno B, Nicholas C. Hey, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
He crossed them out, dabbing the names in thick black ink, snuffing them out forever from the history of the Russian Fascist Party. Balancing his glass of whiskey in his hands, Matkovsky looked at his reflection against the murky liquid before taking a sip. The hours went by, the doorbell rang, and the men came and did their salutes, telling him of the names disappearing from the list. Sometimes, when the wind was right, he could hear the crack of a rifle fire somewhere deep in the woods. It was nighttime by the time he finished the list. He gently pushed the men out, thanking them for a job well done. After they left, he bolted the door behind him. Turning to his gramophone, he decided that he would dance to the memories of Harbin. He turned it on and let the good times roll. The VODs had a lot of work to do. Like the VODs. VODs. But yes, let the good yeah. No, it's the cars on the electric swastika.
Is it like a fucking electric sitar or something? Like, come on, somebody tell me, what the fuck does an electric swastika sound like?
I'm just imagining it's a harp, but it's obviously shaped like a swastika, but it's got the guitar strings bent along all four sides of the swastika. So it's just kind of like playing a ninja star.
Oh my God.
It's an electric harp, yes. Right, so moving on. And you see this word? You're gonna laugh in a bit, but I'm gonna hide it. Actually, it's hidden until we get to it, but just be aware. Just kind of remember some casual things here, because, oh fuck, does this take off into a meme? But anyway, right, so we're a fascist in Russia, or rather anyone in Russia, purging party members. Nothing to see here, folks! Normal day in Russia! Right, so, moving on. As we continue, we're probably gonna beef that up to 3.
Also, it just occurred to me, you could just put on the waltzes for now until, he arrives.
Right, but unfortunately, I don't have those on hand. I'd have to go find those in the bot dump. Right, so...
You can't see the look I'm giving this idiot.
Once again, unfortunately, Hearts of Iron is a game where time passes and nothing fucking happens, but every time the game kind of lurches, you can tell something probably bad is going to happen. But so, it's 1962. The Germany won World War II. They kind of just won all of it, and
problem solved. Problem staying solved.
Everything's fucking a mess. But anyway, right? So no, on with the gramophone. Right, hang on here. What? So hold on, please. Right. And yes, that one kid, for your information, yeah, I do play it on, like, 5 speeds. So, yeah, I'm guilty of speedrunning this shit, but that's because I wanted to get good at it. But I also want to enjoy the narrative, which is what we will be doing right now. But okay. As we were. Holy fuck, that is border gore. Yeah, nah, this is all fucked. This is just all fucked. All of it. It's about to get even more fucked, but eventually it will level out, I swear. Actually, you know what? Hang on.
It's really fucking hot in here. Really fucking hot in here.
Hang on. Let me open the window. Right, just shift that over there. Put the fan over there. Get some cool air in here.
Annoy the shit out of the neighbors.
We're not that problematic, really.
Really?
Yes, really.
Really? Didn't you hear us earlier?
Right, so, moving on. That's okay, it's just a funny video game. Like Funny Clockman.
Funny Clockman.
Funny Clockman can't hurt you.
Alex, I live, surely.
Yes. Wait, what?
What?
Actually, funnily enough, Buckshot Brigade, this made it onto YouTube with no problems. The VOD for the last one, which is like 16 hours of Russian waltzes, was fine. So this is actually kind of a funny...
Wait, did it actually make it to YouTube? Because it never showed up on...
I'm pretty sure I put it on. I might still be private, unfortunately, but the VOD's still there, so there's no problem.
Yeah, okay, so problem for another time.
Sorry, management issues back there, but really, it's for safekeeping, for permanent storage, because the VODs on Twitch eventually burn out. Unless you're a partner, in which case I really don't want to be a partner right now.
Now is a bad time to be famous if you haven't gotten the point yet.
Yes. So... yeah, so basically, if you wanted to really watch it, it's on Twitch.
For now.
Right, so, as our forces move over there, and we're just gonna sit here, and we're gonna look at the Decisions tab, and then we're gonna go scavenge for loot. I'm not going to attack, I'm gonna sit and wait. I ain't gonna do anything.
Right, and it's not like we can do any of this yet anyway, so...
Yes, right, so, there's this, we will not be needing this for a while. I know exactly when we'll need that, and I know exactly where it is. But right, so... that's our first one. So... as a Russian warlord state, and basically every state gets this, you basically, instead of actually having an economy and, research capabilities, even though you don't get 2 slots, you get these bonuses for political power. The most useful being political campaign, which just gives you more political power, and always have that on. No excuses. Focus on research is very nice, but also, probably the most important one is industrial investments, which gives you more factories, which, as you might have noticed, we are kind of lacking. But, right, so...
oh, you didn't even start the next focus.
Oh, it just finished.
Did it? I just...
right.
Wow, I'm not paying attention.
Right, so, building the list. News of horror drifts from the west. German terror bombings, bandit raids, and wars fought by Russians against Russians. On the edge.
Speaking of bandits, you didn't point out Oscar and the Durlawankers.
Oh, I think we did that when we were playing Comey.
Did we?
But yes.
Yeah, they're just there. He's still alive.
There he is.
There's that man.
Right there. Also, we've played him too. He's fun. Fucking crazy, but fun. Also, his focus tree doesn't go anywhere once you finish it, but he's fun. He's really fun. He's probably the fastest researching faction in the entire, Russian sphere. The only problem is his focus tree goes literally nowhere. So, right, as we were. So in this mod, it's an example of what would happen if the whole world made like Yugoslavia and got shattered.
No, just Russia.
Yeah, just Russia because everything was so incompetent. Really, the Allies lost World War II. This is the big thing.
Stalin wasn't in charge. Bukharin was.
Right. So basically,
Stalin actually died really early.
Yeah. So they pull some punches here, but Germany wins World War II. The Russians collapse into complete anarchy. Most of basically Europe is either, funnily enough, either under Germany's direct control or is too weak to do anything about them. But then you also have the fact that Italy and Germany aren't really getting along. Spain, or the Iberian Union, is actually pretty powerful, even though they're incredibly inefficient. But meanwhile, on the other side of the world, America, yeah, Pearl Harbor got nuked. Yes, nuked. And the Japanese signed a treaty giving them San Francisco and Los Angeles. Oh well.
Oh no.
But...
Right.
yeah, no, the good guys didn't win. So yes, nuked. They attacked Pearl Harbor, that started the Pacific War as we know it, and then the Japanese, probably with the assistance of the Germans...
Ended the Pacific War as we knew it.
What?
It ended the Pacific War.
No, but Pearl Harbor actually probably still happened the way it is the first time.
Yes.
And then Japan nuked it, probably with the assistance of Germany. They developed the atom bomb first, and oh well, fuck. So, America has to nuke Japan again, right? Well, you can do that, it's just that it's kind of ill-advised.
And Ho Chi Minh's being supported by America. Like, yeah, to be honest, maybe we should have done in real life, but that's up to your interpretation of history.
Well, that's not Ho Chi Minh.
Well, that's the pro-Japanese government.
Oh, right. See, Japan winning kind of just gave them everything. They just kind of own everything. But don't worry, the glow-in-the-dark man at Langley is fucking with this. Oh god, is he fucking with this? We'd play America, but oh fuck no, we can't play America on stream.
There is
way too much problematic nonsense.
I was advocating for a inauguration stream special.
It's not.
That's not.
Bad things can happen.
Look, the bad things are probably gonna happen anyway.
Actually, no, we've had a pretty bad streak of bad things happening. So,
meanwhile...
yeah, moving on. We could talk about this all day long, because it's very fascinating, but onto the story here, because we have to, you know... Actually get to the point where we wanted to, but we're gonna be here for hours, but... Right. News of horror drifts from the west, German terror bombings, bandit raids, and wars fought by Russians against Russian. On the edge of far eastern Russia, Magadan is remote and sheltered from the troubles that plague the rest of the motherland. Due to its distance, however, Magadan is not much. Located in the sparsest region of Russia, both in population and resources, there is not much here that is of use for the eventual liberation of and reunion of Russia. Matkovsky will change that. The officials of his party shall travel the streets and outskirts of Magadan. For workers willing to join him in his crusade, they will build roads and telegram poles, very slowly. Small workshops and manufactories. Whatever. When the day of liberation dawns upon the dark body of Russia, laid to rest by the failures of the Reds and the crimes of the Germans, they shall find themselves richly rewarded by their duty and dedication. For Matkovsky shall let no faith in him go to waste. Right. Can we recruit the Dragunov faction for the snipers? Funnily enough, Magadan's one of the few places that can't actually just buy ammo from Zatost, or buy guns. Everyone around him can just buy guns, and he has an insane bonus to his factories for producing shitloads of guns. It's really kind of annoying, but they can win, funnily enough. They're one of those factions that really shouldn't win, but they can win.
Well, their victory is keeping Russia balkanized.
Yeah, pretty much, because okay, look, it's Lord of War. It's just Lord of War.
How can we arm the rest of the other 10?
Yes, Nicolas Cage asks, you know, one out of 11 people, and there are enough. All right. So let me remember the quote. The gist. There are enough AKs to arm 1 out of 11 people on the Earth. The question now is, how do we arm the other 10? I butchered that quote, but you watch Lord of War. It's basically what's happening over there.
It's a nice film.
It's a nice film. But anyway, right. So, onwards with this adventure here, clearly. They win by lording over war with snipers. Actually, it's not snipers. They get Grozas.
Yeah. I don't think we get Grozas here.
We don't. I think we get, if we go down the focus tree, I think it's, 47,
you're on the infantry already.
Yeah, it's 74 ends. AKM, 74, 74N.
Yeah, it starts with the N. Okay.
So, we're normal here.
Dovetail 74s.
Right. Also,
I think that's the only
Doug, thank you for the 30 cents. Speedrun the Balkan genocides when? Well, we could do that, but reading. We could play as Tito. We last about 5 minutes, but we could play as Tito.
Yeah, pretty fucking much.
He has a shorter lifespan than Poland, and that's saying something.
Yeah.
There are over 550 million firearms in worldwide circulation. That's one firearm for every 12 people on the planet. The only question is, how do we arm the other 11? Yes, thank you, one kid. Thank you for the quote. But yes, so, yeah, no. Tito's a good guy. He gets in power because the CIA funds him. That's how you trigger that. Remember, we're all glowing in the dark here. But right, so, moving on. This is the Metal Gear Solid world? No, but we can kind of get it close.
We can make it, goddammit.
We can do it. We can
just let it run.
Right, no, right, so let it go. I'm used to playing...
Nothing's happening.
I'm used to playing on, like, 5 speed, so you miss shit if you don't do that. But anyway, right, so... War planning, secure... We don't really need any of these. Nothing really to do here. Right, but... Right, we can... Right, so, the Reich's last conquest. Yes, Hitler won the space race because we didn't actually steal any of their Germans. They kept all their Germans. So, Werner von Braun is still speaking German. I hear he's learning English, though. Maybe Japanese.
No, remember, he's learning Italian.
Yes, Italian. On the 19th of January, 1962, Eberhard Kollner became the first man to ever land on the moon. While the space race has been a struggle between the Reich, Japan, and the USA, and while the Americans had managed to put the first man into space, the Führer was proud to announce that the German landing firmly plants the Reich as the victor in the competition. Spoiler alert, actually I'll get onto this, hang on, but a grand ceremony is planned in Germania to present Kollner and his fellow astronauts with the Iron Cross. Of course it's the Iron Cross.
Not the Knight's Cross? Come on.
And no, it's the Iron Cross with swords and oak leaves and diamonds and...
Just give him a fucking
moon
Knight's
rocks.
Cross by that point. And the Knight's Cross with moon rocks and swords.
Yes, moon rocks and swords. Yes, for the yes. Congratulations, we conquered the Lunarians. Way to go, Hitler. Way to go.
Dan, you fucking make art now, quick.
Right. So, and a week of celebration has been planned has been declared across the Reich. While terse congratulations have been sent from America and Japan, President Nixon has vowed that the United States will be the first to create a permanent mission on the moon.
Yeah.
And Japan shortly thereafter announces it would be the first to land on Mars. Okay.
Not if John Glenn has his way.
Okay, so one thing I want to say, Nixon outright lying, after this moment, he defunds the space program entirely, which upsets the fuck out of John Glenn, who then runs for office, and if he wins, you go to Mars. Also, there's something about Excalibur, i.e. the Star Wars program.
Yeah, there's something about Excalibur.
So, yeah, that can happen. Also, Japan, I don't think it actually does anything because Order 44 keeps happening and it won't stop. Wait! Oh god, Lyle. Order 44. The Great Himazawa Disaster!
Oh.
It keeps oh god. This is what happens when I watch anime, a current anime.
Technically current. Well, yeah, it is current.
This is what happens. This is I start throwing links together.
God damn it! Why can't the fucking episode be released now?
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that because it releases what today?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right? So this.
Well, technically now Japan time.
Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, Darling the Franxx is old and busted. Now I'm just gonna be rambling about Higurashi.
Say it with me. Higurashi.
Higurashi, yes. I'm gonna have to.
God damn it!
I'm sorry, I can't form a medics because it doesn't have robots powered by doggy style. It's not gonna stick in my head as much. There's just kids and fun.
Yes, fun and bearing hookers.
We haven't seen that yet. Someone got hit with a chair though. We haven't cut up the body of a hooker and cemented our consummated our friendship over the body of a dead hooker. Watch the original anime. I swear to God. You two have issues. I think the whole world has issues right now.
The world has an issue.
We're just talking about anime, man. It's just normal shit. But yes, has the space race been won? Yes and no.
Well, yeah.
Loving your Martin Range Time vids on Twitter.
Yes. Thank you, Eggroll. And also...
Oh, yeah, which, you still gotta give me the, Enfield video.
Oh, right, I still have that on hand. Right,
where I'm wearing the pith helmet.
Oh, right, I still have to do... Further memes may be coming down the pipeline, but anyway. Right, so, moving on. You hecking moron. Yes, Higurashi. 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 Shion is the best girl. Got it.
Canonically.
Good. Yes.
Sadako, best little sister. God damn it, the lolicons gotta stop, though.
They gotta stop, though. But everyone knows that Sadako is only there to be abused.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sadako is just there to be abused. And to make that haughty laugh.
Sadako not being a complete bitch is the best Sadako.
You know why that's there. Right. The Modern Bogatir.
Modern Bogatir.
We've read this before.
Well, not on stream.
Yes, we did.
Oh, yes, we have.
TLDR,
somebody's gonna reunify Russia.
Yes, the Bogatir has arisen, and... Martin, do you hear Snake Eater in the distance?
What a thrill. Darkness and silence tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go places, and you're gonna laugh every 5 seconds. But yes, so this is basically saying the Batman exists, and he's riding across Russia, righting wrongs. As it says, he could be a former member of the Soviet Union disgraced, or a guilt-ridden German soldier, absolutely McFucking done with the atrocities of the Germans. Who is that man? We don't fucking know. Does he really exist? Did he ever exist in the first place? We don't know. But moving on. I'm pretty sure we read that while we were playing Comey, though.
Yeah, well, we had to have. I mean...
Does he glow in the dark? Well, Hunter Thompson's around here somewhere.
Well, he hasn't shown up yet.
Well, right, no, he hasn't shown up yet, but apparently it's cued in that Hunter Thompson is the guy who goes exploring Russia, I think.
Well, it's not actually him. We're just running with that joke.
Right. Oh, speaking of not Himmler... Right, assassin strikes at Hitler. Oh no!
Anyway.
News from Germany is sporadic at best. Information smuggled out of Germania reports that shortly after the celebration, or after celebrations over the moon landing settled, military units and several platoons worth of bodyguard units filled the streets and immediately put the city under martial law. Apparently, an assassin, which the Germans claimed belonged to the Japanese Konpetai, wow, attempted to kill the Fuhrer. Oh no! But was stopped in his attempt by one of Hitler's personal bodyguards. Wow. Already, reports of various other assassinations have surfaced. In the streets, the various military units nearly came to blows, as several units ordered each other to stand down, and the chain of command fell apart. Suddenly, the Reich seemed much weaker. Can the Germans maintain their new world order when they can hardly handle themselves? A house divided. A house divided falls apart in a massive civil war, but nothing about that. These pronunciations. I'm sorry, I'm a Neanderthal. Kenpetai? Kenpei, that looks like a T. I know, that's an I and a T, but fuck, it's blending together. Kenpei Tai. Yes? Did you expect anything from me reading aloud? Swear to God. I said during the Comey run this is one of my weaknesses, but thankfully I'm enthused. Unga Bunga, you caveman? Exactly. Alright, so, all in a day's work. Alexander Pavlov, wait a minute, stood in the chilly air, a not warm enough coat around him. Facing the leader of the RFP security team he had assigned to this mission. Though perhaps security team wasn't the best term to describe them, since they were really little more than ill-equipped thugs. They had no qualms about following orders, though, and the VODs had little money to spare. So Pavlov supposed they would have to do. Have the preparations been made? He asked the man before him. Yes, sir, the security team leader replied confidently. Our men are positioned all around the warehouse, ready to begin the attack on your command. Pavlov nodded at that, looking over at the warehouse with a smile that many in his life described as unsettling. He understood why perfectly well. He enjoyed his job to an extent that most wouldn't consider normal. And he never once felt the slightest hesitation about ordering lives to be snuffed out like candles at night. No, he understood. All right. He just didn't care. Anything for fascism, no matter what it involved. Fire at will and take no quarter. Well, such nice people. Really, such nice people.
Yeah. Even water. I'm getting tired just watching you read.
I think there is a dog in these details. That's one of the events, I think, but I think that's Comey. Why are we here? Just to suffer? No, we're here to read.
No. What he means is there's a dog in these details, meaning something's not right.
Oh, right.
The devil's in the details.
No, but there's a dog in these details. Pavlov, dog.
Oh.
I got it! After 5 minutes, so I take no points. Oh, wait, there's that electric swastika.
There's that electric swastika.
Right. Night terrors.
Oh, that's what they meant by electric. Literally electric, like the lights. Fuck you.
You could still probably play.
I want my instrument.
It's still probably a chamber instrument, I swear. The stench of sweat, the fear of degenerates.
Oh, and we are off the air.
Incapable of standing up for themselves. Another early morning break-in. Another communist spy in the Harbin community seized from his kin. The Japanese paid good money for...
live detainees?
Wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah, as much as we all love Japan now, Imperial Japan is kind of fucked up.
That one unit's, they're busy.
Yeah.
They're... busy.
The men of the RFP didn't care what their masters wanted the prisoners for, only that the money was good. Every disappeared Bolshevik trash meant more guns, more weapons, everything for the national revolution. Petlin's uniform was crisp, proper. He savored the occasion, the moment, the instant where hope of escape died in each prisoner's eyes. Wow, Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Some resisted until their turnover to the Japanese, but most of the rest eventually gave in. Empty eyes for human shells. Afraid, cowering, their lives in Petlin's hands. It felt good to be Rodzetsky's point man. He was judge and arbiter. He would find all that disobeyed the Russian No, he woke, drenched in sweat. He had never gone and helped in the kidnappings. Only heard rumors. No, that wasn't me. That totally wasn't me. I didn't do the bad things. I didn't even show up for work that day. I wasn't even employed. Yeah, no, some fucked up things happened. You thought the socialists were bad? The people that wrote this are pretty good at making the world an awful place, because that's the secret. The real world was kind of an awful place back then. We just don't really like to talk about it. Right, so, Petlin sat on his bed. Lydia gone, probably to the restroom. Heart beating, memories of Harbin, fading and vivid in his mind. He had known the RFP's worst thugs. Petlin had known what they were up to. He had done nothing. Mainly out of apathy. He had believed, back then, taught the VODs could do no wrong. Right. Everything's fine here. Petlin knew he shared in the guilt. He stood, shook his head. Perhaps he could not alone. Yet he had to try. A past only half buried. Yeah, there's some typos here. It's not exactly fantastic, but... But yes, only nice people here. Right, so...
Meanwhile, I'm just engaging in casual spoiler talk in the chat.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, we know it's... Oh, no.
Oh!
You know what's gonna happen next, right?
Yes.
Richie's gonna... Tricky Dick's gonna
throw him a fast one.
Yeah.
Right, so, Hitler names Göring his successor. Hitler, please. Mein Führer, please.
You don't know what you're doing.
Following the recent attempt on the German Führer's life by a surprise Ken Kempeitai.
Kempeitai. Yeah,
Agent, right. The pressure upon the Fuhrer to name an official successor and for the Reichstag to formally recognize the choice has been steadily building. After almost a week of debate and speculation, Adolf Hitler today appeared on live television from the Reichstag and announced that the Reich had his new successor. Well, no, he announced to the Reich that his new successor. Well, his successor. Where does new come from? My God. His successor would be Hermann Göring. It's Göring. One of the Fuhrer's oldest allies and beloved uncle of the nation. Göring enjoys extensive support from the Nazi Old Guard and the Wehrmacht. See, I could say that right. And a relationship which has caused many to reject the decision. Albert Speer, Martin Bormann, and Reinhard Heydrich have all criticized the nomination. Dad didn't pick me, they all said, vowing to never allow the Reich to fall into the hands of a glory-lusting warmonger. Is war on the horizon? Yes. Yes, it is. Well, good luck, Germany. Göring was around during the war. They won the war, right? Göring helped, right?
Right.
They'll be fine. Fall into the hands of.
You see, in this world, no, I can't say that with a straight face. Sea Lion couldn't fucking happen. Sea Lion would never fucking happen. Actually, their fucking landing craft would tide over in the goddamn channel.
Actually, apparently what happened is they bribed the Irish.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What? Fucking what?
Were you not here when I actually looked into Ireland? Yeah, no.
No, I was drunk!
Yeah, Ireland jumped ship and sided with the Nazis. So, yeah, that happened. They're not doing too well, though. Irish independence?
No, the IRA is still very much
the IRA is still there.
The car bombs are happening, and Maggie's just not involved. But she might get involved. We've been getting her a lot.
Are the Irish independent? Yes and no. Is the IRA still yes and yes? So, right, so 70...
Come out in black and tans really sounds different these days.
Right, so... But now that we've built, we have gained infrastructure, and this is usually how you get things done in TNO, because they just give you shit. So we have 2 infrastructure and 2 building slots now.
Yay.
Wow! Okay, so now we build factories and farms. But yes, let's go to Siberia and grow corn.
Yeah, okay, Khrushchev.
That'd totally work out for someone else another time.
Okay, Khrushchev.
Great idea.
Totally. Yeah, okay.
Alright, Siberian factories. Magadan, as has been noted before, is remote and isolated from the rest of Russia. In the port town of Magadan itself, the industry that exists is small and not particularly tailored to the production of war material. Excuse me. Fortunately, in the Far East, this lack of industry persists everywhere, as the industrial centers of Vladivostok, developed in the time of the Reds, is now lost to the Japanese and Manchurians. To put it briefly, all who we fight in the East are on a level playing ground. Everyone sucks. No opportunity passes Matkovsky by, however. From the waste of Siberia, he shall craft factories, with the express intent of waging war, not small-time conflicts between children. The party shall arm and train the soldiers of Magadan as soldiers, not bandits possessing a higher ideal. Additionally, no citizen sheltering under the wings of the party shall know poverty or lack. Let this be an example, a vision of Russia to come. Right, yes. Right, yeah, about that. Mm-hmm. You just keep talking, Matkovsky. I did it again. The Vase of Magadan. Mikhail Matkovsky stood overlooking a large map of Magadan and its hinterland. That's an interesting word.
Yeah, hinterland.
Hinterland, in the conference room that he and his top advisors often met in. He sighed, taking in the reality of the situation. While Magadan was a real town, most of the territory that he controlled was either depopulated, underdeveloped, or both. It wasn't exactly an ideal situation for a government that needed bodies and industry as fast as possible. As a number of his ministers filed in, all of them presumably having been briefed on the nature of the meeting, Matkovsky turned to them. In his well-known, tactful manner, he addressed his audience. It's clear that our current industrial situation is untenable. Continuing, moving aside to show his ministers the map. We need to take action to ensure that we're not overwhelmed by our southern rivals. It's no secret that they enjoy Japan's military material support. One minister, Goltsov?
Goltsov, yeah.
Goltsov. Yeah, spoke up. It will take some work, of course, but I have been thinking the same thing. We cannot allow ourselves to be outcompeted by our rivals. A few proposals can be drawn up. My vods. Industrialization under the current supervision of the government, attracting any potential foreign investments by any means necessary. Yes, any means necessary. Matkovsky looked around the room, waiting for any other comments before continuing. Good, please do. I don't plan on matching Rodzewski and the Whites. I want to outstrip their production. Tact nods from most followed. Matkovsky made his intentions clear. He wanted to turn Magadan into a city of industry. Not an easy task, certainly, for Magadan's earliest purpose was a stop-off for the work camps and mines in the region. But if the Vods had... but if the Vod thought it best, it probably was best. Or it was probably best. And every person in the room, Matkovsky included, knew that if the Vods wanted it, it would be done. Matkovsky nodded gently before stating, well then, let's get to work. We have our work cut out for us. Yes, we're gonna build something out of absolutely fucking nothing. But you know what? I know some people. I'll make some calls. Like right now.
About now.
Yes.
Come on, just pop up.
Right. So, that's gonna be a factory of some description at some point.
At some point, yes. Hopefully in the near future.
Yes.
Hopefully now. Come on, just fucking give it to me.
It's gonna take 60 days. Let's move that up to 4, I suppose.
Let's just...
Moving on. I could prepare a raid, but sweet Jesus Christ, these mechanics are worth less.
Instead, you can build new schools, new research facilities, new industrial equipment, etc.
I don't know which one moves fast enough, so I'll just do new schools. I think industrial equipment is the easiest to get.
It's not like you're getting bombed, so...
Yeah, so the problem is with these sound nice, but frankly, I haven't got... They do eventually upgrade. They do what they say. However, the shooting's already started, and fuck, it takes forever to get, like, one of them to work, so in the end, this is kind of a not great mechanic.
Oh God, even at 4 speed, that's moving pretty goddamn... He arrives. Not the guy we're looking for, but...
An American visit. A boat has arrived from Kamchatka, carrying an interesting passenger, an American tourist. People do not usually come to visit Russia from the outside, especially Americans. After all, no one likes visiting war-torn wastelands, especially the spread-out and frigid Far East. He probably won't even last a week without freezing to death unless we help him out somehow. We cannot let a naive American die in the wilderness. The least we can do is provide shelter for a few days. Perhaps Matkovsky could even meet with him. Being an American, he could be useful for reaching the leadership of the United States. There's an idea. We have always wanted a closer relationship with the Americans, so why not start now? When we have one right here. Matkovsky even believes he has connections to the CIA. What fortune?
I mean...
That's not a massive leap, but yeah, nah. There's that word again.
La CIA.
Yeah, there's that. It's glowing. Can't you see it? Besides, it would be a good way to show hospitality. The American ought to be impressed when he meets the true Vods of the Russians. Vods of the Russians. No matter what, it would make a good impression. Will help us. That sentence doesn't make any sense. That's not my reading comprehension. That's actually a typo. It will help us stand out besides all the other warlords surrounding us. However, maybe it could be a better and safer idea just to give him a general tour of Magadan. Letting him see the town will show him the true way of life in Russia, better than any meeting with Matkovsky. Besides, the Vods is a busy man, and he may not enjoy wasting his time with a potentially worthless American. So, should we give him a tour of the town, or should Matkovsky invite him to a drink? I mean, you could do
alcohol.
I mean, you could do either, but in the end, I don't think this really matters.
The only thing, like, I think it's just the response, the follow-up that matters. Like, that it shows you a follow-up.
Yeah, it falls. Yeah, that's the only thing it really does. And also, part of me keeps reading VODs as Vosh. Thanks, Phonto. Not entirely wrong, but yeah, not entirely right either.
So, do you know where I can get a full auto
No. Let's not talk about that.
Let's not get the ATF to raid the house.
Yeah, no. I don't have a dog full of tannerite, I'm sorry.
Not yet, anyway.
Right, so, yeah.
Though if V keeps up his shit, I'm gonna make a cat full of tannerite.
Moving on. Drink?
Drink.
Drink.
I could go for a drink.
We're not gun experts, we're just gun owners.
We're not gun experts, but we do know our vodka.
Kind of. Tavorish is very good.
Tavorish is very good. Hello, Ninja.
Okay. Meijiang has defeated the Mongolian People's Front in a war. The order has been restored to the steppe.
Oh no.
Or order has been restored to the steppe. Completely irrelevant to us currently. But anyway, entry 2. Right. I had a meeting with Magadan's VODs today. Mikhail Matkovsky. He seemed pretty fun and offered me some of the some almost not awful vodka. But overall, the experience was rather strange. He kept asking me about my connections to President Nixon and the CIA. Weirdly enough, maybe it's the hair. Well, maybe it's my hair. After I told him I was just an average American, he seemed a bit disappointed. Then he asked about how life was in America and what I was doing in Russia. I told him I was a university student back home, and I had come to visit so I could explore Russia and maybe have a little bit of fun and adventure instead of my boring life back home. I didn't know what he said after that, but I think it was something along the lines of how I'll be shot by the first bandit that gets anywhere near me. So, oh well. Then I had a few more drinks and proceeded to tell him my dad was an astronaut in a secret mission to Venus. This is Hunter S. Thompson. I know this man's bullshitting ability. As well as back in the war, he had killed 100 Japs with only a Yeah, no. In reality, he's a mechanic and always has been. Matkovsky seemed to enjoy the story, however. Although, I don't know how much of it he understood. My Russian isn't the best. After our meeting, he gifted me this enormous bearskin. I guess I should wear it.
Oh yeah, that's how he gets that.
I already think I'm fine without it, as I have my own fur coat, but I accepted it anyway. It's very warm. Next, I'll be heading up to Yakutsk to see what's going on there. At least he had fun. A real American tourist hours. Wait, who is this man?
He's some university student that, again, me and Gunnar are just thinking might just be Hunter Thompson.
We assume this man might be Hunter S. Thompson because of his bullshitting. Because this is a traveling story, and actually he can wind up dead at some point, depending on which faction, what decision some of the factions.
I think the event that I saw regarding him is just his parents missing him, not necessarily him being dead.
I'm not sure, but this guy basically starts in Magadan and then proceeds to peruse through all of the Russian warlord states.
This coffee's actually pretty good cold.
But so, this guy's on an adventure to tell the world all about how the Russian anarchy zone is fucked. But we're assuming it's Hunter S. Thompson, because who else would be crazy?
Call me one day. Like, he just goes between all the different factions. I wanted to see him meet Father. What happens on that one?
Right. Lieutenant Layton, welcome back, sir. Thank you for resubscribing. Hunter S. Thompson was a master of BSing, which leads me to believe that this is in fact Hunter S. Thompson, or I'm just going to imagine that it is. Because, yeah, no, he's, this man is prolific. He's just the meme of the Russian area. He does write a book. He does wind up writing a book at some point. I think you get the event as America.
No, I think it's anyone who gets it.
Possibly.
It's like the other book events.
Right, but at least he had fun, yes? A good time, Magadan, yes?
Moving on.
Right, so, moving on.
Because, holy shit, it's still only February.
Yeah, we've been at this for an hour, but
Only an hour?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get there, but no, the meme is worth it.
9 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours!
I'll be here. I've got enough energy drinks, even though I probably shouldn't down them. In the name of small change. I don't have anything else, the trader barked, surrounded by thugs from the Russian Fascist Party. The uniforms brown against the setting sun. Visible in the distance beyond the display of windows, they had ransacked his shop. Trinkets lay in the ground, and what little cash they had scrounged and wrung out of the trader's pockets lay on the counter. The shop had seen better days, days the trader could remember with fondness and warmth. The union wasn't perfect, but at least they had not hired overgrown children to boss people around in fascist uniforms. One of the little fascists, a scrawny man with a voice frozen in permanent hysteria, thumped on the counter, sending the few coins on it into tremors. To his face, his fellow thugs called him Vlad, the boss. Not that boss, but behind him.
Boss.
They ridiculed his height and his voice and whispered rumors of him knowing some important figures in the party's political wing. I know that you got some more, he said. Come on, Bogdan. He piled with his hands folded together. Plied. For our old friendship, you don't want to have all you've ever had destroyed, do you? I am patient, but my friends here are not. I kept begging them, but they wouldn't leave you alone. I beg you, fulfill their simple wishes and pay. Once you pay, I'll have your back again. Yeah, nah. Bogdan didn't have anything else. Business had been slow since the fall of the Union, and chaos wasn't exactly great for commerce. He hung on to his shop with a kind of stubborn nostalgia, dreaming that old times might return. He turned to his office and to address his tormentors. Wait a moment. Kneeling beneath his desk, he found his family safe and unlocked it. A gun and his late wife's jewelry. His family... late wife's jewelry. His hand inched towards the pistol, but he stopped mid-motion. Not today. Not wise. He took her wedding ring and handed it to Vlad. I'm so glad, Vlad said. Thank you that you decided to relent. After all, you are one of our favorite customers. Till later, Vlad. Someone's gonna get shot. Or rather, due to some other things that may happen down the line, that man may not have to do any of the shooting. After all, you could always pay to have someone shot. We would know a lot about that, wouldn't we? Especially with the places we're going.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so moving on. Siberian factories have now been researched, but now Siberian farms. Corn in Siberia. Right. As a famous Chinese strategist once said, an army marches not on its feet, but its stomach. Yes. The port town of Magadan has always relied on outside imports during the time of the accursed Union, and empire to sustain its need for food. Deprived of connections to other regions of the motherland, most of its inhabitants have turned to coastal fishing to make do in the meantime. A secret wish spreads in their hearts, born out of hunger for a Russia to save them. Yes. The party, and Matkovsky with it, shall heed their call. The officials will gather volunteers and conscripts to work in the fields of Siberia. The Far East is not fertile, but an effort from an honest Russian will be all it takes to create a miracle. We do not need our storehouses to be filled with food overflowing, just enough to survive the harsh climate of Siberia and feed our people. When Russia rises again, all these will be forgotten, like ashes in the wind. Right, yeah, sure, about that. Yeah, right, no. Dreams of greatness. Can't fault the man for being an optimist.
I had a comment, then my brain lost it.
Let's speed this up, because, yeah, this is going fairly
also,
slow.
We need to restart the, go over to the music.
Hmm?
The Russian music.
Old. Yeah.
You may just want to get that to loop.
Yeah.
We'll restart when it needs to be restarted.
Yes. Right. Moving on. Wait. If the land's infertile, then why not grow potatoes? No. Corn, obviously.
This one guy from the West, he just kept shouting at me about corn. His service in Stalingrad or something.
Right, no, it's gotta...
He just kept saying over and over again, you have to grow corn in the fucking tundra.
Yes.
It's the only way. And you know, what am I gonna do? Argue with that man? Are you gonna argue with that man?
Right, more things in China land fun time. That's over here. Masks. Well, we know something about that in 2020. Katerina saw her father sit down at the entrance of their home. Oblivious to her presence, she found him clutching his temples as if a hair-splitting headache was tearing him apart. It wasn't the first time she noticed that her father tended to linger outside for a bit before entering their home. Now, as the sun was setting, its orange light aged his features beyond the man's already formidable years. He had joined the party since its first days in Harbin, and was a veteran of the anti-Bolshevik front. I am so sorry. However, not really, because you people are also awful, by the sounds of things. People from inside the party, further up in the hierarchy, call her father Vlad the Tall, in mockery of his height. Outside the party, they call him a thug, a criminal, a robber vested with a RFP uniform. Sometimes he could see his reputation manifest itself when he met his neighbors, small business owners, shopkeepers, and the fishermen of the port looked at him with a mix of fear, reprehension, and disgust. Anytime any of them dared cross Vlad's path, however, they scurried away almost immediately when he drew his gun. A trusty Nambu.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oxymoron, a trusty Nambu. Can you say hand grenade?
I was about to say, trusty Nambu. Unreliable hand grenade. These are kind of both the same thing. You could trust it to explode, yes. However, as I've heard before, it is actually pretty good for single-shot target shooting. However, a single shot is probably all you're going to get before it malfunctions or explodes. He had always kept by his side for years, again, since the days of Harbin. You were with the fascists, and you had a Nambu.
Gotta love being doxxed and having to fill out Discord paperwork. Stay safe these months, goon.
Well, Jesus. Yikes, though. That is a...
Fucking yikes.
That is an honest and, sorry yikes from me, sir. Thank you for resubscribing, though, Kix. Good luck, and yeah, it's not a fun time to be anywhere on the internet right now. Moving on, though, because, dear Christ, if we all focus on current events, we'll probably crack incredibly quickly. Moving on, though. In Katerina...
Oh, it's that asshole?
What now?
Kix had a problem with a dev trolling his streams because they had a problem. I can't remember exactly what happened, but, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, Kix, honestly, I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but... Yeah, wow. Yeah, not a good time on the internet right now.
And yes, Mosin, it is a big meme about the Nambu being... Actually, no, I think the Type 14s are nice. I think it's the bulkier of the semi-autos that they developed that in the late war were just absolutely horrible. I can't remember exactly. Don't take my advice on anything, people.
Well, yeah, and also, Kix, if those complaints were true, good for you. But so... In Katerina's eyes, however, she did not find a monster in the figure of her father. Standing as a single silhouette against the dying day, he felt his mask lapse and vanish every time he spoke a word to her. She felt. Another typo. The icy and revered, aloof, harsh, and cold attitude melted, revealing beneath him, if not a decent man, a husk of one. She ran out the door and caught her father's hand, surprising him. It's dinner time, she said. A smile across her face, and words, get in. And smile across her face and words, right. An image of a man painted in different shades. Awesome. Oh, hello, awesome.
Yeah, the Type 14s are just fucking pea shooters.
Right, so, awesome aristocrat, hello again, sir. Welcome back, we're playing Magadan. Right, so, try something else. Because this clearly didn't go very well, even though we got factories. Well, that's not going anywhere. That factory will be useful, though. But, right. Try something else. With the founding of the Siberian factories and firearms, not yet though, no, not yet. The party in Magadan has established itself as a force capable of action and reform. Unfortunately, these acts have only had limited success so far. As hard as it is for Matkovsky and his political clique to admit, time will only tell as to the efficacy, right? That's a hard fucking word all of a sudden. Efficacy of these efforts. For now, we can only wait. In the meantime, there is the matter of the armed forces of the party. Though capable and relatively well armed, our men are not suited or used to fighting in the far north. It's time to try something else. Matkovsky, a soldier himself in an age long past, shall observe his generals and officers forge from the soldiers a new army of hardened and experienced men capable of fighting in the tumultuous weather of Siberia. Drills will be a regular occurrence. Whether in harsh or clear conditions, every soldier of Magadan shall be a spearhead of Matkovsky's crusade. Big boss or legit Magadan? Well, the title might be cut off, but I think you might be able to tell which one we're going down. Okay, so just because.
I'm not going after train our troops.
Well, that would have been accurate, but you know, we need a little bit here, just a little bit of help.
Yeah. Research go up.
Research go up.
Research go brr.
So, well, it's 75, but I won't. Oh, I see. You're going for yes, we are. Because it's just one of the funner highlights of this entire game. And, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you don't know where we're going, and I'm trying to get there as fast as humanly possible, but, you know, reading. But, yeah. Once you start seeing the things that I've seen, you will know where we are, what we're doing, and you will know that the developers knew exactly what the fuck they were doing when they did this. It's glaringly obvious. It ain't bad, but it's pretty fucking obvious. Right, so, national focus. Acquire advisors. Preliminary arming.
Yes, advisors. Where have I heard that one before?
That's land doctrine, though. That's the next thing we're going to be researching.
Oh, yeah.
But, yes, we'll...
33%.
We will...
Fuck? Not even 50? Come on.
Okay, hang on here. How many days do I have left on this one? 17 days, and this...
For basic artillery.
And this takes 21. So, yes, we'll actually wait a couple of days and actually switch over.
Plus you'll get a boost in for a couple of days for waiting.
Yes. So we will acquire advisors, because here in Magadan we want to do things, but we don't know how. So when a small nation of the world wonders, what can we do to better ourselves? Clearly, the first thing we ask is the glow-in-the-dark man smoking in the corner of the bar. Clearly. The lands of Siberia have a long history, from even before the time of the Empire's rapid expansion eastward in past centuries. Various peoples have dwelled here, enduring the harsh weather and making a living from it. The troops of Magadan have much to learn from them, and their advice on surviving in the wild could mean the difference between life and death in the unrelenting conditions of the Far East. To acquire these advisors, some troops, along with local interpreters, will travel north to the lands surrounding Kamchatka. There we will establish contacts with the natives, in hopes of using their millennia of experience to aid the developments of our own theory of warfare. We shall mold our soldiers into survivors, into victors. No longer shall they survive in the Siberian wilds by the skin of their teeth. From now on, they shall live with neither doubt nor concern given to the gods of the far eastern lands. Yes. And that is, go down strategic theorem and research tents.
And just stay there.
Go down strategic theorem and stop giving a fuck. I will, once we get through that, I will actually...
Free military factories.
We'll go about this.
You know what I'm hearing?
Artillery?
Artillery.
Guns! Big guns! Lots of big guns! Because, yeah, no, artillery is just king. And this time we will actually use our civilian factory.
Look at you, Robo! Tanks!
No. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Okay, so let's have a look at the terrain here. We've got hills. We've got forests. Rivers. Mountains. Yeah. There's some plains down here, but that's a little bit, so it's mostly hills, rivers, and forests. You wanna know something? You wanna... So, tanks. Forest. Movement -40. Attack -40. Hills. Movement -10. Attack -20. Rivers and amphibious. Movement -50. Attack -20. Movement -80. Attack -80.
You get the idea.
This is literally the terrain of the entirety of the Russian everything. They're worthless. It's a nice idea, but holy fuck, they're worthless.
On top of which, again, this is only this is only supporting my theory of this is built on old meta.
Yeah, no, this is awful, but I would like, as I've said while playing Comey, just to take a stop out here, I would like two things. If the developers would listen to a humble streamer like me, I'd like two things. If I could say focus on two things, they would be this: give the free aviators a focus tree and make it a giant Ace Combat reference, and then give Gorky Tank Brigade something, cause fuck. Come on now. You could do something with this, cause they're utterly worthless.
Make them the GUP.
Make them girls in Panzer. Make the entire thing competing girls in Panzer schools.
Bukharin singing schoolgirls.
Just factories that just don't like each other, that are, creating tanks like marauding they're already marauding bandits, but these are the two things that I want. While you're over here making literally Fallout New Vegas. This is exactly what's going on here with all these factions.
Durlwanger is the Legion, the Ural League is the NCR, Orenburg is the Mojave in and of itself, and Magnetosk is
Magnetosk is the master. He's just the master.
Yes, but he's Big Mountain.
Yes. So while you're doing this giggle work over here, it's nice, even though these focus trees don't go anywhere. This is nice.
Actually, wait, no. Lazenko's just all the DLC, because you can also have Durlwanger get fucking what's it called?
What?
Sierra Madre, where he just becomes one of the fucking holograms.
We didn't see this. But yeah, while you're over there doing silly shit, there are some jokes here you could use. But apparently they're working on a sequel mod already, which, frankly, as much as I like this, I will say outright, this shit ain't done. Do not make a new mod. This shit ain't done.
Anyway.
Moving on, though. So yeah, tanks are fucking worthless, don't bother? Right, I was looking at other things, but... Right, so... Alright, also... Because I almost forgot here. Right, so we need to use our one civilian factory.
Why are you paying Zalost? Why don't not just give it to the Americans?
Because we can't trade with the Americans. They don't like us yet. That we haven't gone that one, but yeah, we go ask old bros Yevgeny Dragunov to give us some aluminum for our guns.
Anyway.
Right, so, inspection day. Mikhail Matkovsky, the Vods himself, made his way down to the Magadan garrison to inspect the quality of the troops that made up his army. The chilly morning air seemed not to have any effect on the Vods, who was in full military dress. As he and his high command approaches the troops in formation, all of the soldiers were dressed as he was and sported their weapons of war. But even before he approached them, Matkovsky could tell what poor soldiers they would make. His generals exchanged nervous glances with one another. Oh my god, they're all incompetent. Right. One soldier was too fat, the other malnourished, the third was too short, and the fourth didn't have his uniform buttons done up right. They all had the full uniform, but it seemed as if they had simply borrowed bits and pieces from their peers, as a lot of them didn't fit. All of them, not just these four, were equipped with weapons that looked like they had been outdated by the time the Germans were ravaging the west of Russia. The sorry state of affairs made it blatantly obvious to Matkovsky that on one of the most important days of their lives, these troops could barely muster together even the small shred of professionalism. The inspection ended. Matkovsky politely walking along the columns of the Magadan garrison, taking mental notes, scruffy beards, outdated weapons, ill discipline. Matkovsky knew that it wasn't their fault. For the most part, he had a chronic shortage of bodies, weapons, and officers, all of which were necessary for raising and maintaining a professional army. After the inspection, he had called a meeting of his high command, where a rare flare of anger shone through his usual professional behavior. What is going on? These are the best troops that you have to offer me? He asked his generals. A number of cursory excuses were offered, but Matkovsky put his hand up to demand their silence. I don't want to hear it. If those are the men who guard the capital, what do those on the front lines look like? How do you think we will overcome Rodzetsky? Let alone retake the entirety of Russia. I don't care what the solution is. I want you to find it, and I want to be briefed on it this time tomorrow. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Just tuned in. What path are you taking? Well... Oh, no, sorry, I have
to take over?
Yeah, you read.
Okay, move this shit over to me.
The fun route.
Rising tensions. And I'm just gonna borrow your mouse so I can actually point at the thing I'm reading because I'm a near invalid with this shit.
Yes.
It all started with a game of cards at the bar, Alexei's joint, just down the street from the port of Magadan. There are a couple of locals, their names blurring on the party report sheet, were playing blackjack. I know a thing or two about blackjack. I know how to lose $100 in Atlantic City.
Moving on.
The gamble was over a couple of drinks and several hundred rubles. Nothing big, but nothing small. Expected the night to go on as smoothly as it always did, a cruise into the moonlight as the games continued, pockets emptying and the men filing into the streets with the grace of drunken feet. 3 listless men entered the bar, new arrivals in Magadan. They were that man's men.
That name!
Werbel's men, heavily armed and heartily paid, professional soldiers that hailed from all corners of the world. They had too much free time. At first, they and the locals got along quite nicely, which is to say that they did not interact much at all. Only silent nods, a scarce eye contact bridged the difference between the group.
It's good to hear from you again.
Let's go. Thank you for resubscribing, sir. Welcome back to the show.
The uneasy truce did not last long. The listless men flirted with the girls behind the counter, and the locals did not like that. Standing up, they shouted profanities at the mercenaries in a language they did not understand. It didn't take long for the soldiers to unholster their pistols and threaten the locals. It only took a minute before one of the mercenaries accidentally fired a shot, resulting in a dead civilian who was only found hours later after the rioting that ensued. The locals, instead of being driven back by gunshots, charged the armed men, using broken bottles and chairs to attack the new arrivals. Rebel's mercenaries, dispatched as a backup for the new arrivals, got involved shortly. The party's police, who intervened to stop more bloodshed, were met with a rain of bullet and jagged glass. After a dozen dead civilians and two dozen more wounded, the riots were finally put down by force. 3 mercenaries were immediately tried and sentenced.
A gun to a
the party's
bottle
police,
fight.
for their part, did their job after 2 hours. Premonition, perhaps?
Right. No instructions required. Thank you, sir. Yes, That man. But welcome back, sir. Thank you for resubscribing. And also, unfortunately, while I could cock a gun for folly here, I'm not gonna negligently discharge. I'm sorry, the simulation ends there. But, so, wow. That man. Warbel. Mercenaries. I wonder where this could be going. Could it lead to, a haven?
A haven for soldiers who outlived their usefulness within their nations, outside of their nations.
An exterior haven, perhaps.
Exterior... no, it doesn't sound right.
No,
We're working on it.
We'll get back to you on that one.
On that note, I'm gonna go take a leak.
Right. Okay, so, acquired we're still researching that. Inner paradise? Nah, it's gotta be outside, man. It's gotta be outside, because we're not on the inside. The man's on the inside. Ah, man. Okay, so also unassigned divisions, this literally doesn't really matter all that much until the fighting actually starts, which we are very far from when the fighting starts, aside from the raids. Right, so, probably shouldn't invest in troops because we will, in fact, need army experience to do a lot of things. However, you get most of it through the focus tree, so that's really no big issue. So, right, there's that. Focus on resources there. I'm just going to scavenge for more loot because there's literally nothing else we can do. We are 2 days from artillery. Phonto, I got to ask an off-topic question. Go ahead, Sword. And there's artillery, which we will now, well, we're going to go down and research all of these wonderful attachments to artillery. However, first of all, before that, we go to land doctrine, and we take strategic theorem. Why do we take strategic theorem? Because, well, let's see here. Max entrenchment. Defense, 10%. Organization, +5. Defense, 20%. Organization, 20. And then all the way down here, organization, 10. And, breakthrough 10, organization 5, and this is really good for
infantry based.
Yes, which is most of the fighting in Russia, and also in addition to that, it's very good for conserving manpower and also standing still if you have to defend an area because you don't have enough men to move around, which is, yeah, no, that's basically the entirety of the Russian conflict. So strategic theorem is this works. I've got this to work, and I feel like every time I've chosen any other route, it's failed catastrophically, even if I'm doing the same thing, which is spamming Marines. There's even a Marine focus tree down here, but I've never got this to work unless I'm using strategic theorem. Right, so, wars are unglamorous, but there is a beauty in seeing well-planned, well-timed, and well-performed operations unfold in real time. Our generals shall prioritize practicing or perfecting this art. And it's mutually exclusive with all the other things because you can't really... we can only handle one big brain play. We only play one version of 5-dimensional chess, but right. Have you ever heard of the game Sprocket? No. What happens if you don't research that? Army stuck in line formations? No, but you don't get any bonuses, and yeah, it's kind of hard to survive without the bonuses. So Goon, what plans does Mother Base have? Yeah, about we don't. I'd love to check, but we don't have an airfield.
Yeah.
That'll change, but
Oh, also you're
all right. Yes.
Swap over for M30 to D20.
Different. Now we need to go back and upgrade 24 guns. Oh no. We have to go back and rebore everything.
A year.
We're building a weapon stronger than Metal Gear. I'll have some points on that one once we get underway here, but pretty much, yeah. And that weapon is Marines and artillery. No plans for research. Well, basically everything that Comey had. You start with, Comrade Polyparkov, and then...
Polycarpov.
Yak, MiG, other MiG, SU, MiG... SU-30s, but I don't think we'll ever get here. Well, we could, but I think most of
Wait a minute, hold on.
What?
MiG-23 for carriers, excuse me?
What? America gets thuds for carriers. Let that sink in. F-105s, carriers. Let that sink in. Also, the Tomcat doesn't exist. But let all these things sit in, but... Ski ramp, floggers... I can only see horrible things. I can only see a circus and not the good time. Not the good time. Faithless? No, you get Bearcoot. You get Bearcoot and Terminator. But I think, actually, wait a minute. I think that might be in there. You get Bearcoot and Flatpeck. But for heavy aircraft, because that might be a recon air. No, we don't actually have any spy planes, but, I believe the T-60S is actually kinda, sorta, almost the Faithless. I think.
Also, you gotta restart the music.
Oh, right, yes. And also a bunch of other meme things. So basically everything that Comey has. They don't really have anything new, which is kind of disappointing, but we'll get on with it. But, right, hang on.
We don't even get super special units like, Communist Comey does.
Yeah.
We don't get a laser tank.
Fucking Comey.
We're literally Metal Gear. We don't get a laser anything.
The funny thing is, the laser tank is apparently a real fucking thing, but Communist Comey gets it and nobody else does. It's literally a, like, what is it, T-80 hull?
Yeah, it's whatever the Russians were cooking up in like the fucking 70s.
Like, I can't remember. It starts with
this. Mind you, this was a real thing that the Soviets were actually doing.
It's like, whatchamacallit, it's Chev, I can't remember the name. It starts with an SH. But literally, you know that directed energy Humvee that we were working on? The one with the DirecTV dish that cooks people?
Yes, the 1K17
Shahadi?
SZHATIE.
Yeah, so the 1K17 SZHATIE.
Using a MSTA-S chassis. I think that's based.
That's a self-propelled gun.
Yeah, I think that's itself based.
Yeah,
on,
no, it's
okay. Yeah, based on the T-80 hull.
Right. Yeah. So I said, yeah, no, but it's literally just a fucking directed energy weapon. It is it's basically a T-80 hull with a giant microwave laser on top of it. I don't know if it worked, but it probably didn't. But unfortunately, Communist Comey is the only one that gets to have fun in that regard, and if we don't get on with it, we'll never make it in time.
It's apparently still being worked on.
What?
Russian armed forces have commissioned some types of laser weaponry. Russian Deputy Defense Minister Yuri Borisov said on August 2nd, 2016, these might be laser systems for jamming tank armament command systems or air defense anti-missile systems, citation needed. The first of these laser systems were supplied to the Russian armed forces in 2017, according to Putin, and Borisov later claimed these systems are able to destroy hostile targets instantly.
Okay, so they have fucking dazzlers. Whoa.
Anyway, we acquired advisors.
Yes, we acquired advisors from the north. Not the glow-in-the-dark kind, but strong, hearty men from Siberia. Okay, so radical techniques, but okay, preliminary arming, because boy howdy could we use that
radical techniques. Oh boy, we imported skateboards.
Just fucking Soviet troops on skateboards.
It's like all those pictures of maids on skateboards, except with more papashas. And
yes.
Political executions.
Politically radical. NKVD officers on skateboards.
Landing on people's heads.
How compelling!
Breaking their spines with the wheels.
Yeah, no, how compelling, up against the half-pipe. Right, preliminary arming! The time has come for the Siberian factories we built to bear fruit. With enough workers to staff their floors and sufficient machinery, they can begin to operate as intended. From the streets of Magadan, these factories' chimneys can be seen churning out smoke, a hint of the things they will create within. Rifles, uniforms, bullets, and even artillery guns, but mostly rifles and artillery guns.
Wait a minute, hold on, whoa, this is important.
What?
Only one communist path where Comey gets it, and it is the United Soviet Federation. The guy literally wants to create the Federation from Star Trek, except it's more dystopian. The United Soviet Federation path also includes the Chronoplan and Object 270. We might have to do this, Nick!
Oh, so you basically go, alright, I'm just, like, you go down this path, and then all of a sudden, you just turn Russia into fucking modernist propaganda Russia. Fucking everyone becomes two-dimensional, like, impressionist fucking just... jaw, like, fucking cutting, like, diamond-cutting jaw Supermen.
Oh, shit, we may have to do that now. Anyway.
But why doesn't anyone else get this? The modernists are in Tomsk.
Of fucking course they are.
Yes, Lysenko would be proud. Yes, he would.
Fuck Lysenko, he's crazy! He scares me!
No. At the thought of this, Lysenko's sanity is high.
little meme in there for you TNO purists there.
I feel like that should be a reaction image. But right, so...
Yeah, Lysenko's fucking crazy.
Right, so... Even artillery guns and shells lurk inside them. The party has triumphed again in the most desperate of situations, and Matkovsky is pleased. It is time to arm the militant wing of the party. With adequate equipment, our soldiers will stand to fight the Reds, the Tsars, or Rodzetsky. Rodzetsky. Fucking Amor.
Hold on, let me fucking...
With much greater strength, even if it is a mistake to underestimate them so early. This advantage will afford us the opportunity we need to unify the Far East as Matkovsky gears up for a crusade to liberate the motherland from the clutches of suffering and disunity. Unity and healing.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. As all of outcomes aren't really that radical, but unique. I feel like Comey is like the centerpiece of all of the work put into Russia.
No, good guy Comey. Yeah, good guy Comey. You mean Funny Clock Man, right? Yeah.
Yeah, right now, Funny Clock Man, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's good. Yeah, Alexei lives.
Yes. We'll get back to winning that, but literally big boss first. Anyway, moving on.
Once we get him, finally. Let me actually see how you pronounce that guy.
The United Soviet Federation has a lot of other wacky shit, but I will not spoil it. What could possibly go, expand upon fucking Acranoplans and fucking laser tanks? We'll eventually finish Funny Clock Man. Yes, because I'm avoiding spoiling it for me because I want to see the horror. What Soviet tank was was the Wedge? 280?
290.
So
490.
I think the Object 279. That's the UFO tank. The only good guy in TNO is Lexian. He ain't fucking here.
But he lives.
He lives. I have it on good authority that he's out there somewhere, but he's not here right now. Right, Lonely Nights. On the surface, Sergei Dmitrievich yeah, fine, do it. Right, fine. I need a break. I need to
actually drink water for fuck's sake.
I've been drinking water. I have to go to the bathroom, so you take over.
Okay, fine. I'll take over I'm already here. Okay, whatever.
Yes, you're fine.
I'll look over and see what you miss. And then I'll take over for myself, and okay.
I would call this a coup, however, that word's getting around a lot.
Yeah.
Right back, folks!
And we're off again in America. Lonely Nights. On the surface, Sergei Dmitrievich Solovyev was... Solovyev. There we go. Okay, yeah, totally. Got it. Was not a dangerous man to the RFP. His printing press allowed all of the party's guidelines and regulations, and he lent them his business from time to time to print propaganda. However, on nights like these, with the moon nowhere in sight and accompanied by a single oil lamp, he let his facade drop. He unscrewed the flask and drank some terrible vodka he had saved from the local distillery. Wretched stuff, but there was nothing better. The party took the cream of the crop for themselves, don't they always? He returned to the desk, his figure throwing shadows in all directions. Sergei was in his office. Fuck me, Christ. Sergei was in his office, in his element. He considered lighting up a cigarette while he worked. I know that one. But decided against it. Sitting down, he glanced at the pamphlets he had written, satisfied at his work. Soon, the garbage collection detail would come and collect his pieces, distributing them amongst the streets of Magadan. He paid them a small sum to keep quiet about it. Leaning down, Sergei almost dozed off before a thought knocked on his skull. Why did he do this? Resistance to the party was minuscule, and his men were more loyal to his money than anything else he could offer. He looked at his oil lamp, its fuel running low, a single candle light holding out against a backdrop of darkness. Symbolism was not lost on Sergei. Perhaps in a few days, in a few weeks, maybe even a year, he would find himself in the basement, moments away from being snuffed out. He put aside his worries. A knock sounded. Sergei stood to answer it. Members of a past age.
Wow, that got dark. Oh wait, no, we're playing TNO. Alright, I'm back.
There's plenty of water. I checked the fridge.
That one's unopened.
Yeah. No, this one's mine. This is yours.
This was over here.
Wasn't mine.
For once, my cat is actually behaving, so...
Yeah, he was sleeping before.
Okay.
Maybe Tannerite Cat is not his future.
Alright. As we were, back on this wonderful road. Okay, so, still researching. Preliminary arming is still going, so we just keep going. do a Kemrovo run. As it is led by a mentally unstable monarch, but his state is actually a very nice place to live. The entire country is one big contradiction. It's led by an ex-Soviet general who declared himself the second coming of the House of Rurik.
Oh yeah, he shows up.
All right, Rurik II has spiritual advisors, yet his country is officially state like the Soviets.
Yeah, well, Stalin also called for the priest when he was dying, so...
Yet they have neo-traditionalist aesthetics. There is the emergence of a new nobility, yet unions have lots of power. It is glorious. It is effectively the final outcome of Hegelian dialects. I mean, yes, sir. I also know about that one guy that literally declares himself the God Emperor. But also, the Mongolian Civil War. In a shocking turn of events that happens literally every time this fucking happens. In a shocking turn of events, the world watches in awe as the remnants of the Red Army based in Mongolia declare war upon the co-prosperity spheres Mongolia, and won. The peace treaty stipulates that the sphere will not interfere in the Red Army's activities in the east, a sure sign of the expansionist goals of its leader, General Alexander Vasilievsky, right. A military man and one of the finest generals of the decrepit Soviet Union, Vasilievsky now turns his attention to the northern factories of the central Siberia, where many once thought his brand of Red Army survivors little more than a horde of starving Mongolian bandits. It would seem that the many warlords vying for supremacy over the shattered Union now have yet another opponent, from the taiga to British seas. The Red Army stands above all. Is it just me? Did everything get blue? Oh, it's night. Everything got really vaporwave all fucking Jesus. There it is. Okay. Everything got really fucking blue there. Also, that's a sound. What's the sound? I hit... Oh!
No, Tito, no!
Oh, no! It's Tito! Remember, the sun never sets...
Don't do it, Tito!
The sun never sets in Yugoslavia. Fucking... Yeah. Eastern European transplants. The Croatian autumn. While much of Europe seems to be in a night without dawn, over Croatia a red star rises. Forces of the partisan Josip Broz Tito, a hero to all of the oppressed peoples of the Balkans, the boogeyman of the Italian occupiers, and notable cause of civilian casualties, have finally triumphed in Croatia. Thanks in part to CIA funding, but we're not going to talk about that.
We're just shipping him Jacksons like we did in the 50s.
As the new administration cements itself in Zagreb, already lists of reactionaries and collaborators are being drawn up for detention and re-education. They also, though many of the accused were undoubtedly party to the crimes of the Italian occupiers and the Ustase, others were quite possibly in the wrong place at the wrong time.
As these things usually go.
The communist takeover is certainly not the end of the Croatian state, but it is perhaps a wilting of the national spirit. The populace seems to be enthusiastic for both the reprisals as well as the ongoing conflict with Italy, but the long-term feasibility of both of these policies is certainly questionable. What will the future bring? Tito fucking loses because that's every single fucking time.
You may be able to win if you play as Tito, but
yeah, no, unless you just also kick, see you later. But yeah, no, if you might be able to win if you play as Tito, but however, I've never seen Tito win, unfortunately. However, yes, he's drawing up a list. All those people are going to ride the train. You know the train I'm talking about, the one with the Hellcat turret. That was sent down a rail line full of explosives. It was, I can't remember the express, but it was something the express.
Yeah, Yugoslavia. The Krajina Express.
Yes, that was used as basically a rolling fortress to great effect, and then was sent down a line towards an enemy factory full of explosives, and no one knows what happened after that. Tito's just absolutely fantastic. I remember seeing a Reddit post where Tito won against Italy and annexed it all. You probably cheated. Tito, you cheating bastard! You pressed tilde, you cheating bastard!
God bless Tito.
He's
the only hope for fucking Yugoslavia.
What will Tito do next? Tune in next time. Right, so, winterized gear, or radical techniques. I'm gonna say winterized gear, because we need both of these to progress anyway. So, right. Gains national spirit, winterized gear, which grants division attrition negative 10%, winter attrition negative 50%, cold acclimatization gain factor plus 50%, which is, it's real fucking cold, but we kind of get used to it after a while. So yeah, if you haven't realized, Siberia is really fucking cold, and also this kind of benefits special forces since they have, if I remember correctly, very good acclimatization to these certain things. So this is why Magadan's Marines works real fucking well, I guess. Right. Among all the ways that the Far East can be inhospitable, the most prominent is its low temperature. It's real fucking cold in Siberia. To move in the cold Siberian winter is hard. To fight in it is even harder. Worse, the gear that our soldiers currently use often decays or is otherwise useless in the harsh weather. The cat is biting my feet. We must find a solution as the winter conditions are a near constant concern for our troops, or for the troops. Moreover, acquiring more durable equipment for the Siberian winter could give our soldiers another crucial advantage against our enemies. Matkovsky will order all military equipment to be winterized, as most of our equipment is not ready to be used in low temperatures. This will be a lengthy and involved process. However, this is a struggle we must endure. The eventual liberation of Russia will take everything we have, and this small inconvenience is nothing compared to that challenge. Someday, when Matkovsky rules Russia, all of this will prove worth it. It will prove worth. Prove worth. Not there yet. Can't spoil anything. Not there yet.
One day that man will arrive.
One day. Well, he's technically already here. Not in person, though.
Oh, yeah, but his men are here. Why are his men here?
That's
a good question. Why are his men here?
They're on outer ops, clearly. He's just sitting there playing his mobile game, gaining resources. They're on expedition. They keep looking.
Hey, we're up to 2.03 a month.
Right, and also, hey, we have more factories. But yes, no, Warbell's men, they keep coming into my shop asking for loot boxes. I don't know what they are. Right, so...
Probably anti-tank equipment, or
probably anti-tank equipment. Support equipment also, but we don't have the tents yet, so we'll get to that. But anti-tank equipment is probably the next thing that we...
Well, I mean, we need it also for support artillery.
Yes, this is true. So, yes, so anti-tank equipment, and if we manage to get a fourth factory, we will also get support equipment. And then we'll basically be producing...
we will have these things eventually. Not now, but eventually.
Really, by the time we get support equipment, that's basically all four things that you need to do until we want to go down the wacky road of fucking helicopter infantry, which is... Also, I haven't got it to work yet.
Yeah, about Africa, we never get to do that.
That's funny. You actually you don't actually get anywhere near literal jungle work, which is kind of funny. But moving on.
You never have the option to get involved with that as Big Boss.
Right, so 86 days for Marines, and then strategic.
No, 84 days.
It's going. The number's counting down as I read it. It's instinct. It's already obsolete by the time it leaves my mouth. Technology, man. Want to try this?
Yeah. There's got to be a better way for this. Trading faces. Hey, it's you. Tom turned to meet the eager Russian horse. Wait, hold on. I need to reread that to make sure I said that. Okay. Wow. Okay. Tom turned to... Where the hell... God damn. Tom turned to meet the eager Russian whose slurred speech and broken English could most likely be attributed to the bottle he clutched. The frankness of the drunkard reminded him of back home. It was an amusing end to the long day. You got it all wrong, pal, he started to say. Oh, don't make merry with me, American. You're John, his brow furrowed, unable to conjure a full name. The famous hero in the cowboy hat. Come with me.
John Wayne, is that you? Is this me?
An arm slinked around Tom's shoulders as the pair began walking towards the city center. Tom thought for a moment, glancing over his shoulder back towards his crew and the sad, cold dockyard they inhabited. For a split second, he prepared to shake the man off when his posture relaxed and his resistance stopped. May not be John Wayne for a while.
No, look at me. I'm John Wayne now.
The two men eventually reached a bar, and Thomas Tremblay's newfound comrade, Alexander, kicked open the doors violently. Brothers! Look at the American who has decided to come smuggling into our port. The one from the movies! Blank faces stared back at the unfolding spectacle, seemingly annoyed at the disruption. Tom grinned, mustering a ham-fist southern drawl. Well, howdy, folks!
Howdy, y'all! SpongeBob voice. Howdy, y'all! Howdy, y'all!
The room erupted into jovial cheers and laughter. Many, having been drunken into a stupor themselves, indulged the fantasy. Others simply indulged in a good time. Tom was one such man, playing his part and chatting between beers for much of the night. Today had been a good day after all. A warm night in a cold, cold place.
That feeling when you drink so much vodka, SpongeBob turns into John Wayne. But yes, casual time with mercenaries in Magadan. Fun times for everyone. Magadan town.
Fun times in Magadan again. Yeah, that doesn't roll off the tongue as good. Fun times with Warbell again.
I'm trying to think of lyrics, but I'm giggling too much at the thought of it. Don't slow down in armor or you'll die. Come see our town that has one street. Buy a house.
The one factory looks like a Scooby-Doo ghost town.
Buy a house for the price of a VCR.
I mean, that one's still...
That's not inaccurate. That one could just be moved over. We have
Our
way
very
too...
next word is crippling depression. They see that some of these lines are still working.
We have way too much fun with Hearts of Iron, I swear to God. We're all goddamn canceled, but... Right, so, radical techniques. This calls for...
A skateboard and a man's neck.
Yes, this calls for an extreme alteration. Right. The Far East is a wild, wild land, sparsely inhabited even during the Union and Empire. Without the civilization to sustain the Russian expansion east, life has become challenging and unrelenting. In the forests and tundras of Siberia, war does not assume the character it has further west. Tanks are fucking useless. With no significant infrastructure to speak of, warfare in the north has been reduced to skirmishes between the little powers that battle for control of the Far East. To come out on top in Siberia would mean abandoning the general precepts of war as it is taught in Europe. Tanks? What do you mean tanks no war? Air Force? What the fuck do we look like?
What do we look like, those Americans and their bone steel?
We'll talk about Comrade Bone Steel one day. General Bone Steel.
The third.
Right, no, but yes. Dimitri comes to me in trench. He says, while we are being shot at by fascists in Amur, he says, Tovarishch, come and see you. Why do we not have air support? We need close air support to help us with this assault. And I look at him and I say, you want air support? Give me a piece of paper so I can throw a plane at Amur. I'd throw a paper plane at Amur. There's your close air support.
Paper cut.
Now get the fuck back in the trench! For the sake of our cause, we must leave behind everything we knew. We knew things? Sir, we have polyparticles in surface. Actually, no, I wouldn't be able to build them. They'd be yick. Right, so, for the sake of our cause, we must leave behind everything we know. After all, the methods of war change to fit the ages. Our soldiers will receive a radical new training regime. Basic training. Based on the lessons we have learned from the Siberian natives. Soon the forests and tundras of Siberia will be like the plains and fields of Western Russia to us. Just don't bring any fucking tanks here. With no obstacle to stop us, aside from the trees, from attacking the enemy, whether it be Rodzevsky, the Tsarist, or even the Reds. Right, so, yes, right, on to just to note the bone steel thing. So, right, in this game, you have generals that are based on mostly real people. America has a general by the name of, what was his first name?
Ah, fuck, let me quickly look him up.
What was his name?
Yes. Charles H. Bonesteel III.
Charles H. Bonesteel III, which is proving Hideo Kojima's naming convention totally right, and I shit you not, the man wears an eye patch. We left him guarding South Korea.
He doesn't wear an eye patch. He wears a pair of glasses with one of the eyes blacked out.
Yes, he apparently had a, what was it, a
detached
cornea?
Detached cornea.
Right, yeah, no, he wears birth control glasses that actually look like an eye patch. This man exists, and you can have him as a general in TNO. I swear to God, me and Martin here have joked about him playing America and me playing Magadan and going down the fun route, and then just having Bonesteel be my CIA contact. Cause you know, it's totally not Hot Cold Man. Life Death Man. General Bonesteel the Third. And yes, it is the third. Birth control glasses, that's a phrase I've never heard before. That's the nickname for the standard issue glasses in the army. They're really fucking thick. They can stop a bullet and a date. Which is why they call them that. Right, so start researching that. When are you getting your eye patched BCGs? Also, yes, they're also called BCGs, which birth control glasses. I forget what an acronym actually means, but they're actually standard issue military equipment. They're really goddamn thick and unattractive, thus the name. The cat is kind of weaseling around on top of my my computer tower. Birth control glasses? What the fuck? You give the military enough fucking time and they'll come up with everything. I figured that was actually pretty common, so I figured people knew about that one. I have eye patch glasses somewhere since I am blind in my left eye from optical nerve damage. Well, that's unfortunate, Diabeto. But yeah, no, we had this man in the American military and we left him guarding South Korea. I figured this is a waste. We should have had. Think of how much more effective and optimistic all of our military campaigns since the 50s would have been with General Bonesteel at the helm. Creighton Abrams, nah, it doesn't have a good enough ring to it. Send in Bonesteel. He'll take care of North Vietnam.
He certainly took care of Africa in our African run.
Yes, we did that. We actually won the South African War.
Twice!
Yes.
Only one time did we cheat, because we couldn't get the U.S. involved at all.
Right, and also, yeah, sequence broke somehow and it didn't work.
Boy, get off me.
Also, the war took so long, we actually drove RFK insane.
Yes, RFK is in a mental institution now.
Yeah, there's one little event that's rather disturbing. But right, so, Brazil wins World Cup final. The 1962 FIFA World Cup has today drawn to a close with the 3-1 victory of defending champions Brazil over Hungary in Santiago. Whilst Chile's ability to host the 1962 World Cup has been questioned following a devastating earthquake in the country 2 years ago, the Chilean effort to rebuild and complete the preparations earned international admiration. The tournament became marred in controversy, however, with violent clashes erupting between the Italians and Chilean teams in what the media has labeled the Battle of Santiago. Local police forces were later required when violence erupted between German and Hungarian fans following the German semi-final 2-1 defeat against Hungary, with Germany finishing in 4th place after going on to lose the 3rd place playoff against host Chile. Not exactly the goal cost. Congratulations to the champions. Congratulations. Alright, so where are we right now? Alright, so 62 days, right? Construction going nowhere fast. Production, right. 200 Papashas. Look at us go. We have 4 whole anti-tank grenades. 4 whole anti-tank grenades. Don't use them. They're very precious. Throw potatoes instead. But also do not throw potatoes. Remember to get the potatoes. We need them to eat. Alright, so, behind the screens. The crowd was rejoicing, a rare sight in Russia. Their cinemas didn't even have levels for their seats. And the people below had to compete and shove others out of the way for a glimpse of the silver screen. Thomas sat in the projection booth nursing a bottle of vodka, personally given by the Vaud, who was sitting at the front. He took a sip, expecting the bitter flavor to overwhelm him. Instead, it felt light, tasting of dirt. Horrible. He put it down, settling it behind his ankles. Shit, but not the shit I was expecting. Thomas stared at the image, a blurry mess of green blobs charging black dots on the screen. Today's movie was an adaptation of a famous American comic book, Captain America. For Thomas, a connoisseur supreme of the movie industry, the film was trash. Its projection and audio were even worse than the script. He had found out too late that the lens didn't fit, and he had to prop it in with some tape. The result was a screen infested with permanent blur and crackling, and the crackling, scarce, and incomplete audio made the viewing experience into something fantastical. Mikhail Matkovsky, the Vauds of all over Russia, the Vauds of the Russians, as he styled himself, sat at the front, a charismatic, almost intimidating man. It was almost comical to see him laughing at what Americans would think was garbage. Intelligence, it seemed, did not uplift taste. The hero charged at the enemy, and the brown blots collapsed and tumbled backwards. The crowd cheered, and the air was that of discordant revelry. Thomas leaned down to pick up his bottle of vodka, only to send it tumbling and spilling all over the floor. He sighed. It was going to be a long, long night. Yes, Captain America beats Hitler. The Russian crowd goes wild. Woo. Oh! Well.
Okay, we're not a completely cursed timeline.
Okay, so everything's fine. The Civil Rights Act of 1962, after years of protest, political infighting, and rising discontent across the nation. This may be a watershed moment. While the Republican Democrats had dragged their feet on the issue for years, Vice President Kennedy...
also the Republicans and the Democrats formed their own party, for those not aware.
Right, so basically what happened was that, the Democrats were in power and lost World War II to the point where the Democratic Party collapsed, and in order to save face, they basically united with the Republicans, forming a one-party state.
Meanwhile, Patton made the NPP.
Yes, Patton is progressive, don't you know? He's very progressive. He's going to take the Shermans and drive them over there. Everywhere.
He's going to reorder the Nazis to invade the Soviets. He's progressing the front line.
No, he's a radicalized, say. He wants to take the Clarks, because they're not Pattons, because Patton's still alive.
Yeah.
He's going to take his M60 Clarks and drive them backwards over the French countryside. Right. Is it the Mr. Patton's party? Yes, you could say it like that, but it's the National Progressive Party. But yes, no, it's Mr. Patton's wild ride. Curtis LeMay is also in there.
Yeah. Because everyone remembers the 1968 election where he was fucking George Wallace's running mate.
You can get them to win, and horrible things can happen if you lean a certain way after that. Horrible, horrible things.
Can you say Yaki?
I don't know if most people know who Yaki is, but this game will tell you who Yaki is, and then you will regret knowing who Yaki is. But anyway, we've gotten over that. Clearly that's not going to happen. Right. Vice President Kennedy spearheaded a bill named the Civil Rights Act of 1962, but found harsh competition in the president himself, who desired to postpone the issue longer. Tricky Dick says, we'll do it later. Recent events, however, sparked a change in the Senate, who, fearing a civil conflict, quickly ratified the bill. Let's not do any likenesses or comparisons to today. No, moving on. While the bill had been celebrated nationwide, it has caused other issues. Tensions between Kennedy and Nixon are high, with the president's actions against the bill causing the public's opinion of him to drop even further, as Southern politicians have begun defecting to the NPP en masse. Oh, just the other political party. Right. Many fear this will be a tipping point in American politics, a turning point in the story of their nation. No, as I recall, MacArthur is dead. Actually, well, yes, but there are super events where MacArthur just comes back and...
custom super events.
Yes, they're custom super events where it's California Dreaming and MacArthur is invading Japan.
Yes.
I kind of want to see these. But anyway, moving on. Everything's fine here. Everything's great.
We still haven't been raided yet.
Yeah,
it's already June.
Yeah, it's one loot. The AI doesn't seem terribly interested. Yes, the collapse of the Triumvirate. I now know how to say that word.
Triumvirate.
Triumvirate.
Triumvirate. The trumpets.
Yes, trumpets. Right. The cornucopia of the Mediterranean. Yes.
Oh, look at you, Korean, with your knowledge of Italian.
Triumvirate. Yeah, you saw. I thought I was on a roll. Anyway, in the wake.
Yeah, that's in Valkyria.
What?
That word's in Valkyria. I just remembered that.
Triumvirate. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, in the wake of the bombing of the Triumvirate, I wonder if Gladio was involved. Conference in Malta. Yeah, no, Gladio was involved. It would appear as though whatever chances the fragile alliance had went down in the flames. The incident proving to be the final straw for many. Both the Kaludos, I don't know how to say that, and the Turkish president have now declared their respective countries' desire to leave the alliance. With two of the alliance's three major powers leaving, it is safe to say that the days of the Triumvirate are over.
Triumvirate.
Yes. Triumvirate.
Well, I'm gonna triumvirate.
I'm gonna try really hard here, but I'm not gonna make it. Already, Turkey has made fresh calls for its territorial rights and ambitions in the region to be respected, particularly in regard to Cyprus and the Levant.
Because both those territories haven't been hotly contested ever.
Right, no, it's clearly the Ottoman Empire will reign supreme.
Oh, let's see how this goes.
Bold
move. Let's see how it plays out.
Right. With the Italian military being mobilized in response to Turkish movements in Syria.
Oh no.
On their part, the Iberians have expressed little desire to keep up significant relations with their former allies, Iberia instead looking inwards towards its own problems. The many, many inward problems. It was only a matter of time. Damn it, Gladio.
Yes, Operation Reverse Gladio's in effect.
Yeah, no, we lose World War II, but Gladio still happens. There's still CIA men running around giving guns to anyone who says, well, it's not really the communists now, it's probably the fascists.
It's anyone who says, yeah, we want to kick the fascist ass.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. More factories. It's time to get absolutely fucking
actual
radical.
Gladio, where it was, man, we really hate communists.
Right. So now that we've researched radical techniques, I'm going to do what is called a sick nasty maneuver here and continue down the tree, sitting out the winter.
Hey, kitty.
My cat is crawling around behind my monitors.
Just a little climbing all over the monitors.
Wants to be involved.
Get back up here, you little shit. I wanted to take a picture of you.
Too late.
Fuck you.
We have done...
I will turn you into a Tannerite cat!
We have done all that we can. The factories and farms stand, their produce finding their way to the soldier and citizen alike. Native advisors have trained our men into hardened soldiers capable of surviving the inhospitable far eastern climate while maintaining combat effectiveness. The winterization order is complete. The equipment churned out by our manufactories are now capable of performing in low temperatures. Congratulations, we added cold.
Yeah.
We are ready to act, but winter is coming.
Oh, fuck you.
Real subtle, guys. But then again, once we start going a certain way, you're gonna see these writers have no subtlety, but they're still glorious. Right. There is not much we can do against the forces of nature. We must sit the winter out and station the soldiers to perform maintenance on the telegram poles and roads. Patrols will still happen to ensure that Matkovsky's domain will remain free of crime and banditry. But no combat exercises will take place. All units will operate as usual, adjusting for weather. When it ends, there is an enormous task that awaits us all, and Matrovsky shall stand ready at the helm. Yeah.
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 Right.
Yeah, right.
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 In this timeline, they helped Fidel Castro get into power in Cuba.
Partially certain that the CIA helped him get into power anyway.
I mean, yeah, but clearly we didn't.
Except this time, Castro was playing it straight.
Yes, but yeah, of course. Most of the time when the CIA does.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah.
Tito, no!
Tito, no!
Where is he?
There he is. Where Croatia used to be. Or sorry, no, Bosnia used to be.
Tito, why? Don't do it!
Wait, no, that is Croatia.
Oh, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Wait, no, he's doing it. He's doing all right. He only lost one province. It's not like everyone down here is now cut off.
Now they are.
Yep. I mean, yes, but moving on here.
Technically, yes, but no.
Desperate times.
Clock.
And now...
Clock.
Now we begin the choice. Actually, we do all of these. This isn't the choice yet. Right. So, desperate times. After all that we have done, it has come to this. Our food supplies are running out, our winterized equipment barely works in the winter winds, and our farms and factories are non-functional. Oh no! What do you mean growing corn in Siberia wasn't a good idea?
What do you mean it doesn't work?
Make it work!
What do you mean infertile?
The winter might have come and gone, but it has left its mark on our efforts to stabilize the realm and gain traction amid the harsh Siberian conditions. Perhaps it is time to look outward, using Matkovsky's plans to reach out to foreign powers and emigres. It's got them funny. It's got them funny lines where words don't make sense to Americans. To support his cause in Russia. Right. We have three options that we can go through. The Tsar residing in Cheetah is our unwilling enemy at the best, but perhaps we can convince his clique to accept a ceasefire. The Americans, under their President Nixon, not for very long, but may be inclined to support us provided we make them promises to reform. Finally, the Russian emigres.
People who left.
Right. The most prominent of whom is the influential fascist Anastasy Wozniacki might be persuaded through their resources behind our cause. Regardless of whom we convince to support us, one thing is clear: the party will not survive alone. It ain't a party if you're there by yourself. But Mr. Tito, why? Wait, no, he's invaded Bosnia. Tito!
Tito, no!
Tito, Italy has declared war on us! What are we going to do?
Invade Bosnia!
Now it's finally time to get rid of those Bosnians, says Tito. God damn it, Tito, why? Anyway, Radio Free Magadan. The broadcast started wrong. Before the talk show began, the Magadan Free Radio played a sequence of songs plagued by cracking audio. The inexperienced crews of the MFR, fascist, unused to any other work than thuggery, had mixed the sound with too much bass and mistakenly placed the treble dial. What? Mistakenly? Oh, well, just too much treble, too much bass. The audio cuts. A thump, two thumps. Is this thing on? A coarse voice said, his lips smacking too close to the microphone. Oh, it is. Okay, we're good. Another voice, a smooth baritone, said from the far corner of the room.
We're live, what the hell are you saying?
Trembling on the table as the voice closed in. Three tapes on the table.
Taps.
Oh, right. Trembling on the table as the voice closed in. 3 taps on the table, right. Follow the script! And awkward pause. Did you forget to disconnect the microphone? Did you? SI.
This is such a fucking disaster.
An electric discharge sounded as the mic was unplugged. The badly mastered songs continued, rattling the first broadcast of the MFR. The audio cuts out again. The coarse voice returned, still a little too close to the mic. Hello, fellow Russians in the Far East. Welcome to the very first broadcast of Magadan Free Radio. Lip smacking. My name is Sergey. I'm the host of the radio tonight, alongside my friend Sergey's voice trails off. A few moments later, he shouted into the mic, likely blowing out a few eardrums. Vasily! Vasily took his seat audibly. With a little sigh, he began.
Yes, with my friend Sergey here, we shall accompany you through many, many cold Siberian nights in the future.
An affected cheer. For now, we'd like to thank Mr. Matkovsky, the VODs of the RFP, for sponsoring this program. An awkward silence as the clock ticks in the background. For now, let's proceed with the music. Just before the audio turned on again, the smooth baritone said, "What the fuck is wrong with..." Moving on. Radio Free Magadan ASMR when? Just turn into
when America collapses and I get this fucker to start a radio station.
I mean, yes, but listen to a Russian number station and, in the meantime, I guess.
War in the desert.
War in the desert. But yes, Magadan Free Radio. Radio Free Magadan. If Stalker had hosts like Fallout New Vegas. It's probably what it would be like. But anyway, War in the Desert. Ever since the Second World War ended, Turkey has never been pleased with their share of the spoils. Far too many Turks ended up outside their borders. These long simmering tensions have exploded today as Turkish President Alparslan Turks has announced that a state of war now exists between the Turkish Empire, or Turkish Republic, and the Italian Empire. Despite being former allies, the war has already proven extremely popular in Turkey. Young nationalists and party members marched through the streets of Ankara, calling on Turks to lead us to victory, or Turks, to lead us to victory. Comparatively, in Italy, the public has shown little to no support of the war, with many questioning why Italy is even in Cyprus in the first place.
Yeah, don't that fucking sound
What a way to treat a former ally. Anyway, how's that Tito boy doing?
He's,
Where are you, Tito? Actually, he's winning.
No, I wouldn't say winning, but you fucking...
No.
Nick, every fucking time you start saying he's winning, he immediately starts to lose.
Tito, why? Meanwhile, an ultimatum. We have received an ultimatum from Yakuta. They are demanding that we hand over a tribute of loot, or else they will raid us and take it from us anyways. We are at an impasse to decide. We decide to engage in confrontation with Yakuta, possibly risking our men dying at the hands of our enemies?
Yes.
Or do we instead stand down and cave in to their demands, giving them the desired loot, allowing our men to live to fight another day? Fuck you, Yakuta only has literally cavalry. I don't mean cavalry as in mechanized, I mean...
Literally, just scrolling.
Literally horse cavalry. But yes. Also, they have to amphibiously assault against our river.
And yes, Ivanissimo, any radio station that is the only radio station will automatically increase whatever beliefs they produce.
Yes. Desperate times are here. It is 1962, and we are being raided by horse cavalry.
Yes.
This is happening. But it's also not going to really take very long because our troops are actually somewhat trained. They're not the troops we're going to be taking into the war as it will unfold, but yeah, no, we're winning very handedly.
Yeah.
They have an attack power of 10.
Yeah.
Oh no!
There goes Tito.
Oh no!
Yeah, there goes Tito.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
Also Croatia in general.
Well, what a shame. But yes, we have two. Funny, as I begin to understand how defensive all these values work, our units have 275 defense, which each point of defense blocks a point of attack, so they are doing literally no damage. Or like a fourth of the damage. Well, there it is. The Italian Empire has announced that with the capture of Zagreb by Italian soldiers following Operation Teuta, Tito's rebellion in Croatia has been toppled, and the upstart regime will be reintegrated into the Italian Empire. The partisans are fleeing into the hills of Croatia to wage a guerrilla war on Italy, and it appears that Italy will have to maintain a significant presence in the nation for years to come. Multiple nations have already condemned this intervention as a brutal repression of Croatian self-determination. While the partisans will keep fighting for socialism and liberation, it appears that the dream of Croatian independence has been shattered. Winter has come to Croatia. Tito is gone.
Well, they didn't exactly say that, but...
The enemy is defeated. Hooray! Guns and political power. Right, so how do we Oh, right! We can...
It begins!
It begins. Well...
Improve relations.
I could do this because I have just so much goddamn political power, but let's see what we can do out of the warlords.
Yes, but we need the guns.
Yes. Though another thing that I will say about this, unless you go down specifically the we're an American asset route,
we are a true American.
You don't really get very much out of that, but there really isn't anything at all, so we're just gonna go say hi to Uncle Sam. Right, so, but before we do that, Anastasy Alexandrovich...
Not even fucking close, mate.
Andreevich. Right, sorry.
Jesus Christ, Goon.
Von Zinetsky, I'm sorry. What, you think my Russian's any better than yours?
Okay, point, but... There's Alexandrovich and Andreevich. Those are two very different looking...
Yeah, getting high enough attack in this game is kind of hard. Yes and no. Depends on what you're doing and if you're fighting the AI or not. But as I've said, the answer is Marines and artillery. Only Marines and artillery. And maybe a couple of bodies. A couple of divisions that are basically just bodies that stand there. Just get chaos. Yes and no.
Yes and no.
If Goon messes up pronunciation, take a drink.
We have no alcohol and I must scream.
Right. So, the Volds.
Yeah, that's one thing we could do before I leave.
What?
Drunk TNO night.
Yeah! No. Then we'll actually be canceled, and that will just be awful.
I never said we stream it, I just said we record it.
As he prefers to be known, the Vods of the Russians. Wait, he's the Vod. Wait, what?
Don't worry about it, Tavarish.
Is the leader of the fascist MRGs in America. Really? Once a close partner of the Russian Fascist Party, Rodzavitsky, or pro-German rhetoric drove him away. Leading his own political organization of white Russian MRGs, the RFO. He has garnered significant support from Russia.
No, Ivan Simon. Not true.
I mean, you can't spam Marines anymore in the base game because of the Special Forces limit. In this
the base game, yeah.
The base game, but this is using a much older version of Hearts of Iron's balance, as we have seen, or rather, we believe. But you can spam Marines in this, and
especially as fucking Omsk.
Yeah.
Holy shit, they have a huge Special Forces limit.
You can get away with that. I've done it several times. Granted, this is the easiest difficulty, but yeah, no, the Special Forces limit in this game isn't terribly restrictive as long as you go down the research path. But anyway, got a significant support from the Russian refugees currently residing in the United States. Now that we have split from from Amur, perhaps Von Siatsky.
Man, I can't wait till Smith gets here.
Yeah, no, we can just stop saying all this shit. Von Siatsky would reconsider his support of the Republican Fascist Party. Having
also Russian.
Or Russian. Republican sorry about that slip. Mm-hmm. Having the backing of the foreign-based RFO would give us a source of income untouched by the bandit raids of Amor or others. Along with this new stream of income, there are rumors that he knows one of the most dangerous men in America, a former OSS operative named Mitchell Warbell III. If there is a chance that VODs can put us in touch with him, we must reach out immediately. Yes, Warbell. Casual reminder that Warbell, as we will see him, was actually a real person. There's apparently a CIA debrief on the man that you can find online. And apparently he was working in Asia during World War II for the OSS and was paid in 5-pound bags of opium. This happened.
God bless America.
Apparently he went to go work for, he went to go work for a department store after the war back in the States. These are all things that happened. You now know this. Okay, so war planning, don't really need it. External investments, don't really need it. Focus on research. Yes. Thank you.
For a second there, I thought your brother was trying to beat out fucking Blue Monday on his drums there.
I didn't hear it because I can't hear shit through these headphones. Okay, that's two things at once, but okay, so that's completed, but this one came first. American business in Magadan. A new ship arrived at our port this morning, emerging out of the crisp fog with the rustling of the deep waves. She was oddly clean looking, large, modern. Many on the Horn were sure they were Americans, but why were they here? Nobody on the Horn knew, as the men at our port scrambled to prepare for a potential rogue ship. A voice on the other side of the radio responded, "Hello, Magadan. This is the Porter, inbound from Seattle. We're here to provide commercial aid to this port on request of the government. Will you let us dock? The radio room fell silent. As far as everyone knew, there was no official order to let an American ship dock at our shipyard. Some in the radio room were furious and were considering calling the city garrison. Others were vastly supportive, not opposed to American economic aid. Most did not care, and were simply worried about the uncertainty of this event. However, after a bit of bickering and impatience on the other side, a single voice was spoken through the radio. This is Magadan. You can dock. A businessman in a black suit walked out, looking at the sky around him while puffing a cigarette. Several men behind him were beginning to unload crates full of valuable industrial material and civilian supplies. As the dock administrators approached in front of him, eyeing the seemingly endless supply of surplus arriving on their shores, he extinguished his cigarette and smiled warmly. Gentlemen, you'd best make room for more ships with this aid, since more are coming. Let the money flow. Gee, I wonder where this aid could be coming from. But anyway, the Count of Fascism.
Want me to take over?
Yes, please.
Want to just swap out every time?
I suppose so, one after the other.
Makes sense.
Sure. Right.
Okay, time for terrible Russian. Zdrova, brother Matovsky. A man hailed from the piers of the harbor. Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, yes. It's better for me to just lean over like that.
Boat time. It's never time for boats.
A lean body and a pale face with hands stretching out in the early morning air, waving to Matrovsky. Anastay Vonsietsky, also known as the Count of Russian Fascism, had set foot in the port of Magadan. He strode forward, his steps eager with his gait quick, impatient to meet his so-called equal in the old world. Covering his nose, once he discovered the smell of the docks, he looked small, pathetic against the backdrop of wooden fishing ships about to depart into the morning light. Matovsky furrowed his eyebrows. No one in this world currently had the right to address him in such a way. Giving an awkward, pained smile towards Vonosietsky, he and his bodyguards walked over to meet this count. Extending his hand, a gesture of hospitality, Matovsky said, "Oh, fuck me. Zastrovia. Fuck you. You all know what it means.
Hello!
Hello, tоварищи. How has America treated you?" Vonsietsky wasted no breath in clasping Matovsky's open palms. "Great, brother," he leaned forward, planning to catch Matovsky in a hug. Matovsky relented.
If this stream doesn't get banned, I'll be shocked.
Well, thank you for the $5, Oxygen, but we try. They haven't got us yet, though.
Yeah, they'll get us eventually.
When I say try, we try to stay on the air.
America must have changed Vosiensky. The intimate gestures, the over-enthusiastic, unreserved spirit, and that greeting. It was all a bit much coming from the fellow Russian. Still drunk in that spirit, Vonsietsky said aloud, "In the land of the free, all of this," he gestured with his hand, "is too small for us." "You seem to forget the reason you're here, brother," Matovsky said, a hint of coldness in his voice. No, he dipped his hands in his pocket. "This man is a gift from me to you." He showed Matovsky a black and white photo of an American in a beret. "Tell me more."
Tell me more about this man. Right, so, that man. I wonder who that could be. Welcoming Warbell. The son of a Tsarist officer in the White Armies, Mitchell Warbell III became an OSS operative during the Great Patriotic War. Among the theaters he served in were then British Burma and former French Indochina. And this is where, yes, the 5-pound bags of opium were. After the war ended decisively in Japan's favor, he returned to America to work at a mundane job. Yes, a department store. Before deciding that combat was his calling. Mickey was always right. Since then, he has served in many conflicts over the world, earning him the fearsome nickname, the Wizard of Whispering Death. Yes, the Wizard of M1 Abrams. Right, so, Matkovsky. Right, has decided that it would be in the party's interest to welcome this character of a man into our ranks. Along with him will come his entourage, a collection of mercenaries who have fought across the world and are now looking to fulfill any need for wet work. We will welcome him and his crew to the town of Magadan. Once there, they will have their work cut out for them. They shall find that there is wet work to do to their heart's content. Yes. Here we go. Well, not necessarily. We still have a shitload of focus to get to, but very soon. Very soon. You see what they're doing? Yes, that's exactly what the fuck they're doing. Very soon.
Right. Make sure to keep up on the American, the American support.
Oh, right, yes. Actually, I can't do anything.
Yes.
Okay, best infrastructure. Nope. We could raid, but I'm not going to, because fuck this minigame. Also, the AI can really screw you over, because if you start a raid when the AI raids you, you automatically lose the raid that you started. Which is fucking annoying. You can't have two border conflicts at the same time. Like, we could potentially fuck over Amor right now, but we probably wouldn't get it in time, so... Yes. Good. Finally, Marines. The Super Marines have arrived. In addition to this, I could research more, but in the end, the AKs sound nice. They're not really that big of a deal, and also you have to start producing AKs, which... With what factories? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna actually tap out of this, and then go get tents! Or field hospitals, as they are. A casualty doesn't need to mean a dead soldier. Having immediate medical attention available for the wounded brought back to the rear is the first step towards ensuring this. Yes, MASHes, which basically means, when your units, engage in combat, obviously they're going to take some damage, and obviously this means that if men die, you lose manpower by needing to replace them. However, what a field hospital does is it saves the lost manpower and gives it, saves most of the lost manpower, or a fraction of the manpower, and gives it back to you, essentially keeping the units healed for longer periods of time. This shit is vital on the Russian steppe, because in TNO, getting manpower is incredibly difficult and only happens through basically walking over major checkpoints in the Russian unification process, and also focuses. Manpower is gold. You run out of it, you're fucked. So, tents are necessary. This is why strategic theorem also really works out, because with higher defense, your units will suffer less damage and thus require less replacements. So, this is kind of how I've gotten to win this shit. Or at least as Magadan. You kind of have to play these situations a lot, and then eventually figure out the rhyme and rhythm of the sequences that you need to do as a specific country that you're trying to play as. Or if it's even possible, depending on certain ones. You could, technically speaking, play as any of these countries. You probably won't win, though.
Alright, seeing as it's almost 12 o'clock, do you want me to put on some coffee? Because I'm going to go put on some coffee for
You put on some coffee. I know if I have any more caffeine, I'm going to get all jittery, so no. But anyway, moving on.
You'll have to bear on without me for a few minutes at least.
I will manage, but my horrible...
Should I clean out the grinds that are already there? Just leave them in there.
Clean them out, once used.
Right.
Okay. So, as for anything else, a lot of this is just sitting here and reading. TNO is a nice game, and Hearts of Iron is also a nice game in general, but this really is... I want to read my real-time strategy game. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet has defeated the Buryat Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic in a war. To the madness of daring, we chant the song. I'm fairly certain that means yes. Right, so, 2 people can win this faction, or rather win this territory here. This is basically the Soviet Supreme, aka what they're claiming to be, the remnants of the Soviet Supreme Party, which... It's the NKVD, guys. What a surprise. So, we'll have to deal with them. But is the clock ticking? Yes. ever so slowly, but we're not doing Funny Clockman, and I think Funny Clockman coming to power would be something we need to actually stop. But what's Comey doing? All right. Yeah, actually, they've done all of their they've done all their things, and that doesn't. We'll see what happens here. Typically speaking, when I look at whenever Comey advances past the this phase, or advances into the middle phases of reunification, typically the communists have won. I haven't really seen the right side of Comey win, or rather become a force that actually is reckoned with. What are you doing? Get your ass back there. Get the fuck. Reaping the red, white, and blue. A new fleet of commercial ships from our American allies arrived today, unloading precious supplies and goods. The businessmen have been cooperating greatly with their investments into the port of Magadan. Further crates of theirs are being unloaded across the country to be put to use in various civilian, industrial, and military applications. Along with this, several of the businessmen seem to be making closer ties with members of the RFP. While it is unusual that these sharply dressed American businessmen seem to be working so closely with our government, are providing loans and generally making our lives easier for little economic gain on their part, nobody seems to be complaining. The goods are flowing, money is changing hands, and everyone is walking away happy. It seems that with each visit the Americans make to our shores, it becomes easier for everyone to work together. Our American friends will help us greatly. Gee, I wonder why they're being so nice. Could they just be good Americans trying to better the world? Or could this all be a plot by the CIA? Yeah, it's a plot by the CIA. I wish there was more scrap vehicles and Mad Max-style tank things. Considering the state of Russia, seeing junk tanks and hand-built guns would most likely be quite common. This is entirely true, but vehicles and I'd actually complain that honestly, like armored warfare in general, within the confines of the Russian reunification, are entirely worthless. As is most of their planes too. Yeah, you could probably get it to work and have a decent air force, but I don't see a sizable effect. It's really quite underwhelming. Most content in the game is actually worthless to a Russian player trying to win this, as far as I've seen. I haven't played nearly every faction, obviously, but for the most part, the terrain is so inhospitable to vehicular warfare, and your ability to construct things, your industry for most of the game is restricted to focus tree advancements, more or less. You can't really produce things all that quickly aside from infantry equipment. The game's really just forcing you just to use dudes with rifles most of the time. So there's opportunities for fun, and then the game kind of just says no. Or rather, the game just makes it impractical. So it's there, but it's also incredibly impractical. Which is kind of frustrating. But anyway, a man whose Russian is on par with ours. The Wizard of Whispering Death. Spit down the wrong pipe. A light curtain of drizzle had descended upon the port of Magadan. The clouds adorn their bodies with steely gray, and the waters of the harbor tugged and pushed their way inland. Their course halted the low-lying sea walls. Amid the piers, rows upon rows of wooden fishing ships lay steady, their hulls quivering in the fierce wind, shallow rain, and restive waves. There was one vessel that stood out, among the others, a metal deck with rust coating its bows. Well, bows. Yes, double bows, because that's a thing. Rust coating its bow. Well, actually, no, that is bows. Right, that is an S, right. Rust coating its bows. It's bow and stern. There's only one bow on a ship. The tumultuous air did not even seem to flinch it. I didn't fuck up there. That just doesn't make any sense. Matkovsky, followed by an aide bearing an umbrella to shield him from the downpour, walked forward to this strange vessel. If von Sieski had been speaking the truth, there was no question to the owner of this ship. Mitchell Warbell. It begins. Goon, since Yakuta demanded tribute, I'd say raid them. We will deal with Yakuta in time. The legendary mercenary, Mitchell Warbell, the veteran of 1,000 wars worldwide, an infamous soldier of fortune, the Wizard of Whispering Death. Matkovsky steeled himself to meet this legend of a man. before seeing a figure stumbling out of the ship, staggering towards him. Matkovsky blinked. There was no mistaking it. The figure was Warbel, looking more green than in the photographs Matkovsky had seen of him. A beret hanging precariously from his scalp. Matkovsky tightened his pace, striding forward at such a pace that his aide had difficulty following him. When he came face to face with Warbel, the man tried to give a clumsy smile, only for it to be mistaken for contempt. "Welcome," Matkovsky said in English. "We have been expecting you, Mr. Warbel." "Привет," Warbel said. "My товарищ." You see, here's a man we can roleplay properly. He continued in Russian, mixing it with English words where he had no clue which words to use. Matkovsky, for his part, tried to dissuade him from bastardizing the Russian language, and occasionally a word or two made it through. Warbel's manners, but he was inconsolable. What little correct Russian he spoke was sprinkled with generous helpings of fucking and shit. Blushing furiously in anger and embarrassment, Matkovsky finally extended his hand. "Here's," Matkovsky said, trying to keep his smile in place, "to a start of a beautiful friendship." Warbel clasped his hand with neither doubt nor comprehension. "Da, tоварищ." Yes, right. Swearing like a sailor and having really poor Russian. Yep, nope, this is us. Right, no, clearly this is, what we have been this entire time. But yes, da, товарищ. Army experience plus 10, we need that. Change in popularity of authoritarian democracy, 50%, or 5%. The Authoritarian Democracy Party will now be called Soldati Bez Granic, Soldiers Without Borders. Mitchell Warbel becomes the leader of the Authoritarian Democracy Party. He started a political party in my country the moment he stepped in. Wow, this man works fast. But anyway, now that we have some experience, I can actually go into actually editing one of these templates. And we're going to get rid of the light infantry, or start getting rid of the light infantry first. So what we're going to do is we're going to rotate Marines and artillery forward. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Marines, and then Marines, and then swap one of these guys out with artillery. Generally speaking, this isn't going to be totally effective, but it's a slow ramp up, and we're going to get more army experience to basically make this a fully, Marine and artillery, or rather, not fully, but effective Marine and artillery template. Because this is what you have to do. In order to make modifications, you need army experience, and you can't really do anything without it. But they provide you with more than enough. But the idea is that we're going to replace all of our army with Marines and artillery, at least for the foreseeable future. Then, once we move past a certain stage, then we can start thinking about the extravagance of helicopter infantry, or rather, airborne. So, it begins. We don't have too much support equipment, though, so that means some of our units are going to be kind of short. But they'll get it eventually. Right, so, old money. Political power, 35%. 35, gain base stability, 5%. And stability in this game really doesn't matter, but you do get some bonuses for being very stable. They're very small bonuses, but they help. So you want to be stable, however, play Burgundy and watch the numbers go down and laugh as they don't fucking matter. So, right, old money. The Russian fascist organization, von Siatsky's fascist political group, is home to some of the wealthiest donors within the Russian emergy community. Now that we have his backing, it is time to turn the funds they have provided to a higher cause than parties and gatherings in a land that will never be their home. The sons and daughters of Russia in America shall no longer find their money squandered by party functionaries for frivolous things. Now they support a real movement. A group above nations, if you will. Wait. The RFO shall channel their money from America and across the Bering Strait in the form of hard currency or even equipment. Whether it be war or industry related, these funds and supplies will help us immensely in the coming conflict against the splitters and the Reds. Soon we shall prepare for these estranged siblings of ours to return to a Russia they have known since their childhoods. A strong, capable Russia, one without an equal in this world. Yes. Done, paid, and built with American know-how. Because that's what we remember Russia like. American. Right, so what else can we do here? Alright, so, nothing much. We could... Well, actually, no, we can't really do anything because nobody has any money. Right, no, I can't raid anyone because they don't have any money anymore. Oh, no. So I guess I just sit here waiting for political... waiting for things to just tick over because that's most of the early game of TNO. Shit, well, as I've said it... Oh, good, we got a factory. But good. As I said during the Comey playthrough, 1963 shit starts to really light off really goddamn quickly. But I'll talk about that later when it actually happens. So, grade A Russian, made in America. Exactly. But anyway, ILP victory in Scottish elections. The Independent Labour Party has won the 1962 election in Scotland, stunning the country. Regarded as the foil to the juggernaut known as the SNP, it seems they have come out on top to lead the country. William Wolfe, the president-elect, was a former member of the SNP before leaving on his own terms after labor disputes occurring between the party. After years of serving as the opposition to the SNP, a big tent party in Scotland, it seems they have finally won a remarkable victory worth celebrating. William Wolfe has already pledged that the country, by all means, will stay independent, quelling rumors that the party served as a British Unionist front. A large portion of the party advocated for expanded welfare and fair treatment of the English minority. Can they hold the country together as the SNP did? Well, we'll find out. Actually, probably not. Wait until Maggie comes to power and starts shooting people.
Is it Scotland?
Yeah, Scotland.
Yeah, it don't matter anyway.
Yeah, it don't matter. None of this matters. But good on you, Scotland. So now we need support equipment, because that's the only thing we really don't have. 11 a year. Wow. So we need aluminum. Actually, I already have aluminum. But, right, okay, so... Oh, well, that one factory we have will not be able to do a... Oh, no. War material comes first. So, right, so as we put the Marines into service here in limited capacity, we need to now get them 57 artillery pieces and 98 anti-tank grenades. Thank you.
Coffee's still going to be a few minutes anyway.
Right, so... Refreshments and hydration.
Problems?
Nope! Warbella's here now, though.
Yeah, the only people who matter even less than the Scots in this game are the Welsh. Actually, no, that's factually incorrect. Cornwall. They immediately get eaten. At least the game sometimes glitches with the Welsh and the war just never happens. It just fucking... It's eternal stalemate.
Right, okay, so... industrial equipment. Okay, can we... no, we cannot... We can't increase American anything.
And I'm not being anti-Welsh, I'm being fucking factual.
Right, war planning, journal veterans, invest in infrastructure. Nope, just sit on the political power. Don't need any of this shit. Alright. So...
Check in another 5 minutes if it's ready.
Sorry, clear throat.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Goon, you're sitting on the PP. Shut up, Tazarin! Okay, so, integrate the mercs. The mercenaries that Warbell brought in are leagues ahead of our current soldiers. Also, pause that, because I stopped that. Right. How could they not be? After fighting in wars over the world, they are perhaps the most elite force in the Far East, surpassing even the Red Army remnants that the Reds have. They have proven themselves to be a capable asset to Matkovsky so far. Although their loyalty is only as strong as their pay, they may well be worth the money. However, due to their independent nature, these mercenaries have been functioning outside the command structure, only taking orders from their commanders, and are generally uncooperative, except for direct orders from Matkovsky himself. The practice must end. We will integrate the mercenaries into the rank and file. Having better skills does not mean one is exempt from subordination to a superior.
Wow.
Cooperation with a mercenary like Warbell might be distasteful for some Russians, but the day that Russia can stand on its own is still in the distance.
And yes, Val, maybe we have done Omsk, we have done Warbell, we have done Magadan, or other. No, have we done another Magadan? No, it's just Warbell. I misread.
Yeah, no, we haven't really done anything else.
And Bergsis Comey. Well, we're gonna come back to that one. We're coming back to Funny Clock Man. Don't get me wrong. Any other prospects we look forward to? Well, one day, maybe, just maybe, we'll take a look into the Urals and go visit Lysenko.
Well, yes, we'll do that on camera because it's rather funny.
It's oh boy.
It's rather interesting.
Oh boy, I thought Burgundy was scary.
But yes, all glory to the Black Mountain. Alright, so moving on.
Holy fuck.
You're right there.
The spice immediately went into my fucking windpipe.
The dangers of spicy ramen. Okay.
Shin Black is still one of the better ramen cups, in my opinion.
Okay, so, yeah, there's nothing to do but sit here and wait. Waiting!
Is that yours or mine?
That's yours.
Okay. I'd join you, egg roll, but I don't have any vodka on hand. Well, not necessarily false, but I'm not going to touch that one.
We have the tiniest Tavorish sitting on my shelf. Gotten for the laughs. It's like a... It's probably at most 2 shots.
No, 1 shot.
Alright, so the mercs are integrated. Good. Now we have to go through...
the rest. Also...
What?
Finger over that one. That one's already a Metal Gear reference.
Operation Where have I heard that one before? But anyway, we're not going to go down that we're going to go down that route last because they don't really give us anything aside from radars we'll never use. The Tsar, on the other hand, actually gives us guns and equipment. Most of which the artillery we need. But anyway, the Tsar.
Yeah, I still don't understand how people play Road to 56, only because of how much shit there is to research.
Just barely separated from our territory by the vile forces of Amur, Cheetah has more in common with us than most other warlord states. An evolution of the diverse emerge movements and organizations that appeared in Harbin. The regime has based itself not on fascism, but Tsarism. The group of white generals behind Cheetah's foundation approached Michael Andreevich, a descendant of the Romanovs, yet one with little legitimacy as a contender for the throne, and took part of Yagoda's empire as it collapsed. We share a lot in common, both in our ideologies and our enemies, and Mikhail seems eager to cooperate and forge a closer relationship now. It might be difficult due to the lack of an overland connection, but that will not stop us from making contact with our new friends in Cheetah. Yes. So yes, this Romanov, who was born in Australia, that guy, also a real person, by the way. So, invest in infrastructure. That's a good idea. Because, like hell, my factory is going to do anything. But, alright, so, the white mouse. Also, this is where shit gets kind of odd, because Jesus Christ, how big this is. Okay. Cat's hopping around again. Right. Warbel checked his watch. 20 seconds to 10 p.m. Siberian time. He had his radio laid out in front of him, ready to transmit. Before the communication could proceed, however, he ordered all of his men out of the room, preferring to be alone. While the matter was not confidential, he wanted to keep everything private. Tonight was a special night, a time to talk with an old friend, so long as she also held her to her schedule. That is, 10 seconds out. So long as she held to her schedule, that is. 10 seconds out, Warbel rubbed his hands again against his temples. This Siberian business was hard, and Matkovsky was proving himself to be no pushover. Warbel smirked. The damned bastard would have his due. Fingers on the dial, 2 seconds out. When it reached 10 o'clock, his right hand snapped, finding the frequency that she used, locking on to it without difficulty. He reached for the microphone, and then my cat hopped on the screen.
Get out of here, kid.
Get out of here. Right. Alright, so he reached for the microphone and spoke at spoke at it. White mouse.
He is climbing me now.
White mouse, he said, waiting expectantly for a reply. Are you there? You're late. A kindly maternal voice replied. Maybe age has slowed you down a bit after all, she laughed.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
It's starting. Warbell smiled. On the other side was the white mouse, one of the Brits who had the backbone to fight in a war and be good at it. And a comrade during all those times where the Americans lost the torch of liberty before falling down a set of stairs and stairs to disgrace. Good to see you, wizard. He saw her firm, proud smile beyond the radio waves.
Oi, don't fucking bite me. That's it, kid. You're going outside.
My cat is quite troublesome once
As you can tell in the chat.
Right, yes. The cat wished to communicate with the chat, apparently.
Get out of here.
Likewise, mouse.
Get out of here.
Warbell said, kicking back
What happened to the sweet kid I knew?
Puberty happened, I guess. Right. Likewise, mouse, Warbell said, kicking back in his seat, the microphone standing precariously on his chest. How is Kamchatka? Is it a shithole, too? He felt her frowning at him. Language wizard, she said, sighing. But yes, there is not much to do around here. Still looking up to Uncle Sam? You know it, she said. I know you've gone indie and all, but the CIA has a proposition for you. Forget it, he said, fuming. Make no mistake, he liked Nixon. Only a good American could bring America back together, and not those cowardly liberals with their talk of peace, land, and bread. Fucking communists. He just couldn't let go. I still remember the last time I worked for those no-good The white mouse hushed him. We also have taken your concerns to mind. She spelled her plans out for him. His eyes widened. Hell of a plan, Warbell said, laughing. You mad bastards. The shadows grow. I wonder what's going on here. I wonder what they could be talking about in the Kodak.
That's some good shit.
Right, so nothing new to do here aside from let it go. 32 army XP. Yes, actually, while we've got that, even though the supplies is going to be somewhat slow, I'm gonna let that go because we need to actually wait because we don't actually have enough guns. But when we research, when we go down here to smuggling routes, this research will give us, well, 350 units of towed artillery, which is plenty.
Also plenty of XP to work with.
Yes, so we'll sit on that for a while. It's not imperative yet. So I don't want to weaken my units further because, see this orange bar? This orange bar is their health bar, and the lower it is, the less damage they do. So as you can see probably here, to give you an example, right, so as here, this unit, as it is, has 78 soft attack and 188 defense. However, because these units are operating at lower than, at low manpower, they have 39 soft attack and 146 or 149.6 defense. So they're not operating at peak, which is kind of vulnerable to bad. Adding more Marines should be fine. I suppose so. We do have a stockpile of that. I mean, well, we have guns, and, well, the anti-tank equipment is also slow, but adding more Marines probably isn't a terrible bad idea. So, Marines and Marines and Marines. We only have 2 divisions, so basically that's just manpower, and they'll have guns, they just won't have anti-tank grenades. As long as the Special Forces cap allows it. I think the starting cap is 8 divisions of any fucking size, really. You can have 8 divisions of any template size. I believe that's the starting cap. You, however, can come down here and research this, and going down the south tree here, or the bottom tree, gives you more capacity. And this is kind of how it goes. This is, for the Special Forces tree, this is tall Special Forces, or just really good individual units, and this is the wide Special Forces, which is just a lot of above average units. And this also extends as well. These are 2 different types of tall Special Forces, builds, and these are wide Special Forces builds. So this is kind of how it works. So you go down this tree, and obviously, since we're going to be using Marines and then swapping off to maybe air assault infantry, you kind of, from the get-go, you kind of you pick. But I think I'm going to go down tall because if we're going for air assaults, the helicopter production problem is something you can't really get over. It takes a lot to actually produce helicopters that are worth a damn, and it takes a lot to get them going. So you have to research everything, and then you have to produce the helicopters in order to get them to work. So it's a bit of a mess. So I think we're probably not going to have that many helicopter infantry, even though we keep using, Marines. And I think by the time the cap becomes an issue, we'll probably still have just normal infantry units that just kind of sit there and have lots of defense. But anyway, the Pretender.
The not so great Pretender.
Hunter's View, that's another one, but completely unrelated. But right, the Pretender, to the honorable claimant to the throne of Russia. The letter read so far: "We have come to beseech you for your aid against our mutual enemy, the traitor Konstantin
Radzevsky."
Konstantin. I hear that word and I expect an E to be there. Konstantin Radzevsky. Rad Rod. No, the letter ought not to be so direct. Putting down his pen, Matkovsky laid his hands across his face and sighed, leaning his forearm against the table and propping his head against his open palm. He stared at the page, waiting to be filled with his writing. His tea sat right below him. It smelled tempting him. Matkovsky tapped his feet. He had no time for that now. For the first time in a long while, Matkovsky found himself adjusting his glasses, his fingers wrapping the table in sequence. 1,000 questions swarmed his mind. What if the Tsarists reject the treaty? What if they find the terms unacceptable? He shuddered to think of what would happen if both sides did not cooperate against Radzevsky. Do you want me to help you with the Russian? Please, please help me pronounce these names. Anyone, please. Someone knocked at the door. Rather than answering, Matkovsky's index finger mimicked the rhythm on his table. Standing from his seat, he said aloud, "The letter is not ready yet. Go away." The knocking stopped. He looked at the letter, clasping his hands together and drawing a deep breath. He sat down, toying with the pen as he thought of what to say to Mikhail. We appeal in the name of our old friendship," he scribbled without much thought, "in the anti-Bolshevik front. As we all know," he found his hand picking up speed. Before long, he would stand and say, "The letter is ready, come in." Good, but okay, so a hunter's view. Nikita strode into the town of Magadan, confidence invested in every step of his galt. I think that's gate. I think that's an I.
No, it's GALT.
I think that's an I.
Oh, maybe that is.
Right. Gate. That makes sense. He's walking.
Yeah, no, yeah.
He has a gallant stride. His rifle, which he had slung behind his back, provided a comfortable weight, as rifles do, an anchor that kept his livelihood going. In his arms, he carried the hide of a moose, a worthy prey, whose coat will suit a gentleman of Harbin snugly. Today, perhaps Nikita could earn a bit more than he needed to survive for another week. Maybe a pack of cigarettes, or even a can of powdered coffee. In his head, he toyed with the image of the Vods wearing something made from the lovely hide of this moose. It is in fact Gate. Thank you. As usual, the RFP officials and thugs guarded every entrance to the city, their brown uniforms contrasting with the pale buildings of the town. However, Nikita noticed that the RFP now had new companions among their ranks, sharply dressed men and women armed to the teeth and speaking 1,000 foreign languages. Congealing into a Tower of Babel manifested in the outskirts of Russia. Mercenaries! Hundreds of them! It was quite the sight, with the mercenaries keeping to themselves and the Russians eternally suspicious of what was going on. The officials cleared him to enter the town, provided that he left his rifle in their checkpoint. He sold the hide for some good cash, money he could use to buy bullets, provisions, food, and medical supplies to last him for another week. There was something new to the town, however. American products, American coffee, cigarettes, and even radio were available, and quite common even. they were cheaper than native Magadan goods, although they were often sold out by the end of the day. Nikita bought a pack of cigarettes and a can of powdered coffee. Smiling at his newest gains, he strode to the edge of the town, returning to his home in the northern reaches of Siberia. Another good day's catch. Hey! Americanism! Capitalism in our lands! Wow! Hey, and next we'll be singing all that rock and roll, and wearing them blue jeans. Okay, so moving on to that one, and now we get smuggling routes, which gives us artillery. Which,
yes.
Anti-tank
Very well needed artillery.
Anti-tank equipment, yes, but also artillery. Support equipment is also really necessary, but we don't need terrible amounts of that. We just need a stockpile of it, which we are getting because we have so many damn factories. We got pretty lucky on the infrastructure gacha in the decisions tab. We got military factories every time, which will be very good. So they're way more useful than civilian factories because, quite honestly, anything that's very vital that you build is given to you through focuses.
Yes.
So you really don't need the civilian factories. The best thing I can say that you could build in certain situations is land forts.
Which even then, a lot of focuses in Russia do give them to you.
Just get at the single click of a button, you get shitloads of land forts. That's
concrete go whoosh.
Concrete set. But yes, strategic theorem. Hooray! And now on to redoubt systems, because you can either go this way or this way. But this way is focused on armored warfare and maneuver. And who the fuck does that? Right, so, attrition planning. Prepared redoubt system. Small, well-fortified redoubts will serve as early warning systems against incoming enemy attacks. If positioned at certain strategic positions, these redoubts can delay offensive for hours and even days. So yes, max planning, because planning does actually affect this and probably will help us, even though don't trust the AI. Max entrenchment also helps a bit. That, you know, with basically standing there and looking at the enemy funny. Army, though, this is the big kicker. Defense and organization. Defense is how resistant you are to damage overall, and organization is essentially stamina. More or less, every fight is kind of a, you know, basically a slapping fight between two military units, and the first one to exhaust the other's organization is the winner, essentially. I explained this while we were playing Komi. But you still take, depending on your soft attack or hard attack, you will still damage their manpower reserves, their actual health bar, in the midst of doing this. But really, who wins the engagement is who is more organized, first and foremost. So, this is, you can't, the numbers are too high, kid. This is how we win this. Again, you could research any of the other ones, but I haven't gotten any of them to work. There's one that's just all balls-out artillery, like Maneuver Doctrine, but Maneuver Doctrine, who does that? There's one that just gives a 20% bonus to line artillery, which is fucking massive. But I've never gotten this to work. Like, I've gone down this route, gotten somewhat far, but my units start to fall apart because I don't have any manpower to stave off losses. So they eventually just can't be healed and then collapse. But, so...
Checking channels I shouldn't be checking for my own sanity.
Remember... Oh, nah.
Oh, boy.
It's not that bad, but it's also very bad. But remember, in these dark times, really the only thing that's good is the porn. But remember, we're a family-friendly Christian stream here. But anyway...
Christian, sir, I am a Jew!
Actually, yes, that's factually correct. My mistake.
Stop preaching your fan fiction off my religion.
Not wrong.
Factually not wrong.
Anyway, has Burgundy finally done it?
Yeah, 3 minutes and 17 minutes in, and Hitler's still alive, by the way.
Yeah, no, geez. Oh, 3 minutes, 3 hours.
So fuck. I need this coffee more than anything, it seems.
Right. The Swiss Seismological Service has issued a press release with worrying news. Last night, their HQ in Zurich noted a seismological event somewhere in the Burgundian Jura that lasted 4 seconds and reached a 4.6 on the Richter scale. Due to the lack of aftershocks, they concluded that this is not natural activity, but likely a man-made incident. Several Swiss radiologists have also reported a spike in airborne radiation equivalent to a mild nuclear meltdown or an atomic air blast.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Now that's got me wondering. Mild nuclear meltdown. What the fuck happened in this timeline?
Equivalent to a mild nuclear meltdown, because They've actually...
Like, there have been incidents before 3 Mile Island, I will grant you that, but...
Maybe it's the wacky shit out in the, in the desert with the Atomic Energy Commission, that one reactor that kind of went,
yeah, maybe.
Went to bad.
Or, actually, I wonder if Britain actually had that incident again in this timeline.
Well, right, so, Keshim Bravo. But that wasn't a reactor failure. But governments worldwide have arrived at one conclusion. The Burgundians have successfully tested a nuclear device, twice as strong as the one dropped on Pearl Harbor in 1945. Yes.
Only twice?
Only twice.
It's 1962 and it's only twice?
Hey, they're working with a lot. Give Himmler a break. They're working with very little to go on here. They had to steal most of... Actually, that hasn't happened yet. With the Shadow...
that was the one I was thinking of.
With the Shadow State remaining tight-lipped as ever, the news will likely never be confirmed. Still, it seems that 1962 will be remembered as a dark point in history. The year Burgundy ascended to the ranks of the nuclear powers. God help us all. So yes, Burgundy has nukes. You may now panic. Right, so I can finally improve American Hey! Guns. Okay.
The human cockroach. He smiled. He got them in our hands.
Yes.
Go find it.
I get it, but actually, go. He's probably not at that point yet.
Well, the atom in our hands, clearly that has to be it.
Maybe.
That's
not far enough. Need to go farther. Even farther. More extreme. There we go.
If our swastikas aren't curvy, we haven't gone far enough.
Nope, he's still absolutely Strangaheim. 100%.
How is that not? Oh,
he isn't there yet.
Atom in our hands, probably fucking.
Yeah, no.
When he steals nukes from Hydric.
No, Adam in our hands is part of the other tree. That's the tree with Rodomo.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, that's probably when he starts building. Yeah, Tazarin, haven't you heard? The Japs nuked Pearl Harbor.
Yes, apparently we're assuming, I haven't necessarily seen it, but probably the Japanese, with the help of the Germans, developed the A-bomb first and then used it to end the war in 1945. So, unfortunately, that's how we lost. But yes, so absolutely Strangaheim, nothing to see here. Absolutely nothing to see here. Do not report this. Right, so he isn't there yet, but... Okay, so, moving back here, still quite a few days to do anything. Let's see here. Okay, so our marine divisions are still woefully underpowered because they lack infantry equipment, anti-tank equipment, and towed artillery, as it basically all of the things that they need. Score 1 for Magadan production. It's just low manpower. What else is fucking new? It's Russia. So I may have overextended it.
Those guns.
Yeah, I may have overextended our production a little bit. But we just bought guns from the Americans, so we're gonna get 1,000 M14s, and then now with the smuggling routes, we will have shitloads of artillery. Wait for it. Clunk. Well, guns haven't arrived yet, but yeah. So now we've got a surplus of anti-tank grenades all of a fucking sudden.
And upgrading artillery.
Yes, and we're upgrading artillery to our current standard. But yes, put aside our differences. Actually, I forgot to read this. Right, so I totally skipped over this. The biggest problem with reaching a mutually beneficial relationship with Tsar Mikhail's state has been finding an answer to the question of how we reach them, but we have developed a solution. It is a well-known fact that here in the Far East, the settlements and the links between them are few and far between. This means that if we are careful and closely examine our pathways and schedules, it is actually possible to create a route, or even several of them, that will be able to connect us to Cheetah through secret means. These routes, guarded by our best men, will allow for a flow of weapons and resources that goes both ways, and even the transport of emissaries between our states. If we can smuggle anything we want to and from Cheetah, that is a good first step to overcoming geography and establishing diplomatic relations.
I hope some dude in the Philippines tries purifying the Philippines for the return of MacArthur. So what I'm hearing is Filipino funny clock man.
I mean, yes.
MacArthur lives, surely.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but also, frankly, there is a CIA tree that you could do that is actually arming and riling up the Filipinos. The focus tree ends with one of the components of the focus tree is literally a focus called the Fighting Filipinos. So yeah, no, don't fuck with them. MacArthur lives, yes, surely, but yes, this is kind of why I want to. This is kind of why I want to see it, like the custom event where MacArthur returns, just to have suddenly he just reappears. I'm not dead, says MacArthur, and then proceeds to just rile up the entire country and then declare war on Japan. So put aside our differences. We and the Royalists of Cheetah have much in common, yet we have many disagreements as well. We share a common background, but while they trace their roots to the old ways of the Tsar's empire, our ideology stems from a new and fresh movement, that of Russian fascism. Ah, new and exciting. National Socialism. Of course, it is the faith of the old Russian generals and politicians in the power of a monarch that separates us. But that does not make reconciliation impossible in this dire environment. To face the common enemy that is Amur, we will make a move showing our friendship and respect for Cheetah by proposing a pact of cooperation and non-aggression with them. If they accept...
Where have I heard this one before?
Then we may even have a chance to strike at Amur with more safety. Yes. Non-aggression pacts. Petition to add a focus to the end of the CIA op that literally resurrects MacArthur. MacArthur's ghost, and it's just an image. It's a ghostly image of MacArthur in the corncob pipe.
I have returned.
He will return.
Holographic MacArthur.
Holographic MacArthur. Holographic MacArthur for president.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I really should be holding my Mosin.
I suppose so.
But I'd have to dig that out right now, and I don't want to. That's at the bottom of the gun bags. So what the hell was that?
I don't know.
I'm sure it's fine.
We heard my brother yelling something, but it didn't sound like anything urgent. Just loud and sudden. Probably nothing.
Probably. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta actually shut off the machine proper. Because I kept it, I left it on keeping it warm.
Right, so put aside our differences.
I don't think I'm gonna need the next cup of coffee before that, though, so...
Probably. Okay, so we can also raid Aldant, but we're not going to. Oh, good. When you play Project Wingman next, if you have the EUFB, you need to drop one in the desert map, and the Sawaki map, and one when you are in the Cascadia capital the first time. Are there secret events? I'm guessing there are secret events, but those are I remember the not Pearl Harbor map, and yeah, that's a lot of collateral damage. That's a lot of fucking targets that you can hit with that. All right, divide and conquer. Since the day we split from the RFP, hardliners, Amur's forces in Amur, yes, have been the biggest threat to our survival. No other frontier is as heavily guarded as our southern one, and it is not uncommon for the situation there to escalate into raids and skirmishes by the border garrisons. Now that we have found allies in Cheetah, we can make a show of force to demonstrate our power and test our capabilities as well. We will find the perfect moment to strike, and when we do, a raid larger than any other we've launched will begin. The Tsars shall help distract Amur's army in the east, and we will hopefully improve our position in the freezing lands of eastern Siberia. Holographic MacArthur eating holographic meatloaf while playing Metal Gear Survive. Well, but then again, if it's holographic MacArthur eating holographic meatloaf, it's real to him, isn't it?
That sounds really anti-holographic of you.
Alright. The Treaty of Cooperation. Here is the treaty the Tsar sent, Petlin said, placing the draft of the agreement on the table. Sir, he almost adjusted his his tie again. Before the stern stare of the Vauds stopped his left hand. Yet those eyes did not judge Petlin's mannerisms in any detail. They went up and down the document, examining its fine print, looking for chinks in the detail that the Tsarist, or the RFP, for that matter, could exploit. No word on it seemed to raise any reaction from Matkovsky, beyond an occasional rise of the eyebrow and a nod. Putting the document aside, Matkovsky turned to address his foreign minister, Petlin. He said, chilling every bone in the minister's body. He gulped. It was the moment of truth, where the Vaude would deliver his final verdict. Good work, Matkovsky said after a few moments. You exceeded my personal expectations. Before I signed this, he picked up his pen, toying with it. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Petlin drew a deep breath. No, he said. There is none. Matkovsky's hand promptly drew a signature on the document. It is done. He dropped the pen and rose. Deliver this to the representative of the Tsarist and tell him that the Vauds accepts the deal and death to Amur. Rodzaevsky? Yes. These fuckers. Death to these fuckers in particular. Disregard the Belkan flag, though. Not intentional.
Belkan flag with a windmill.
Yes. Disregard Belkan ultranationalists. Acquire land.
Remove gray men.
Yes. Standing in front of Petlin, he offered his hand. I appreciate that I have at least one competent person in charge of affairs around here. A smile, a rare thing from Matkovsky to show. Petlin shook his hand. Yes, sir, I will do as you say. Your compliments are high praise for my blood and station, sir. Matkovsky patted his shoulder. All in a day's work. Petlin turned and left where he came in. Death to Amur. Okay, so anything else we can do? Well, we can salvage, search for loot, purchase American trucks, purchase American. Yes, but we have to wait. The port of Magadan is open, you fucks, but we haven't gone down that tree, I guess.
It's very much open.
So secure control, don't need it. War planning, don't need it. Okay, so.
Wait, what?
What?
Putin, what the fuck? Russia's now banning anime.
Banned so far Death Note, Inuyasha, Tokyo Ghoul, Elfen Lied. Oh, the Russian coders are going to be so goddamn mad. The Russian coders are going to be so goddamn mad.
I'll hear him out. I'll hear him out. What's the reason here? What's going on? Come on, Putin. Just sit down. Let's talk.
What's Putin's
Here we are at the behest of the Russian people.
Under investigation, Naruto, Tokyo Terra, Akisora, and interspecies reviewers.
Okay, one of those I
That one I can kind of get. That's basically porn on daytime television. That one we can kind of understand.
Here we are at the behest of the Russian people to organize them and reunify them under the banner of a mercenary state. And here's Putin just, banning anime.
Banning.
How do you people put up with them? Same way we put up with our leaders, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose.
Under heavy threat.
In his situation, well, the Russian people probably look at it and go, okay, it's either him or we run the risk of electing another Yeltsin.
Yeah. That's good coffee.
Right, so that's still slow mode. Death Note, glorifying rights behavior.
What are you talking about? He doesn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, he just puts people to death with with near immunity. Yes.
Yes.
Because that's totally right. Actually, yeah, no, it's not.
Still gotta finish that at some point.
Right. So, right, divide and conquer. That's done, and now we actually go and knock on Tricky Dick's house while he's still in power. Homosexual propaganda.
Okay, Inuyashiki or Inuyasha?
I think that's the sequel. There is a sequel.
There's a sequel?
Yes. They finally fucked.
Hold on, fuck. Whoa.
They finally fucked is the gist.
Wait a minute. No. Stop. Inuyasha continued?
Yes.
How long?
Tokyo Ghoul. Glorifying cannibalism. Well, sir, I'll have you know that I actually haven't watched that, but I would know a thing about glorifying cannibalism. I own the Necrotica rule book. Not Inuyasha.
Yeah, no, I've never heard of this one.
Okay, whatever. Okay, anyway, the president. To our greatest possible supporter, we must look across the vast Pacific Ocean and set our eyes on the superpower of the Western Hemisphere, the United States of America. They are one of the 3 most powerful nations in the world and possess almost unparalleled industrial military light. It's kind of comedic how much the America can get done. If you play basically just Russian successor states and then switch over to America, it's kind of like, I'm cheating. Makovsky has set his eyes on getting at least a small fraction of that might to support his quest to reclaim Russia. President Nixon is the nation's current leader, and so far he has not shown much willingness to involve America in Russian affairs. Something we need to change. There are 2 requirements to gain America's support. The first is to prove our regime can be useful and a reliable asset. The second is to show that we are different from the fascists they hate. Achieving both will be crucial if we want overseas aid to arrive. Or we can just talk to those mercenary boys.
Tazrin, I've never heard of this one before.
Inuyashiki isn't an Inuyasha continuation. Oh, I'm sorry. It could have fooled fucking me. That's real goddamn close. It's something very different. Okay.
Yeah, I've never heard of this
Honest mistake, I'm an idiot. Moving on.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Not much willingness to involve. That doesn't sound very American. Yeah, I know, right? Clearly, the glow-in-the-dark man wants to get involved with literally everything. Okay, so there's the scavenging for loot. I can fuck with them more, but I'm not going to. Because this minigame is basically worthless. So, political campaign. Yeah, yes, I would like more political power for political power. What now? Up! Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay.
wow, we missed that one.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at that. The United States of America and their allies have defeated Guyana in an American policing action. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's more American for you, knocking over small South American countries. Alright, so, let's see here. Invest in, yeah, so we're saving up for that because
we're going to bust Akisora for incest names. Wait a minute, is that what I think that is?
No, that's exactly what you think it is.
The gray-haired girl, right?
Yeah, I can't remember.
The one where they reset, it was based on a VN and they reset every route. Like, they reset after every route?
I don't think so.
Hold on, let me fucking see this.
I know I've heard this name before, and you say incest themes, and I'm like, no, wait, no, I've definitely heard this one before.
No, okay, no, this isn't what I thought it was. Yeah, no, this definitely wasn't what I thought it was. Or was it? No, oh. Yeah, no, it is!
Wait. No.
Yeah, it's these 2.
I think that's, no, it's those 3.
Why the fuck is this showing up then?
I have no idea.
No, Yosuga no Sora, that's what I'm thinking of.
Right, so Tazwood had that right. Yeah, no, I can kind of see that, but that's not really anime, that's just straight up hentai.
Yeah, this is straight up hentai.
They're banning, well, you know, Naruto isn't porn, but you think twice on the internet.
Tokyo Terror falls under terrorism. Okay, fair, I guess.
And their justification is priceless. Oh, because Russia never did anything like that. Yeah, sure, fine. Right, so, Siberian Bill of Rights. Right. A big obstacle preventing us from receiving support from across the Pacific is our ideology, as the American government is under the impression that we are an oppressive and totalitarian regime like the ones they are struggling to fight against. And they're entirely right.
Kids want to bone. Clearly they'll grow up at the... Okay, Russia. Okay, Putin.
Sure. There are many arguments that can be laid against the obvious tones of incest in Japanese media. There are many complaints and disagreements to be had. That's a new one, though. That's a really new... I'm impressed. But moving on.
Swiftly, please.
To portray ourselves in a positive light, perhaps it is time to begin making reforms, or at least appear to be making them. And a good start is to guarantee the rights of our citizens. A formal document will be drafted and signed by Mikhail Matrovsky. I did it again. Matkovsky! Guaranteeing basic rights such as equal treatment, freedom of expression, and freedom of assembly to all people, ethnic Russians or not. Regardless of whether we follow this law to the letter, it will be signed that we are eager to reform and are not the same as the German Nazis, something the USA definitely cares about. Right. Right into social justice.
I'm shutting up for the sake of continue to being on air.
Right, so Italy wins the Italo-Turkish War, which is kind of funny because Turkey's been winning this war for a fair amount of time.
Fucking 5 times straight for us.
Right, so for years, the border disputes between Turkey and Italy have been a major cause of disagreements between two allies. The high tensions between two Mediterranean countries peaked after the collapse of the Triumvirate, leaving no obstacle before a war. Turkish troops had finally invaded the Italian Middle East. Italy did not stand idle against the Turkish aggression, and a small-scale war between two former allies broke out. After the Turkish war machine ran out of steam, the front stalled and Turkey got bogged down in a stalemate they could not break. Gaining the clear upper hand in the war, Italy proposed a peace treaty with the terms of reparations from the Turkish government and a demilitarization of the Damascus region, terms which have been reluctantly accepted by the Turkish government. Peace once more rules the Middle East for now. Peace in the Middle East, huh? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Give it
See you later, Robo.
Yep. See you later, Robo. And also give it about 10 years.
Also due to him more.
Oh. Eric Koch, severely interested in Kiev bombing. Injured in Kiev bombing. The second attempt at the life of a German leader this year, martial law has been declared across Reichskommissariat Ukraine following an attempt on the life of Reichskommissar Eric Koch.
His name's Cock.
Cock, yes. Sure, fine. Reportedly injured when a bomb hidden within his personal vehicle detonated as he left his home yesterday morning. Two soldiers and Cox's driver were killed whilst Koch suffered severe injuries to his chest, right arm, and face.
The Cock was injured.
Following emergency surgery, the German administrator reportedly remains in critical condition. With undercover foreign press having extensively exposed the levels of violence and poverty within Ukraine since the German capture of the region from the Soviet Union during the Second World War, many internationally now fear for the welfare of the Ukrainian people as the Reich begins its hunt for those responsible. Troubling news from a troubling land. Right. So, hey, wait a minute. Nikolai Petlin adjusted his tie, a mental tic. Something he learned a long time ago in the RFP. Looking over his desk, he ruminated on the task Matkowski had assigned him. A typewriter surrounded by rolls and rolls of ink. Practically a luxury. Petlin could not imagine writing those letters and appeals by hand. He had spent long hours in this office, and his fingers twitched as he prepared himself to type again. His assistants could only do so much. None spoke English, and to ask Matkowski for aid would overstep propriety. Whatever. He sighed.
Propriety.
Yes. He sighed. He remembered the words of Matkowski told him, "Convince the man in the White House." His master had said, staring into Petlin's eyes without flinching, "That is all." Matkowski did not like being taken lightly. At the best of times, Petlin could see the old Harbin's spirit in him. A spirit of hope, of kindling, of a prayer for a new home. The winter had extracted its toll upon the man, and the gaunt, flushed cheeks were but symptoms of the payment. He looked beneath his desk, stacks upon stacks of paper, numbering almost in the thousands. Soon, upon the completion of his task, these would be sent to America, finding themselves in the mailboxes of senators, representatives, Russian emergies, and other assorted people who were receptive to Matkowski's project. On top of the further stack lay a folder, bound in manila yellow. Plastered to the front of it was a label that read the Siberian Bill of Rights. The document contained Petlin's personal ideas to solicit more aid or at least a sympathy from Americans. He wondered if Matkowski knew what his real sympathies were. He shook his head. Now was not the time for the mind to wander. He laid his fingers upon the keys of a typewriter, and the clacking began. Let's hope this works. We will increase U.S. support by a small amount. Hooray.
Hooray for Hollywood.
Right, so still can't buy anything because it's still low. Oh, well. Waiting for those factories, though. Okay, so we're upgrading 64 artillery pieces. However, we are stockpiling everything else. Good. Very good. which means that our Marine divisions are actually at full strength right now. Well, we could break down the Strelec division here for more manpower, but then again, actually...
It's probably better to just have a third division.
Oh, well, there's that. I was going to do something, but the game said, no, wait, read some more. The Siberian Bill of Rights. This is far too liberal, Petlin. Matkovsky said, holding back his anger. It seems almost socialist to me. He put the set of files down and pressed his index finger against it. This is not acceptable. It was inconceivable that you would present this to me in the first place. How could he do this? Petlin, the man he considered to be almost a brother to himself, his own foreign minister. He stared into Petlin's eyes, finding fear and obedience settling their weight into his psyche. Maybe this was not intentional after all. Sir, if I may explain myself, Petlin said, freezing his hand before it could correct his tie. The Americans are different from us. We need to... I get your point, Petlin. It's just... Matkovsky said, waving over Petlin. This is not what we stand for. When I read your document, I found phrases like the right to assembly, right to free speech. These are dangerous ideas. Oh no, more than 5 people in a group. Clearly a danger to the state. Not fit for Russia. Their rebellious intent practically jumps off the pages. Matkovsky sighed. Just what the hell were you thinking, brother? Petlin gathered himself and stood straighter. Sir, if I may insist, my ideas can still be useful, not only in convincing the Americans, but the Russians as well. He cracked his knuckles in anxiety. I have faith in the strength of our ideals and convictions, sir. I do. I beg you not to mistake my incompetence as rebelliousness. Matkovsky felt a rare moment of generosity, stretching his arms wide. Petlin, he said, tapping his foreign minister on the shoulders. I would never. You have been with us since the beginning. Closer to me than even my chancellor. He whispered to Petlin. Now, help me with all of these. I am afraid that your brother lacks the skill necessary to convince the Americans. Yes, Petlin said, his voice trembling. I will do as you say. Good. Now, cut back. We can't afford all of this. Make holes and loop them. Dismissed. Petlin left the room in a great hurry. Sacrifices have to be made. We can't be free. What do you think this is? America? Right, so with that, promise to reform. Now that we have stated our intent to ensure freedom of our own citizens, kinda, it is time to appeal to the United States directly. Instead of beating around the bush, in an address made by our VODs in the front of the citizens of... In an address made by our VOD in the front of the citizens of Magadan and directed at the White House, he will state that the regime, even though it was born out of the RFP, is open to reform and it will not fight it, but embrace it instead. Yeah, sure, fine. The hope is that this great call for reform will reach the ears of the congressmen and even the president himself, and it will finally change their minds regarding the issue of Russia and how to best approach it. Send in the CIA. This looks promising. They look completely incompetent. We could totally knock this over with a couple of guys and rifles. Let's get some trucks together or something. Alright, so this is still taking goddamn forever.
As it usually does.
Okay, so we
can purchase trucks, but not that we're going to use them.
Actually, I probably will use them because the tents...
Oh, wait, no, yeah, you need them for the tents.
Right, we can't really produce those right now, but we're going to buy us some...
How many do we get?
200.
That's
so, plenty.
Enough. Yeah, because you only need like 25 per.
Yeah, that's plenty. But yes, actually, what we should do is actually... Because I can't really add too many troops, I should probably just put the fucking tents in the divisions. Actually, they're still researching. What am I doing?
Right.
But there's also the artillery support.
This is true, but that is more artillery required.
Yes.
But that is still soft attack go Burt.
Yes, and not defense go bad. Well, actually it is because it's still not at full strength, but actually they can... Yeah, they just walked over that. We had more than enough. Alright, so clicky, clack. What? Motherfucker. This doesn't get this
Yeah, that's weird. It might be because you're streaming on top of it.
Maybe, but this doesn't get too... Yeah, okay. It's
what's gonna happen when Hitler finally croaks?
The big lurch. That's what's gonna happen.
The biggest of lurches.
The big freeze. Alright, so Operation Intrude. Yeah, about that. The port of Magadan is one of the biggest Russian naval facilities still not occupied by foreign enemies. When the weather permits it, ships, Russian or not, regularly make stops for numerous reasons. However, the port also has one more use: to become a receiver of American equipment and supplies. Thus, our leader, Metkovsky, has devised a plan to make an offer the U.S. will not refuse. Magadan is quite close to the Japanese home islands that are just across the Okhotsk Sea. And a radar station here would give our future allies the opportunity to spy on their sworn enemies from a closer distance. Yes, intrigue the glow-in-the-dark man. Perhaps this will make them understand the benefits we can offer, and they will decide to help us. Yes, intrigue the glow-in-the-dark man. You can spy on the enemies. This man is completely irrelevant, and we need to get the fuck on with it. But yes, a sultan has been elected. We will never hear from him again.
Maybe once.
We will move on, because that is probably one of the most irrelevant fucking events to happen. This one, not so. Bulgaria sides with Germany. Administers...
Did they ever go anyone else?
Yeah, actually, they could side with Italy, too.
I know they can, but I've never seen them.
They could side... I've seen all three. They could side with Italy or remain independent. Administrators in the Reich raise toasts to each other for German efforts to rein Bulgaria back into the pact have been met with success. Both Germany and Italy have recently been jockeying for control over the small but strategically important country. The Germans have come out on top by bribing, extorting, and exerting their soft power.
Soft.
Yeah, their soft attack, if you will. They have managed to cement their control over this strategically important region. Italian efforts to support the fatherland front have failed abysmally, and even now the German garrison is cracking down on the illegal party and forcing them back underground. For the foreseeable future, Bulgaria will remain aligned with the Reich, whether they like it or not. Germany's fear continues to grow. So yeah, that's actually something that takes place between Italy and Germany, but I haven't actually played Germany proper, and we looked at Italy, and it's a lot.
Last I checked, Taz, the glowing man wears a suit.
Right, so, with this out of the way, I think I could probably, since we have, I think we have enough to get rid of, well, we actually, no, we have plenty of artillery, so I'm going to add one artillery, and then see how our supplies hold up. So that's...
Ah, they're on fire!
So that should be enough. Let's look at the ledger here. No, we have 200. And that should be enough. As soon as the game unfreezes. It's slowly being piped out. Artillery, we're a deficit of 10 artillery units per day, and we still have 200 units. Operation Intrude succeeds, and our units are perfectly okay. So yeah, we can actually ramp up production at least one more time.
Oh no, the Germans have swayed the main grower of roses for Europe.
Main grower of roses for Europe. Oh no, they have taken the romantic high ground. Oh no.
Watch out the thorns.
Right, so there's that. We have plenty of artillery just go around there. Right, so our secured position, now that we've gotten through all of this, and now we can begin!
Soon. Only 4 hours, holy shit.
Welcome to TNO.
How long has that been off, the music?
Probably about an hour, unfortunately.
God damn it, June.
But we could start, we could do it now. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We don't actually have to go through all of these. We make a choice. We're making the obvious choice here. So, right, our secured position. The Tsarist and Cheetah have agreed to a temporary truce, and they are even willing to cooperate in a limited capacity. The Americans have been appeased by our promises to reform, together with the Bill of Rights promulgated. That's a new word. In Magadan promulgated and sent to American agencies. From overseas, the support of the Emergies has... I'm still not sure if we're saying that right. Emigres.
I want to say emigres because it's the opposite of immigrants.
Fucking ambergris. Fucking whale vomit. Yes, the Russian... The former Russian national whale vomits have become ours as Von Siatsky has had deigned to join us in the crusade to liberate our sacred homeland. Our position is firm.
Oh man, is he gonna be fucking
secure. It is now time to solidify these advantages as Matkovsky's ideas to take root in the Far East. Before the party in Magadan proceeds to its holy task, careful, Tavorish. We don't want to talk like that. Some other people talk like that, and you don't want to be those people. Perhaps it is time to stop and let the results of these treaties simmer for a while. Let the funds overseas flow into the coffers of the party. With American support ensuring steady gains, the limited cooperation with the Tsarist and Cheetah will continue. As we raid Cheetah's followers from both sides, soon Matkovsky will use all that he has gained for his next step, a Siberian army. Yes. Yes. A Siberian army. To start. But yes.
American relations. Never mind.
Well, we'll get to that in a bit. We're getting... The political campaign's still rolling. The death of hope. Vasily had lived in Magadan for his entire life. In the time since the fall of the old Union, the town had seen many highs and many more lows. The lack of trade practically erased the local economy, and the pirates and smugglers out of Kamchatka were the only freight leaving the city these days. Vasily had been the head of the dock workers union before the RFP took over, and he was only narrowly spared the noose by denigrating himself and denouncing the union in front of his former friends. Now he sat outside a local bar puking his guts out after another long day of drinking. When it seemed that he could stand on his own, he tried to rise, but only managed to puke on a stranger's boots. He coughed out an apology and readied himself for a beating that never came. The stranger helped him up and steadied him before he could tip over. Here, drink, he heard before a canteen of water was thrust into his hands. Thanks. Sorry about the booze. I'd offered to give him replacements, but, well, I spent my last ruble on the booze I just spat out. The stranger...
You could do a drunk boy voice better than that, Goon.
You don't want to hear me drunk, though. The stranger flinched back as his breath hit him. The man took his canteen back before escorting Vasily back home. If one could call his shack on the outskirts of the city home. Sitting on his rusted bed, he saw the stranger sit on an old bar stool he had lying around. The man peered at him a moment before showing him an old, worn photo. Do you recognize them? Vasily looked closely and realized he could. Yeah, that's old Aaron and his family. Look, kid, if you're looking for them, ain't no point. They were purged before the RFP split. All of them. All dead now. I'm sorry. I see, thank you. The stranger stood suddenly and turned to leave, though not before dropping a sack of rubles on the stool. A final hope dashed. I'm guessing this is a mercenary.
Well, Sorth might have a key in there.
But, well, unfortunately, yeah, no. Bad times in Russia for everyone. So, What is going on here? We still have plenty of artillery guns. They're still being modernized. But we don't have any army XP right now. We will get more. Oh, will we get more, though?
Oh, hello.
Well, time to shoot at the fucking horse cavalry now. Hey. Oh, hey, look, guns. But if fuck me, fuck you. Bap. Mason, yes, Mason, felt nervous. Even though he was an American agent trained in both formal and spoken Russian, he had never conversed in any depth with the soldiers, much less giving instructions and introduction to American weapons. He smirked. There was an irony to it all. Despite having been schooled and educated in one of the most renowned countries on earth, Mason was out of his depth as the illiterate Russian fascist standing before him. The cold, chilly air of the early morning gave his percussive heartbeat a tinge of anxiety and excitement in his veins. The training fields were empty, save for a few animals scurrying underfoot. What do the numbers mean? They mean conquer Russia. An officer prefaced him. From the honorable nation of America, he goes, Mason has come a bunch of feel-good bromides and legalese words, but he guessed that the soldiers needed to respect him first before they would be willing to listen to him. He caught a few of them eyeing the equipment he brought here. Mason didn't think it was all that impressive, considering the things he had seen while working in the agency, but again, cultural and technological differences. After a few hour long and anxiety-ridden minutes, it was finally his turn to speak. He drew back his tongue and lashed it out, throwing the dust off the language he seldom used. Hello, he said. As the officer said, my name is Mason. He grabbed an M1 Garand and held it against his shoulders. This is the Garand. You, he pointed to a random soldier in the crowd. Fire your weapon. See how fast you can do it. He pointed to a target in the distance. The soldier had to eject his casings every time he fired. Sometimes he resorted to hitting the rifle with his wrist before it worked. Now, watch this. He aimed at the Garand and fired 8 shots in succession. His streak stopped by the ping of the gun. He laid the rifle beside him, its butt on the ground. And that is American firepower, he said to the awed fascists. Any questions? I like to admit that the crowd of, like, country bumpkin Russians are standing next to the man firing the Garand, and they're all intrigued, and he fires, and then obviously you get the Garand ping, and they go, oh, ping. Comedic gold. Anyway, 350 units of American support equipment, 350 units of anti-tank equipment. Those aren't M1 Garand!
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay.
Alright.
Legalese.
Legalese. Did you really fuck up legalese?
I said it right, I think, but I think I said legalese.
God
but anyway.
damn it.
Yeah, meanwhile, internet fight. We're still gonna win, though.
It can't be an internet fight. Somebody's actually winning.
Yeah, right. Not silly me. Ding! Okay, so that's perfectly fine. Improve American relations. That doesn't really go anywhere, but it'd be nice to maybe get a grab at the artillery before we go down a certain route. Looks like the Americans are trying to find a way to get rid of their stock. Well, unfortunately, the boomer market that exists for classic firearms does not exist yet, and it's either give it to the Russians in an attempt to overthrow the Germans and potentially the Japanese, or you sell them for $45 out of a bin.
No, actually, you know what? Here's my little theory, Nick.
What?
I think because we lost the war, the M1 won't be seen as valuable.
Yes, because quite clearly, it was really actually it's the most expensive infantry weapon of the war.
Something about that, yeah.
Right. We had this discussion with Sydney that the M1 Garand is actually one of the more expensive standard infantry weapons of World War II, and we kind of outspent the Germans because the Germans, with all their equipment, their standard rifle squad costs way less than the American rifle squad in terms of sheer cost.
King Hawk, you may have a point there. However, that's not what boomers think.
Yes.
You have to think like a boomer.
Instead, Nambus will be seen in the same light as Lugers.
Well, I mean, they are.
Yes, and Arasakas will be high-quality TM. They probably are okay. But yeah, Nambus, well, Japan didn't suffer, horrible, construction, or horrible production constraints. They're probably decent. But, right, so, there's all that. I have to go to the bathroom again, but,
I guess I'll be taking over again.
Steady as she goes, because our secure position is about to finish. And then it's on to, well, it looks like you're going to make the change here.
Well, depends how long it takes for you to piss.
All right, so, be right back, folks.
After all, last time you came back while I was still reading the event you left me with. The wonders of reading. Yes, reading. Not all of us can get Richard Burton to narrate all of this, especially considering he's dead. Alright, our secured position. Yada, 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 yada. He already read this. Siberian Army. The The agreements that we have secured with the foreign powers, mercenaries, and the Tsarists have bought us valuable time and given us room to breathe. Now the party can turn its eye towards the chief means of its holy task. Again, watch the vocabulary there. The army. While the party is no pacifistic organization, its militant wing so far only consists of trainees and militia drawn up from the streets and outskirts of Magadan, given guns that are neither crude nor non-functional, either crude or non-functional. If the push west is to happen, we need to reform them into a proper professional army. We have several options for how we approach this. The first is to adhere to a doctrine suited for a local force, after all. After all, Russians know how to best fight on Russian soil. The second is to request the American advisors, whose experience in the proxy wars of the world could win Russia as well. Last is the option of adopting Werbel's techniques in assembling our forces. His expertise will not disappoint us. Whichever we choose, the grand task continues. Run that at 3 speed. What's this? Well, I'll read that. I hear him coming out. Magadan Free Radio, broadcast 45. The Siberian hunters sat around a table. On it was a radio, an American brand powered by batteries instead of regular electricity. They had bought this from an admittedly sketchy merchant selling American goods in the port of Magadan. Still, the surface of the thing was shining with a polish, a particularly American brand of burnishing. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm getting to that point in the night. Burnishing that made cheap things look luxurious. They turned the dial to Magadan Free Radio, whose frequency they had scribbled onto a piece of paper earlier. The mix was better this time. As usual, they played Russian patriotic songs with the Siberian hunters singing and humming along to the melody, despite having no idea what the lyrics were. Instead of cutting entirely, the radio quieted as the talk show began. "Welcome to Magadan Free Radio," a coarse voice with some lip-smacking, but not as much as before. "Your only source of news in the Far East. I'm here with my co-host, Vasily." "Hello," a smooth baritone with some genuine cheer in how he talked now. "Tonight is another cold Siberian night, but rest assured, the MFR will go nowhere. What's our subject tonight, Sergey?" "I hold in my hand a genuinely genius American invention, Mr. Vasily. A deodorant! Truly magnificent." Sergey uncapped the deodorant, making sure it was as audible as possible. Pop! "Smell that, Vasily?" And what does it do, Sergey?" "It's just the thing. It blocks body odor." Sergey stopped as if applying it all over his skin. "This deodorant, imported from America, should fit all you Siberian savages out there in the woods." The room was silent. "Mr. Vasily, why are you staring me at It looks like they will need work on their presentation." "As do I, but that's an entirely other matter there. My tongue is kind of getting rough from all the coffee." "Well, that's because it was basically an Old Spice commercial." "Well, nah, not as catchy as Old Spice commercials." Don't need to do that, don't need to do that, can't do that yet. Despite... Oh, we need high American support. Well, 178 days. No, I don't have the coof. I was cleared. Can't do any of this. External investments, no. Okay. So, onwards we go. Could prepare raids, but at the same time, Goon's right. They kind of really don't do anything except maybe, just maybe, getting you some free equipment. Maybe, just maybe, getting you some of the loot in order to actually... I don't know. I don't know how any of these work. I never really pay attention to it. Yeah, remember what I said about the Welsh? Still applies. Once Maggie gets into power, Yeah, she's... Or really anyone in England gets into power, they'll start expanding the borders, reclaiming lands once lost and rebuilding Great Britain. Providing, of course, Himmler, well, not that Himmler, but Himmler, succeeds in the British Revolution. And no, their name is not subtle at all, but somehow, apparently, Himmler isn't involved in that. Decisions. Goods Gavin for loot. More planning, train our troops. More troops are nice. Watch Goon yell at me for that one. And remember, as Val says, Maggie is half herself, half Pinochet. Yeah, that's, you're not wrong. Anyway, on to a mercenary force. While others advocate for a national army with differing approaches to warfare, the infamous mercenary Werbel presents perhaps the most audacious plan to reform Magadan's armed forces. He proposes an army beholden not to any national identity, but only to money and pay from the highest bidder. He desires an army of soldiers without borders, coming from all around the world to fight for the most prominent cause of freedom this side of Siberia, Matovsky. Although flattered, Matovsky has reservations about the idea, as would frankly anyone. If we choose to go down this path, we will invite every mercenary we can with liquid money from our benefactors in America. The party will permit its current formations to exist in their current form and fill or extend them with mercenaries as they become available. Perhaps the most radical path of army reform. The decision to continue on this path is not to be taken lightly. While it is necessary for our undertaking, many in the party itself doubt Werbel's good intentions. Wait, what are you talking about? Why would Werbel want anything outside what's best for the party? It's not like we hired him or anything. But either way, Werbel's influence go up, manpower also go up. This can't end badly for Matovsky. No, not at all. It has begun.
How far are we on the beginnings?
We just got into a mercenary force.
Ah, yes! Good. Fun times now.
Yeah, let me go clean some of this shit up.
Right. Okay. Right? Sorry for... Well, there was no interruption. I left you with Martin. He does fine. Okay, now... I am back, and now where are we? Making progress. In the months since Matkovsky's scathing inspection of the Magadan garrison, things seem to go from bad to, well, surprisingly good. Matkovsky's generals and administration had taken upon themselves to figure out some way to improve the true RFP's fighting ability. The answer was simple, mused one senior officer. When we realized we couldn't use conscripts, we bought soldiers from abroad instead. Indeed, mercenaries and military advisors, state-sponsored or otherwise, have been slowly but surely streaming into the frozen port of Magadan to not only pad Matkovsky's army of ill-suited conscripts, but to train them as well. To crack the whip and bring them, kicking and screaming, into the world of professionalism. The fat ones were now skinny, the malnourished ones healthy. All of them had a semblance of fighting spirit for the first time ever, and the guns, while still archaic, were at least cleaned and maintained properly. Seriously, have some fucking pride, guys. Clean your gun girls. Training as bare bones...
Do not be afraid to get a little rough.
Remember, they're tools.
Okay,
training as
too much.
Training as bare bones as it was actually began to prepare the conscripts and their mercenary counterparts for the realities of modern warfare in the frigid forests and marshes of Siberia. All this, of course, was tacked on to a very long and expensive bill that Makovsky had to pass off to his administration, he was confident that there would be something for them to pay the mercenaries with. A very easy lesson that I believe most people will understand. It is rather risky to, very bad, to pay, to pay people with money you don't have. Or to buy things with money you don't have. After Matkowski's second inspection of the troops, which, like the first, was kept as a surprise, he once again called himself a meeting with his general staff. As they filed in, worried that the new inspection was not enough of an improvement from the original, many nervously fiddled with their pens or reports, while others looked anywhere but where Matkowski stood. As they all assembled, the Vods spoke. After this second inspection, he said, in his normal reserved manner, I want to say good job to you all. Many were surprised. I know that the task I assigned you was not an easy one, and while we are far from perfect, I am pleased with the progress that we're making. The path to seek out mercenaries and foreign support was not the one I would have expected, but it's clearly working. And I will be meeting with some top advisors about how to increase the numbers and effectiveness of these foreigners. And then, finally, the rare thank you, dismissed. Now we're getting somewhere. Also, yes, dead is just a number. Ask Burgundy. when they...
Mr. Himmler, our reports, they're not really, lining up with what we actually have.
Whatever could you mean?
Well, from what we're looking at here, it looks like we're spending more than what we could ever possibly make back.
Interesting. Yes.
Yes, Himmler actually just shoots his financial advisor.
Yes, there's an event where his financial advisor comes to him and says, Himmler, we cannot pay the bills. We have no money to pay the bills. And he just orders the man dead. So, no. Dead is just a number. But anyway, moving on. Things are looking pretty good for this plucky little state here with all the support. But who's gonna pay all these guys? Right, so, one other thing. You, sir, get the fuck over there. And you, sir, get the fuck over there. Okay, so while we're here, what's our ledger here? What's the... 137. So, to switch this main unit to... Also, it's being run by Warbell himself after the last engagement. To switch this would require...
Yeah, I don't understand why it just randomly selects a commander for these raids.
Yeah, no, that mechanic breaks your army, too, which is fucking annoying. Even if you launch the raid yourself, it basically assigns a random commander.
Because it's technically a fucking AI that does it for you.
Right, so... We do get 3,000 manpower back, which means...
Bless you.
Excuse me. Overall, the division is weaker. However, we could funnel that back into our manpower reserve, then potentially spread them out into more marine components in the individual divisions. As for all the other equipment, we have it perfectly fine. Oh, hey, look, super bazookas. Isn't that nice? Gifts from our American
Bowser
friends.
mean that living Bowser is a wet Bowser? I know where you're going with this. I've seen that video, and it is brilliant. I'll show you later.
Right, so...
It's probably the only part of Polygon that's actually good.
Okay. So... Right, so there's that. That's... Oh, good. You're an Army Reserve trainer.
Yes.
Good. Defense and organization. Shit, tons of it. Good. Fantastic. Okay, so... Well...
Val, obviously he would be based in Purple Pill.
Okay, so ledger here. We have 29... That's not enough to add more divisions, so we're just going to add more troops. Marines. But then again, we should probably... Well, actually, no. Well, we could add more. We could add a little bit more, because the soft attack and defense is kind of lacking, because we're dragging ass on researching, more special forces nonsense. But those defensive bonuses that the Doctrine gives us will apply in battle, not onto the troops. So... We're probably going to need more than this, so we're just going to add a little bit more. But I want to make other divisions as well. We want to have more than 3 divisions, which we need manpower for that. So these are quite... Did I save that? Yes, I did. Okay, good. So 8,300 is the cost of all of these divisions, and while the defense is fairly high, it's lower than the other division, so... Right up... Actually, no, it's higher. Never fucking mind. Okay. So that division, actually, that's a straight upgrade. Never mind. I forgot how low this is without any support. I still need tents, though. How far are we from tents? 46 days. Okay, good. Alright, so that's just guns and manpower. What's up?
Damn it. What Jundarian King was saying is he implied that, yeah, Brian David Gilbert's no longer working for Polygon, and yeah, no, that's true. God damn it, Unraveled's over. Well, I'll see y'all in the next life.
We kid. Right. So, Field Hospital... Almost there, and that'll secure our divisions and make sure that they're not going to lose horrible amounts of manpower because, oh fuck, we don't have any more anymore. So, we're going to keep going down this route, but really, realistically speaking, we're going to be leaning hard in the Special Forces, which, if you didn't know, if we come down here to our generals and then most of the mercenaries, for example, the mercenary trait gives your Special Forces +10 and +10 attack and defense, as well as acclimatization. So these are pretty good bonuses to lean on. And, well, while we have Mr. Pavlov over here, who is a very good general infantry commander, he's probably more suited to Field Marshal. Warbell also helps as well. So, I'm not exactly sure how far or how much commanders help, but they certainly do. But the game with playing Mercenary Magadan is stack Special Forces buffs. Okay. More memes inside the Russian steppes. Okay, so where are we? A mercenary force. That's where we're going. Mate assumes control of the Gulf. We're gonna get on with it because, sweet mother of Christ, we're almost there. Italy is expanding into the Middle East. Everything will be fine. We swear. Italy and state-run oil companies. Nothing ever bad happening in the Middle East. Absolutely nothing. But anyway, focus secure. Soldiers without borders!
Oh boy.
McCoskey has made his decision. Warbell is now free to pursue his program for army reform. All standing units of the party not currently under his control shall continue to exist, but will be joined with the mercenaries that will be arriving soon from around the world. Makovsky believes that Warbell will live up to the trust that has been placed in him, and the army of soldiers without borders will become the deadliest force in the Far East in a short order. Yes, and give us a bit. In the meantime, Warbell will be pulling out all the stops to ensure that the Far East is the prime place for a mercenary to find himself in. From all the corners of the globe, troops will continue to arrive, pledging to fight in the name of Makovsky, the champion of freedom and democracy in Russia. Yeah, okay, yeah. All who hear the call shall heed its message, and the world's mercenary underground will burn with enthusiasm while Warbell continues to fan its fires. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
I want to play Peace Walker again.
Well, in a lot of ways, we'll be playing Peace Walker in a couple of minutes.
I just want to beat the shit out of mechs voiced by Hatsune Miku. Remember that there's technically no human bosses in Peace Walker.
I mean, yes, but that's what the research tree is for. We'll go from fucking analog calculators to Hatsune Miku, I swear.
I have to finish playing Portable Ops for the sake of finishing Portable Ops, Val.
I swear to God, we're gonna... After this is gonna be Vocaloids, I swear. We'll steal from the Japanese, I don't care.
Yes, we did.
We have played South Africa, and it's a clusterfuck.
I mean, it's all right. When you came in, by the time I was like a decent third of the way through.
Yes, we've played it from South Africa and from America's standpoint in the war. We militarized the ever-loving fuck out of Ascension Island.
And that other one island.
Oh, well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, yeah, the Jews have overrun Madagascar. Who cares? Right, so PLFCGC take over in Levant. After the catastrophic Italian defeat against Turkey and the assassination of the governor Dalla Cese, social order in the Levant started to break down. Italian attempts to restore order have ended with repeated bloodshed. What about that peace in the Middle East? Have ended with repeated bloodshed with massive casualties. It appears that the Italians have lost control of the entire region. Well, now controlled by the organization known as Palestinian Liberation. Oh no!
Oh, and we are off the air in Israel.
General Command, which has proclaimed the Palestinian Arabs so well. I wonder how this will turn out. Led by Ahmed Jibril, the PLFGC, Palestinian Army, really, has always been one of the most violent and radical militias opposing Italian and Zionist occupation of Levant.
They have already shut us down. Fellas, if we suddenly go out like a light bulb, well, the Mossad kill team arrived.
These are rather funny to read on the same on the two contrasting pages of news. It's rather funny to turn a page and see that. Anyway,
move on quickly.
The numerous acts of violence committed by Italian forces have driven many Arabs to embrace the Palestinians, and its virulently nationalistic and violent rhetoric, calling for the establishment of an Arab state purely for Arabs in the Levant. Reports of violence against Jews are multiplying in number, and masses of refugees are desperately trying to flee the region. With blood we nourished our land. What a remember, guys, Middle East, no problems. Well, anyway, Madagascar. Admiral Thomas Moorer of the OFN's Indian Ocean Command affirms that the situation in German Madagascar has reached a stage of open rebellion against the government of the Reichskommissar Emil Maurice.
I wonder if he escaped this time.
Although Madagascar, much like other German territories, is plagued by the issue of native resistance to colonial rule, Moorer confidently announced that it was the German garrison which mutinied. Yeah, sure. No, it wasn't the locals, it was my own men. Totally completely different. Much better. Earlier reports also confirmed that both native Malagasy and the Jewish population on the island had subsequently taken up arms. No comments on the uprising was forthcoming from Germania, with unofficial reports indicating a general indifference about this island's fate. Experts agree that with political instability regarding the succession of Adolf Hitler, the island, often used by the Reich to exile those who have fallen out of favor, is unlikely to receive much attention there. The everlasting legacy of the Reich. Jews in Madagascar. Anyway, moving on. The best guns money can buy. The new members of Matkovsky's army are here, heeding Warbel's call to arms in the far eastern reaches of Russia. An unprecedented number of mercenaries have arrived on our shores, ready to build a new army. The issue now is not one of numbers, but of how to equip these professional soldiers. Though the Siberian factories are doing all that they can, a deficit of weapons and supplies remains. Luckily, Warbel has a plan. Mitchell Warbel is a man who knows the underworld, and it recognizes him. By pulling a few favors and greasing a few palms, the legendary mercenary can rectify the weapon shortage with ease, he claims. If Matkovsky agrees to it, he promises to fill the armories of Magadan with not only an astounding quantity of weapons, but also with state-of-the-art ones, not the cheap local productions. Moreover, he vows to Matkovsky that he will lead his army to unite Russia come hell or high water, a vow that we must be careful to hold him to. 2,500 units of American infantry equipment has been added to the national stockpile. Sure, I sure hope we can pay this man.
Mm-hmm.
I sure hope we can pay this guy. But yes, guns out of thin air. Thank you, Warbel. But so, with that, we have plenty... Well, we don't have... Well, actually, we've got some manpower now, because we got manpower from Mercenary Force. Haha. But actually, what we could do now is actually probably stand to train a 4th division.
I would do that, yeah.
We're short, but we're going to get a little bit more manpower as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to train one, even though we don't have enough
all of them, but nearly all.
Nearly is enough. We need more units to move around the chessboard. The CIA black budget is sure nice to have behind you. Yes, it is. It's sure nice to have a blank check from the glow-in-the-dark man.
At least, yeah, at least if you play as America, you can continuously funnel in money.
All right, well, I'd like to
buy... Wow, the bitrate just went to hell for a second.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we seem to be stabilized. It's probably just going to cause some pixelation, but this is not there's not much to look at here, so we'll probably be okay. But yeah, as you can see here, it kind of went to...
It's too focusing on the scan lines.
Yes, the scan line. Yes, right. You see, I've thwarted the bitrate going to shit by adding aesthetic. Okay.
And now we wait.
Now we wait for tense. But we're getting there. We're almost there. We are almost there. We are almost ready at last. And then the fun begins. Because then after 4.5 hours, we can wheel out the music. But yes, the best guns money can buy, and then the rest...
Well, not quite yet.
Not quite yet, but... the best guns that money can buy, and everything else we need fell off the back of the truck this morning. So, Warbell's promises have borne fruit. Seemingly out of nowhere, the weapons have materialized to support Matkovsky's cause at a rate so low that it is almost not profitable. Though his motives are still a mystery, he doesn't appear to be a threat yet. However, the shortage remains, and though it isn't as severe as before, it might be wise to keep a cache of arms for a rainy day. And it rains in Siberia most of the time if it is not snowing. Like a magician pulling one trick after another out of his hat, Warbell has another solution to offer to Matkovsky regarding the shortage. He knows the smuggling routes in the Bering Strait, safe from the watch of the Soviet remnant navy currently stationed in Kamchatka. From the south, he also knows the ways in Japanese Manchuria, hidden from the sight of the Imperial Japanese Army. He knows a couple of men on a shrimp boat.
Oh no.
We haven't seen that yet, though.
Oh no.
Those routes, he reckons, will be sufficient to end the arms shortage currently plaguing us. We have little choice than to listen to him. 500 trucks, 500 support equipment, 350 units of Japanese anti-tank equipment, 350 units of Manchurian towed artillery. Whatever. Where did it come from? Don't ask.
Off the back of a truck, obviously.
Yeah,
God damn it, Garrett.
No, fell off the back of the truck this morning. It was just lying in a ditch. Several thousand... You're right, no. Several thousand trucks were just lying in a ditch. You'd be amazed what the Japanese lose in Manchuria. It's just sitting out there, man. Yeah. Like the fire trucks in Pripyat. Oh! Well, look at the time. The Yasuda crisis. Following the release of information implicating Yasuda Holdings executives as ringleaders in a corruption scheme turned murder investigation, the Titanic Zaibatsu appears to be in dire straits. When the Tokyo Stock Exchange opened earlier this morning, the floors were flooded with frantic shareholders begging for their orders to be processed first, and frightened interns carrying bins of sell orders through the chaos. Already, Yatsuda's holdings have entered a freefall, and the mass liquidation of assets held in the home islands, Guangdong, Vietnam, and China has created an economic power vacuum set to tear the sphere economy apart. Experts predict that the Zaibatsu is on life support, and unless Ino's cabinet can be mobilized to produce a miracle, a total collapse of the corporation can be expected as soon as next week. What falls faster, a man or his shares? Yes, Lyle?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the first super event.
Yes. Or as, me and Martin here like to call it, the overture, the beginning of the shitstorm. Dun, 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 The show is about to begin! And it starts with Japanese businessmen falling out of windows. A black joke, but no, that's literally what's happening. The men stood by the sill calmly and waited for their turn to jump. A Tokyo Exchange secretary. Out with a crash! So yes, that's quite the recession you've got there, Japan. How unfortunate. Moving on, though. But yes, if you played TNO, I wouldn't be surprised if you share a similar opinion that that super event is the beginning of the shitstorm. Because this is when all the fun stuff happens. But now that we have tents, we can go and consider other things now. Like artillery upgrades, because we need those. So, good lord, that's taking fucking forever, but we'll get that by the time we need it. Let's see here. Planning secure control. Nope. Don't need any of this. Everything is going downhill very fast. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Me playing Germany for the first time. Yep. That's just kind of how it goes. Everything's fine and stable, then late 1963 happens, and then, oh, fuck. But yeah, there's nothing else here. Right, nothing to do, but just pick up those crates that just keep falling off that truck. It's a very, very unsecure truck. So these guys are short about 1,000 manpower. We'll get it, though. Right. The back of the truck. Right. And now, we're ready at last. The reform of the Siberian army is complete. We are now ready to confront our old adversary, Amur. Currently residing in Amur. Amur residing in Amur. Wow, Amur is really full of Amur. Our army is ready to mend the old spirit of the RFP at long last. Some of our most seasoned veterans have been dreaming of this day ever since Matkovsky's capture of Magadan. The party shall once again after... The party shall be won again after all these years. Yeah. Matkovsky and his officers will order all personnel to stand by and prepare for the operation against Amur, effective immediately. Our victory is assured so long as everything that we have planned goes our way. Yeah. The only wild card on the table is Warbel, the mercenary that von Siatsky brought with him. Hopefully, we have kept him on a tight enough leash that he does not do anything that would interfere with our plan. Yeah, no, we want you to win, surely. But some among our ranks note his rising power and doubt that our current measures are enough. Nevertheless, the operation must go forward. Yeah, about that. But no. Oh no. Magadan Free Radio, broadcast 60. So, Vasily, tonight we have something new to showcase to the audience, a coarse voice said. Our poor listeners cannot see into this office, but let me describe it to you. Loyal followers of the VODs who just turned in tonight. A pause with a thud. Whoops. Sorry, I dropped it. Another pause. Before the same voice beaming with excitement. This is an American-made 1911. Funny about that. Courtesy of our friends in the CIA. Please don't wave that around, Sergei, a smooth baritone said. Evidently, Vasily. That gun is loaded. Mine is not. A sigh. Apologies, dear audience. It appears my friend Sergei is a bit of an idiot. A chuckle. Don't be so negative, Vasily, Sergei said, getting more and more excited by the minute. This weapon has a safety. Hear that? Click, click. Nothing happened. It is because safety is preventing the firing mechanism from engaging. Fancy and clever people, these Americans.
Oh, right. Tokarovs have no safety.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
Toka's a nice girl, but boy, is she dangerous.
In more ways than one. I've read Dojins.
And what does this weapon have that Russian ones don't? A safety? Well, you see, Vasily, a clatter as Sergei sets the pistol down on a surface somewhere. This gun has the power of a rifle condensed into a compact and easy carried package. That's one way to say 45.
7.62 by 25 Talk Rev versus 45 ACP. I can see why they think that.
Right. Making even the least armed of our soldiers dangerous. Pause. Let me pick up that again and show you how it's done. Please don't wave that a tinnitus rang, a discordant sound that seemed to shatter any resemblance of coherence. What the fuck did you... Just another day in the office of the MFR. Negligent discharges. Well, you see, the 1911 is actually a very safe gun. However, unfortunately, once you cock the gun, there really is no way to decock the gun other than jamming your thumb in front of the hammer, pulling down the trigger, and then very gently resting it back on... That wasn't gently. That wasn't gently either.
God damn it, good.
This is why you don't... It's not loaded. But yeah, no, that's what happens when you have a gun that's over 100 years old. It has 2 safeties, though. Two whole safeties. However, that's kind of a design flaw in it. But anyway, moving on. So, ready at last, but we will be ready at last. I want to listen to the wacky radio Russians. Frankly, I would be surprised if someone doesn't attempt to, audio transcribe their broadcasts, because they are kind of a big meme part of Magadan. But anyway, a report from Langley. Transmission 01. Agent Mason, currently stationed in Magadan. Subject, on the training and equipment of Matkovsky's forces, a review. Content. Before we came to the town of Magadan, acting at the behest of the Congress as well as the Department of Defense in good favor to the leader of the RFP, Matkovsky, most of the armed forces consisted of fascist militias with little to no experience in actual warfare. Their equipment was in a similarly poor state, with most soldiers equipped with creaking, almost non-functional rifles like old Arasaka models and Moisen Nagants, dating back to the days of the Great War. A good fit for an army of wax models in a museum, perhaps, but not enough for a host with the intent to fight, as the VOD's Russian leader humbly put it, a total crusade to save Russia. Yeah, you're gonna need a lot more than Moisen Nagants for that. We commenced training as soon as we pinned down the RFP situation. That is where we encountered another problem. The nepotism ingrained within the officer corps of the RFP was so prevalent that men who could barely hold the weight of a rifle bore such high ranks as lieutenant, captain, or even major. Pressed on the issue, the VOD agreed to fire these people immediately. Much to his credit, he also approved the building of several officer schools to whip up the higher ranks of his army into shape. The reports we have received from the front lines indicate good results. The border clashes against their neighbors have indicated a good increase in performance regardless of victory and defeat. We will continue to monitor the situation and issue reports whenever possible, Mason out. A spectacular growth. See, the glow-in-the-dark man cares, but, we gotta update that logo now, because they updated it. We need more...
fucking remind
We need
me.
more Joy Division and millennial-friendly fonts. Remember, the glow-in-the-dark man is not your fucking friend, no matter how many...
But that's okay. That's
image adjustments they get.
That's okay, because now we will... While we are waterboarding our enemies, we will be doing it with how can I put this without getting canceled?
Modern sensibilities.
Yes. Well, see you later.
Well, see you later, John Darrigan. But, unfortunately, he's leaving just as the fun starts.
Yes, unfortunately, he was waiting this whole time, but,
Unfortunately, yeah, so that's kind of...
Oh, boy.
Soldati bez granic. Here we go.
Well, there's always the VOD.
Yes. From the outset, Warbell's goons were different from the regulars of the RFP militias. In Magadan, they walked around town, their expensive gear strapped to their bodies, flirting with the girls and ladies they saw along the way. They seemed to not have a care for Russia. It was just another playground for them. A vacation, a holiday, in a desolate land where they got to shoot the natives. Smith, no given last name, in particular, came from South Africa. His hands itching for the trigger of the gun, his ears for the thrill of gunfire, his head and brain for the conduct of raw barbarity of combat. What a nice guy. Warbell wasn't lying when he said that his gear was going to be good. His M16, how the fuck do you have that? America doesn't have that yet. Strapped to his back was the meanest piece of lead spitter this side of Russia. Actually, yeah, no, they got those straight from Armalite somehow. Oh, we're doing Warbell? Yes, we're doing Warbell. The RFP militias did not have them, only given old US M1 Garands instead. Actually, they're M14s. For they were not Smith. The fields, savannas, plains, and jungles of Africa made themselves known through his copper, sunburnt skin. He had all the reason in the world to be cocky. When his folks back home asked him why he had gone into the business, to find a lady, came the answer. Classy answer, at least. All who truly understood Smith knew that he wasn't in it for love, but the thrill of war and money. Maybe finding a nice woman out there. He could see the Russians eyeing his gear with envy in their eyes. He smirked at them and winked. Every time he smoked, they would marvel at his tidy, clean, well-rolled cigarettes. Once in a while, he even offered them one. Warfare was a trade, and business was good. Leaning back against the wall in a random part of the podunk town, he took one of his fabulous cigarettes out and lit one. For a backwater and deserted place, Magadan was pretty good. Not on level of Bloemfontein? Bloemfontein? I can't remember how to say that. I know we ran over this beforehand when we were actually reading
it. I don't remember.
Bloemfontein. But pleasant enough. However, his heart was never there. Out west, closer to lines of Tsarist and Rodzewski's loyalists, beneath the blazing gunfire and artillery bombardments was where he belonged. With a puff of smoke, he threw the cigarette down and stepped on it. It was time for action. Smith reporting in. It's almost time! Also, while I do this, now that we have XP, tense! What am I missing? Motorized equipment. Fuck you, there's plenty of it on the ledger.
Yeah, there should be.
There's 600 units of it on the ledger. We're good. Huh. Improve American relations. Anything else we can do? Yes. Not that really fucking matters, though, but Ah, yes! Ready at last.
Well, ready at last, but...
Oh.
Oh, it doesn't happen yet.
Oh, well. This is the end of the focus tree. Well, I guess there's no more to research. So I guess we'll sit here.
Oh, no. Oh,
Mr.
no.
Von Sietsky, are you there? Dmitri rapped on the door. Mr. Von Sietsky, the VOD is waiting for you. It's no use, Dmitri, Ivan said, sighing and catching his breath. I've been at the door for hours and haven't gotten any answers yet. Time to try something else, Dmitri thought. Kneeling, he stared at the keyhole of the doorknob. He could do this. Taking out a lockpick from his pockets, Dmitri gingerly inserted it, working as to leave the mechanizations inside undisturbed and unharmed. The door had to open somehow, and jamming the keyhole would only make it harder for everyone. Might even require an axe, he chuckled. Ivan was about to protest several times. In fact, they could have just asked for a spare key, but Dmitri wouldn't hear it. The door clicked. Dmitri stood, containing his jump at the very last moment. See? He said to Ivan, who gave a dry smile in response. Dmitri turned the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Bolted from the inside. God damn it. He kicked the door in a fit of rage. Ivan tapped his shoulder, gesturing for him to move. Brandishing an axe, he swung it several times against the door, as bits and pieces of wood fly in every direction. At the very last moment, when Ivan was about to give up, the door gave way. Mr. Von Sietsky, are you not wet? Ivan stopped mid-sentence. Laying on the floor and clutching his chest was Von Sietsky. His eyes glassy, his face pale. He was dead. Sometime in the evening, the phone in Matkovsky's office rang. We defer payment to you, friend Matkovsky. Oh no. Well, it would seem as though, the guy who was fitting all the money for this extravagant little safari is, not here anymore. He seems to have,
perished.
Regretfully, due to personal reasons, passed away. So about that paycheck. I wonder where this goes. The mercenary... Well... Ivan and Boris did not like their new assignment. Transferred from the political wing of the RFP to the army right before the eve of the operation. They were, as their instructor put it, dead weight. An officer handed them their bolt-action rifles and told them to stick with the rear guard, where the chance of survival was the highest. There was no danger here. The Siberian woods were quiet, the wind whistling between the trees, and the air cold as ever. You think the Vods will let us back? Boris asked Ivan, who was squatting beside him, watching the surroundings while smoking a flimsy cigarette. The only reply he got was a listless shake of the head, and a hush. Ivan knew his stuff, or at least showed that he wasn't in over his head. The hand that gripped the cig shook. It could be the air. It could be genuine anxiety and terror in the face of war. A figure passed ahead. In the dirt trails they were watching. A mercenary. It was apparent from the gear they carried. Proper camouflage, an assault rifle, a belt chock full of grenades, as well as other miscellaneous tools of warfare. And, most importantly, the attitude. The man walked forward without any concern or worry. His footsteps lighter than the bravest man in the RFP. However, he had no reason to be there. The front lines were where he belonged, not here. Halt, Boris said, unsettling his rifle and pointing it at the mercenary, who did likewise. Ivan followed suit. Turn back, the front lines are over there. The mercenary said nothing and shot Boris. It hit, and Boris was thrown off his feet. Ivan fired back, nailing the mercenary in the shoulder. All over the lines, incidents like these flared up, and the operation was called off in a panic. Warbel's coup had begun. What a shame. Yes, wohos externally. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Republic of West Alaska. And now we'll get the music pod, or rather the playlist. Right, so, after 5 hours, we finally reached the fun bit. Wherein, we become literally Big Boss.
Remember to select random.
Random? Ah, yes.
Or shuffle. Well, also loop.
Yes. So.
Don't forget the loop.
Yes. Also loop. Yes. So now we have a playlist filled with mostly video game music that will probably be okay with the VOD. But now.
Yes, that beautiful mod idea that Goon has always supported.
If Magadan has a plot that's an MSG reference, someone should make the mod that gives the Free Aviators a plot that's Ace Combat reference. I've said this myself, and it's a good idea. Also, this is... You might know this song, but also, I'd say in the court of law, it's at least 15% different from the Metal Gear Solid 2 theme. You'd back me up on that, right?
Yes. Yes. It is a goddamn shame you hear it in no future MGS games.
What a shame. But anyway, on with the show! So, and now we begin the fun stuff. What do I mean by fun stuff? You thought the Soldiers Without Borders meme of Focus was a meme? Well, you ain't seen fucking nothing yet. So yes, the man who sold the VOD. I wonder what they're doing there. But anyway, the death of von Siatsky was, in some respects, inevitable. With his departure, the RFP lost its monetary support from overseas, stranding the mercenaries as strangers in a strange land. Left with little choice, Mitchell Warbell has launched his coup in the middle of preparations of war against another Russian fascist. Based in Amur, Konstantin Rodzewski. Scattering Matrovsky's army, Warbel has now come into possession of the port town of Magadan. Unfortunately, Matkovsky has escaped. It might not be much, but Magadan has a harbor large enough to accommodate any soldiers of fortune that heeded Warbel's call. Though small in number, the mercenaries will roam and patrol the borders of Magadan, hunting down soldiers who swore their loyalty to Matkovsky. We will present to our prisoners two choices: fight for Warbel or die. Hell, maybe in the long run, a deep search into the country, we might even find Matkovsky himself. After he's dead, we will consider that debt settled. It begins! Alright, so that still has a couple of days to finish. Well, more than a couple of days to finish. Right. The Enforcer. Even by the standards of the Far East, this was a shitty bar. The floors creaked at the slightest movement, and the beer tasted like bear piss. There wasn't even plumbing, and yet this was Warbel's choice for a meeting place. Alexander Pavlov was decidedly unimpressed. Matkovsky, his old boss, had taken great care to manage his image, all for the benefit of the Americans. Now the Americans were here, and they behaved like pigs. Yes, moving on. It's quite a big playlist. Even now, the mercenaries were busy stinking up the bar with their ugly accents and drunken hooliganism. The only thing keeping him here was the fact that Pavlov's transition from the orderly world of fascism to the chaotic, peculiar land of the new Far East had not exactly been smooth. He needed word, and badly. I'm guessing that's work. He resolved, perhaps unwisely, to hear Warbel out. Yeah, he needed work. I'm going to guess. When the mercenary captain sat down at the table at last, 30 minutes behind schedule, Pavlov straightened his posture self-consciously and gave his greeting. Mr. Warbel, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. As you're no doubt aware, I served under the previous administration as the VOD's top man in the matters of internal security. And you'll find in short order that I am quite professional, should you choose to entrust me with such matters. Warbel met his offer with complete silence. Pavlov thought at first that this was contemplation, before realizing that Mercenary's eyes were completely uncomprehending. Oh, dear lord, the man barely understood Russian. Warbel pulled one of the other mercenaries over to the table and beckoned to Pavlov to continue. The rest of the negotiations progressed with the other man clumsily interpreting in his slightly less bad Russian. And they proved surprisingly fruitful. Clearly, the Americans had a deficit of loyal locals, and Pavlov was more than happy to fill it. Once a collaborator, always a collaborator. See? Everyone's really accepting of this. Aside from the former government, but nah.
What former government?
Small tomatoes, really. Tiny tomatoes. Right, so as we go on here, we could do more raids, but honestly, I think we need to consolidate all of our forces because we are still going to have to actually attack them more. That's kind of the plan.
Now we have to move a little closer because the music's actually kind of a little loud.
Right, so a little loud. I honestly thought it was a little loud, so hang on here. Let's just bring that down just a little bit there. It's in the background, we can all hear it.
Mixing's gonna be hell because it's from various different soundtracks from, if you haven't guessed by now, Metal Gear.
Yes, this is kind of the meme here. We had this set up for 5 hours ago, and unfortunately TNO, when you're reading everything, takes fucking forever.
Oh, if you're physically reading them, when you're vocalizing it.
Right, so these are all Marines and all Special Forces, and one of our guys, right, Gary Mogak, he has Mercenary and then Engineer, which gives plus 5% to River Attack, which is, you know what Marines are good at. So, congratulations, Gary, you're our man in the front. And also, as for a Field Marshal, well, we could do Warbel, thereby giving even more attack and defense to infantry. I'm not exactly sure how this works out, but I think this gives everyone? I'm not sure. Mountain, max entrenchment. I'm not exactly sure between who's better in terms of field marshal, Pavlov or Warbel, but they do get some bonuses here. I'm not exactly sure who's better here, but I think Pavlov is better for standard infantry, but generally speaking, you do get pretty good bonuses with either. I really don't know which one's better. Someone's gonna actually have to tell me. But Warbel, for the sake of it's Warbel. Unfortunately, the drunk man takes a month to just kind of waltz into his new position. Oh no. But anyway, the ultimatum, Yakut. How many times do we have to teach you this fucking lesson, old men? How many fucking times? And now I'm gonna ruin my army structure again. Fucking god damn it. The man who sold the VOD. We passed upon the stairs. Dmitri's mind wandered as he dipped below and soared above death. In his mind, there was no distinction to be made. He was dead. An alien object nestled itself in his left shoulder, refusing all attempts to move it. The pain kept on giving. A radiant sun that had bled an unfading, persistent coppery smell. Well, Paradise, yeah, that's Paradise Lost off Metal Gear Solid 4 soundtrack. That's oddly fitting for this situation. He had the faintest idea of what happened to him. Its images surfacing along with the shocks of pain that sent him receding towards the depth of unconsciousness. He was expecting for Ivan to leave him for dead and make for the lines in all haste. Their reassignment was the fault of his pride after all, but he felt himself tumble and shake, but never falling. Say what you would about Ivan. Quiet, brutish, stupid, but he was a good friend. Dmitri's blood-stained and pain-racked mind squeezed skepticism of Ivan's efforts. But his heart begged him to hope. It implored with every beat, refusing to let itself die. It grew fainter and fainter as the hours passed by, but it dragged its death out. Instinct, not intellect, became the lifeline upon which Dmitri hung himself. His grasp was tenuous, and at every turn of the forest trail, through every bush that Ivan's feet trudged through, he would not let go. At long last, Ivan's feet gave. He collapsed, sending Dmitri tumbling through the ground, with dirt and rocks striking his face and body. He felt his wound open, as the bandages that held him together tore itself apart. Sound, noises, voices, footsteps through the ground. Noises of guns, voices of gruff men in foreign languages cloud his ephemeral mind. As he passed from this world to the next, he heard gunfire and saw muzzle flashes out of the corner of his eye. In his final moments, he smiled. Ivan would not go quietly. He faded away, his consciousness crumbling like dust in the winter-kissed forest of Siberia. Such is the cost of defeat. Oh well. Wrong place, wrong time. And also, hey look, a rifle division.
Also don't forget, focus.
Yes, so new focus is here. Right, so continue on. Taking back what's ours, which is now, hey, we get to invade, Amur now. Matkovsky, our original employer, thought to pursue a war with the other wing of the Russian Fascist Party, led by Konstantin Rodzetsky. We have no business in this land than to get paid for a job well done in the field otherwise. Their ideological concerns, splits, differences, splinters don't mean anything to us. However, with thousands of men begging for transport to other parts of the world, we can cut them a deal of a lifetime. We will go to war against Amur. This Konstantin might have been partying in his offices, rejoicing in fact that Matkovsky is seemingly gone forever, and the mercenaries will ship out in order. Well, he's in for a surprise. We'll cross our informal border and destroy them. It's nothing personal, Mr. Rodzetsky. In our defense, we are not after you, but the stuff you keep in your vaults. Actually, no, we don't want anything to do with you, we just want your money. After we drag him and his followers out of Siberia, perhaps it would be a good time to start looking forward to something else, something different. Right, so here we are. These units will assist us, but yeah, they're not terribly well equipped. But
you can't change them, can you?
Oh, not right now because we have no manpower.
Well, yeah.
But right, so as we have this, these units are actually pretty much on the level of done. They'll be green and slightly less advantage, but more units for the chessboard. So once we get... Oh, good. Right, there's that. All right, fantastic. All right, now to the person I actually wanted to put in command of this whole mess. And then, once again, rebel, but we're going to have to wait until that focus finishes, which might not be... Yeah, it's 14 days. All right, we don't have time to wait for rebel. So,
remember to also make the front line again.
Right, so, gentlemen, if you would move. At all haste, please. We only have less than 2 weeks. So this is a mess, and this is why I kind of dislike the warlord mechanics, because it can make a mess of fucking everything really quick. Alright, so as these units get in... Yeah! And then now everything's in fucking chaos. Gee, thanks, video game. Okay!
Forward!
Right, so, yeah, you're all just gonna go here. Just gonna go there. I'm gonna tell the AI to do that, but Gary's not in fucking command. How long? Oh, well, there he is. All right, so we need 1 division down here in order to take the city, because this is how Hearts of Iron works.
It's push on to the capital.
It is a game of cities. So if you take the provinces with cities, and most importantly the capital, the enemy just gives up.
Why aren't they moving?
They're moving very, very fucking slowly is what they're doing. Alright, y'all are gonna have to fucking hurry because there really isn't any time now that you guys were completely out of position. What the fuck are you doing? Get in there! General fucking chaos reigns here. Okay, that division's cut off and will be eliminated shortly. Speaking of Hearts of Iron mods, when are you going to try Old World Blues and Kaiserreich? When I master TNO and have no reason to further play it, which is going to be a while. Alright, that's 1 division eliminated. These units move through here very, very slowly.
Have those guys take the radar station and go down.
You go that way. You guys just keep on, because that's the only way they're fucking going. Fortunately, that's 2 guys. It's a little bit too much for 1 unit to take care of. Fortunately, the AI decides, you know what, we're just going to keep doing that anyway.
Which is why I really, really dislike making orders.
Yeah, planning helps a little bit by giving you some bonuses, but holy fucking shit, things can go completely awry real quickly. Because the AI just kind of stops. Or rather, does really dumb things and doesn't listen. Alright, so, well, we're making progress here. So, we've got 2 units coming down.
Expect the unit in the north?
The north here. Got these guys moving, again, south through the capital, even though we should probably set these guys up to attacking here, and then once these guys are actually leveled, they go over here, continue to attack, and then try and actually get something done. So yeah, continue attack from that direction. See if you can actually break them out of the cap. Them out of the
look like it.
Maybe not, but, you know, maybe we hold a little bit and just kind of keep shooting at them. Ah, they separated. Good. They realize, oh fuck, our flank is completely exposed. Oh no. Alright, your dumbass, ignore the light infantry and just keep going. The last cities are down there. We only have to take this province, and then these 2 provinces, which is fairly easy to do. What are you doing? Get in there. The AI likes to do things like it's fucking clever. Don't care, shooting at people. Thailand's elections can wait. Alright, so good. So actually, probably what we're going to do is we're going to force these units down what I call the death corridor, because once they get stuck down here, they can't go anywhere. They're immediately surrounded, and any unit that follows them down to capture anything usually kills them. Okay, so good. Actually, you. Get those units out, kill those guys before they actually get anywhere. Okay, so... These units can handle this. So, get those guys in... Yep, good. Keep those guys in that corner, and then... Well, they're probably gonna fall apart by the time the army...
They don't have stuff.
Yeah, probably not. Okay, there we go. Just get rid of them. Where the fuck are... Where are you... Oh, over there.
Yeah, delete the order for that one.
Fucking... Get that fucking out of here. Eyes front. What the fuck are you doing? Now we're encountering delays, and I don't like it. But good, we're actually making progress here. These units are gonna get stuck here now, unfortunately. Ah, they were treated down there. Those two are technically connected, and that's really fucking annoying. But good, we're boxing them into a corner. We're just gonna shove them all down the Death Peninsula. That's inland, but I just like calling it the Peninsula of Death. Right, so they're all going...
Salient.
Right, so they're all going that way, and they're just gonna keep shoving the army further and further down into a corner, and we've got this. What we probably do is get rid of these orders, and then just say...
You threw that... Make a dash to that entire...
Yeah, there we go. Now that I actually have the AI doing the whole thing, so everybody just go that direction. Just punt the entire enemy's army into a fucking corner, and then be done with it. However, these guys are fucking stupid and are losing fights.
Select them all and just push them in.
Yep, they're going.
No, they're not. Zoom in. Yeah, they're not all going. Now they're all going.
Good.
Again, your main problem, Goon, is you trust the AI. You think the AI is gonna work.
I want to think that my generals are actually fucking competent. No, excuse me.
It's the AI. The AI is batshit insane half the time.
Right, so good, they're breaking and they're being forced down the Death Peninsula. So good, their entire army just got boxed into a fucking corner and they're gonna be dead shortly. And that's probably it. Actually, no, that's just auto-saving. Right, so, right, that's their one last city, and as soon as we actually break through that line... Later. Unfortunately, we don't have enough men at that front. They're all consolidating, but this will be short. This is going to be short.
Stop the assault. Stop the assault until your units can catch up.
Actually, no, we're good.
Now you're good. Every time you do that, you're wasting manpower.
And... bloop. Okay, good, fantastic.
Now quickly integrated, so you don't have to worry about the fucking insurgencies.
So congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, we won our first war. How about that?
Now get them on the border for fuckface.
Okay, train troops because we need manpower, industrial advances because we need a factory focus, research, leave all of this shit alone because we have grander things to do. Right, so as I've played this sequence before, Cheetah, the guys that we made that non-aggression pact with. Yeah, we're not the guys that made that they're not the guys they made a non-aggression pact with. So just oh, conveniently they're being raided by the Soviets. How nice. Just
oh, don't forget the focus.
Oh, right, the focus. Right, so consolidate control. The time has come for the final war against Rodzewski. We already did this. We actually needed to own Amar in order to do this, but whatever. His regime, his resume is quite long. Resume, right. Resume, sorry, it's fucking 2 a.m. Resume is quite long. A bandit king reigning from Amor, founder of the RFP, and anti-Semite extraordinaire. Wow. Ah! Warbel, however, does not care for him at all, nor the partisan infighting in the RFP. All that matters at this point is survival. Rodzewski stands in our way to accomplish that. Without Amor and its mineral deposits, paying for the mercenaries on an unappealing export of fish and bread is impossible. We need to find a way out, and Rodzewski has something that we all want: money. It is time to tighten our grip on the Far East. Rodzewski cannot be allowed to stand at all. His army of bandits and fascist amateurs shall stand no chance against a modern and experienced army, armed with the best gear in the whole known earth. As soon as we deal with him, we shall start planning for our future. God knows we have so many choices to choose from. Yes. Spoiler alert, we're going even deeper. But once we integrate Amor, and then Cheetah, then we actually get manpower. We're going even deeper. After the conquest of Amur, everybody thought they were going home. They aren't. With the money we got from Rozevsky's coffers, it's barely enough to pay the mercenaries, much less to ship them back to God knows where they came from. Now is not the time to look for ways to scamper from the problem. We're going to hunker down and go a bit deeper. Maybe this land will provide an answer to our troubles after all. First things first, however, in our naive belief that we will escape this godforsaken land with gains made from Rozevsky and Matkovsky's heirlooms, we have not bothered to construct any form of civilian governments over the area. Now that we are booked for a much lengthier stay in Siberia than we thought, it is prime time to establish order over Magadan and Amur. The people of these podunk backwards towns must be itching to leave. For them, we have a business proposition to make. Yes, come work with us. Become a mercenary. Deal with the madman. Rozevsky was not having a good day. The sun was too bright, straining his vision as jagged pieces of light fell into his eyes. He did not sleep at all last night, right after they delivered his verdict. He cracked his fingers through cuffed hands. They were taking him deep into the woods of Siberia. In the middle of nowhere, far from civilization, he felt his body twitch all over. The withdrawal was encroaching on his mind, and uneasy cold settled over his bones. The men tasked with escorting him spoke foreign, faraway languages that he did not know even the slightest. All they did was use the muzzles of their rifles, to poke Rozevsky forward, whenever it seemed that he was close to stopping. He knew that someone in the group spoke Russian. He didn't know which was which. The air grew hotter and hotter, swaddling his body with a thin curtain of sweat. His mind wandered to strange places. He wondered about Matkovsky. They said they never found a body. Rozevsky knew Matkovsky knew Matkovsky and his sly wit. Siberia was vast and empty. It would take a lot of centuries spread across a general direction to eventually find him. Devil Matkovsky was his worthy opponent, a fellow Russian who contended for power, not a mercenary out for money. Well, unfortunately, it just don't work out like that. They reached a clearing in the middle of the woods. One of them, the Russian speaker, went behind Rozevsky and blindfolded his eyes. It seemed like even the mercenaries had a touch of humanity. As his sight failed, he heard footsteps trail behind him, and rifles pointed in his direction, ready to fire a single shot that would end his life. A voice gave a signal, and the enfilade started. Rozevsky fell, lifeless, onto the ground. The Bandit King is dead, never to return.
There's that electric swastika again.
Yeah, he's playing the big electric swastika now in heaven. Fucking radical, dude.
No, I wouldn't say heaven, but
in the sky.
Somewhere.
For now, as he waits. That's
somewhere.
It's the waiting room. Spoiler: Matkovsky escaped to the USA and will settle down as an editor in Russian Emergy newspaper.
That sounds about right.
But he won't come back. Yeah, no, he knows better.
Wait, didn't? Oh yeah, Matkovsky. Okay, yeah. No, I thought you were talking about the other guy. The one we just shot.
Yeah, that man's dead.
Because I remember reading sometime I think it was earlier tonight, fucking, in real life he was exiled to somewhere, but was then lured back by the NKVD with promises of rehabilitation.
And then predictably shot.
He was predictably shot in the basement of Lubyanka.
Well, that's just how it be sometimes.
Yep, that sounds about right.
But, the Republic of West Alaska grows. However, unfortunately, we're still kind of short on manpower. But now we're going to build the future. And the future is memes. A lot of fucking memes. When Matrovsky and Rozevsky, whatever, I think I'm saying it mostly right, first split the party in the olden days of the anti-Bolshevik front, they did not expect that it was not they who would come out on top during the power struggle. Warbel, hailing from his homeland of America, with his foot down in Siberian soil and a face full of dirt for months, did not expect it either. Instead, the mercenaries he led won the Siberian Civil War with a panache befitting his long and storied career. The dust has settled. We still have enough concerns about pay, equipment, and morale, but for now, we are secure. To our west lies the lands of the Tsars, strange folk who want the Emperor back in charge of Russia. Then there are the Reds, with their little scuffle over the outcome as opaque as it has ever been. From the north are caravans there here of the Father and his exploits.
Yes, Father Men.
Who hasn't shown up yet, but the solution to our problem lies perhaps in Yakuta and Aldan, whose mines overflow with gold and diamonds.
I mean, if you want diamonds so badly, get involved in South Africa.
The future waits, and the best is yet to come.
Maybe emeralds, too.
It's starting. It's starting. The ride is starting. Are we ready for...
The ride already started.
Are we ready for stupid bullshit? I think we're ready for stupid bullshit after 5.5 hours.
Right, now, no, I have to pee again, and I might make some popcorn. You want some?
Sure.
Worst comes to worst, you can pick this up tomorrow.
True, I suppose. Things are going well, and I think today's stream was productive and
setup.
Yes, productive and pretty good for getting me. And he's put war justifications on me. All right, war imminent, but I think today was a pretty good way to get started back. Get me back into the groove. I think I can get back to doing my job now. It's almost like I've been doing it for 4 years, but you know what? Sometimes we all need to stop and reassess situations.
And if you always find yourself in a rut and unable to work, that's what I have this for.
Alright, moving on. I have such encouraging friends, don't I? Right, so, now, Cheetah's gonna declare fucking war on us because, who are these mercenary fuckers? They don't have any rights to rule Russia. Says him and literally every other faction. Okay, so, we're gonna wait because I can't actually preemptively declare war on him unless it's a focus tree, which is one of the silly bullshit things with this game, honestly. Okay, so there's that. Of the steel tree. Oh, no. Hey, I need that. Fuck you. Oh, right, because we're repairing infrastructure. I can't use the factories. Oh, well, we've got plenty of supplies. I could use more men, but once we integrate Amur and then deal with Cheetah here, we'll probably have more than enough supplies. But how's the state of the army right now? Mostly secure. The only really unfortunate thing is we can't make these mercenary infantry into, actual Marines. We're just gonna have to deal with what we have. Because I don't have enough... Well, actually, that wouldn't really... Actually, it would cost manpower. We need 3,000 more manpower. We have plenty of equipment, but that's just reserved for the men in the field, most likely. Really, what I could do is I could break them down, but honestly, I think I need another chess piece to move around. Sometimes it's good to have divisions that can move... a larger number of divisions that can move around rather than a bunch of strong ones. Rather just a small amount of strong ones. Sometimes, because while the very hardy divisions won't lose fights, they can only take so much land. You could be outmaneuvered by a smaller force, even if they're weaker, which is kind of annoying. Right, so eventually they're going to declare war on me, and I'm going to have to shoot everyone. But, yes. A haven of our own. Right. Warbell stumbled out of the door, drunk. They had hit the jackpot. Matkovsky was out there somewhere, probably sulking in the shadows, but out of the picture nonetheless. Rosetsky was dead, with his madness buried 6 feet deep in the ground along with his body. All over the former RFP stronghold of Magadan, partying had begun. Soldiers and local talents alike mingled with the crowd, and alcohol flowed freely from the pubs to the offices of the commanders. Warbell drank his fill, and he gulped it deeply. He had won, and to the victor go the spoils, or the swills in this case. In the next room over, the rest of his officers convened, their voices like indistinct bangs and thuds against the wooden wall. Sometimes he could hear a word or two emerge from the discussion, but his whiskey-addled mind soaked every last bit with liquor, and every phrase slid drowsily into his brain. No matter, he could trust his officers. They were loyal to more than their paycheck. If they had been the regular bread and butter, if it had been the regular bread and butter mercenaries, he would have howled at them and shot his revolver all over the room. He looked at the tea-colored substance lying in wait in the shot glass on the table, inviting him to take it for a single sip. Ah, yes, the seductive amber liquid. Always luring you for more, even if you had way too much already. Maybe he can, maybe not. Better not take the risk. Tonight was a fateful night. His neighbors were making history. That's good bar music. Moving on. The door creaked open. Sir, one of his officers said. We have an important question. Spit it out already, Warbell said, growing impatient. This whiskey's mighty tempting. We have nailed the specific nature of the Republic, sir. There is only one question left, and I think you should answer it. It's about the name. Warbell stood up, his hands poised for a theatrical and grandiose display. He said, almost at the top of his lungs, "We're west from Alaska," toppling from his feet, catching himself up at the last second. West Alaska! The officer blinked at him. Excellent choice, sir. Why the hell not? But yes, welcome to the Republic of West Alaska. Because we're, well, west of Alaska. Alright, but, yes. Now begins the second focus tree. The Republic of West Alaska, and as we see here, I wonder, I wonder if these writers know what they're doing with these titles. But anyway, the Republic of West Alaska. We have done the unthinkable. Warbell and his army of mercenaries has deposed the no-money tin-pot tyrant Matkovsky from his seat in Magadan. His former friend, the bandit king of the Far East, Rozevsky, joined him soon after. The world now waits on bated breath as Warbell founds the first state of soldiers of fortune. Eschewing the naming conventions in Russia, he has taken to naming his new homeland after the region closest to his old one, West Alaska. However, the new republic needs to establish itself in this foreign land. The mercenary army shall reinforce the regions of Amur and Magadan to root out any fascist opposition against us in the area. Warbell shall invite young men from the villages and towns of the sparsely populated Far East to join the Soldiers Without Borders. A new page has appeared in the history of Russia. Whether it goes on to become its own chapter or remains a footnote remains to be seen. But I think we can all agree the best is yet to come. Right, so this is still researching, but we're slowly getting there. I could have crammed more Marines in there, I guess, or more research for Marines, but researching artillery is just as good, I suppose. Right, so is there anything we really need? No, none of that really matters. We're moving on, and yeah, so Warbell has now drunkenly, declared the state of the Republic of West Alaska. Ah, yes, Magadan Free Radio.
No, I love these guys.
Today's radio started without hiccups. The audio, which had been Russian patriotic sounds set to the tune of unmastered sound and constant crackling, was now playing a very soft piano, a classic, Chopin's Nocturne, OP number 9, and OP number 9, number 2. The particular favorite of some of the mercenaries that worked in Harbin. Okay. It continued for several minutes until the last tone rang, and a voice, smooth, controlled, baritone, took over. Good evening, people of Siberia. A hint of English accent underlaid its Russian. This is the new Radio Free Magadan, recently liberated from the fascists that had lived there for years.
No, not Sergei and Vasily.
They have been deposed. We took their radio station and their liquor. If you've just turned in, this is your host, Stephen. Stephen. Also known as roast beef to my French compatriots. Okay. A carefully controlled laughter. What funny boys. If you're Russian, or in Merc parlance, a local, you can call me Strelick. Simple, but effective. Well, gee, I wonder where they got that one. Now here's your host, Strelick. Welcome to Magadan Free Radio. Now here's the Beach Boys. Yeah, no, actually, yes, the Beach Boys, right there. A cough. Oh, excuse me, the voice said, lowering itself away from the microphone, although the percussions were still audible. I apologize for the interruption. Now, due to the generosity of our benefactor, Mr. Warbell Esquire, he moved to a whisper. The Esquire is important. He resumed, if you have any requests, you can send them to our offices in Magadan, right here beside the old RFP offices. For now, sounds of shuffling paper. It's now time for Surf and Safari by the Beach Boys. This is Strelak, or Roast Beef, signing off. Smooth Rock commenced. At least they're professional. Right, so yes, also, fun fact, in this timeline, another one of the wacky, occurrences due to Germany winning the war. So, the British invasion never happened, and therefore the Beatles never happened. So, potentially the most successful rock and roll band is the Beach Boys. Let that sink in. Let that sink in for a moment. The Beach Boys are now the biggest musical band in history. I agree with this because I'm actually a Beach Boys fan. But yes, at least they're professional. So, right. And the British invasion never happened, of course, because England is kind of under the rule of Germany right now, and that probably didn't facilitate, free love and rock and roll.
Well, maybe the free love if, it ends up being Borman, but...
We still have to wait to see how that turns out, but it's September. It's almost time for the magic hour. That's actually false. The Beatles are still there, just not as popular as in our timeline. Oh, really? Okay, I hadn't seen that one.
So yeah, the Beach Boys are still the most popular.
Yeah, no, the Beach Boys are still the most popular. So yes, the Beatles have a neutered career, I suppose. But yes, so isn't this fun? New focus, right. Greater ambitions. Right. Warbell has founded his state. The fascists, dissidents in the countryside, have either joined us or chosen death to join their puny little vaults. However, there's one more problem. The point of no return has passed, and we have condemned ourselves to dig this stretch of barren land until we either strike gold or die trying. We have to shoot the stars with a bullet left in the cartridge. Okay, that could have probably been... We have to shoot for the stars with a single bullet left in the magazine. Sometimes the writing isn't terribly well done, but again, we're playing a campaign where we're literally a big boss, so I'm not really going to complain all that much. Despite all the odds, all of us have agreed it's a bet worth taking on. Let us lift the curtains of Magadan and Amur and gaze upon the rest of the Far East. This land may be sparse and deserted, but there is no shortage of gains to be made for the sharp-eyed mercenary. What we are, then, but a bunch of the world's craftiest... What are we, then? But a bunch of the world's craftiest bastards. We look to the north, past the Zaris, and see a land full of milk and honey. The diamonds of Yakuta and the gold of Aldan. Right, Becca. Surely more than an average soldier's paycheck, isn't it? Ah, yes. The mercenary life, but also... Save the game before all of this shit goes to hell. And yes, as you can see here, I was experimenting with Zaltost. Those experiments didn't really yield very much, but I managed to win as Zaltost. It was funny. But so, now we're gonna sit here and wait until either A, I research the focus that allows me to declare war on Cheetah, or Cheetah declares war on me, which is typically the first thing to happen. The AI kind of is... Yeah, there it is. The AI is kind of weird, because you can actually get... There are focuses where you declare war on enemies, but however, oftentimes, the enemy will just declare war on you, so you never actually get to research said focus. But anyway, on with the show.
Yes, that was supposed to be Russians, vodka, and money?
Yes. Oh, Russians, vodkas... Oh, yeah. Russians, vodka, and guns, I think. After lawyers, guns, and money. But yeah, right, moving along here as we continue to just boot the hell out of the Russian successor states. What the fuck are you doing? Get your ass in there! Okay, so we can't do this until we actually win, but, Yeah, now we just wait until we conquer Cheetah, which will be very quick, even though their motorized divisions are very big and scary. However, yeah, this, takes a bit. Iberia announces the creation of the Iberian Council. TLDR, our government is so incompetent that we have to create a subcommittee of the government to do our job for us. This isn't progress. Nobody really gives a fuck about Iberian politics until it results in the Iberian Civil Wars, which, hey, money! But as you can see here, this division right here is kind of the problem here, that mechanized divisions are typically very large and kind of hard to deal with. All of you fuckers, though, should be attacking that one fucking division. Get on with it. And what are you doing here?
Again, Nick, battle focuses like this aren't worth it.
The planning actually helps, though, so it's worth setting up, but then giving all the orders yourself. So yeah, you guys go that way, you guys go this way, and Cheetah only has 2 fucking cities. Oh, no. Well, gotta slow that down. Adolf Hitler has died. Tragedy has consumed Germany as the news spread first throughout the Reich and then the world. Adolf Hitler, Führer of Germany and victor of the Second World War, has died. Whilst the Führer's declining health has been speculated about for some time, the news has nevertheless left Germany in a state of complete shock. The Reichstag has announced that 3 months of mourning shall be held, and that the Führer shall be buried beside his late wife, Eva Hitler. Yes. With dignitaries from around the world invited to the funeral. There's probably not going to be much of a wake. While Germany mourns, internationally, many are celebrating the death of a man held responsible for 3 decades of suffering throughout the world. Yet many international commentators fear what may now become of Germany, the Third Reich having already been embattled in a bitter power struggle over the rightful successor of the Führership. A day to remember. Here we go. What did him in? His meth addicts or bad eating habits? I think it's implied it's the meth, because I think he dies of a seizure.
Probably.
But also, unfortunately, yep, that's not working. What are you doing? Holy sweet mother of fucking Christ. Hey guys, you know those guys that I told you to back up? Just stand there while they get shot. Good job, guys. Holy fucking shit. I'm paying you people. You should be paying me. Oh, right, they're being attacked. So great. Now we're gonna have a fucking problem here because the AI is fucking stupid. Also, it's going slower now because I had to actually stop that. But yes, now we have the big lurch in a couple of days. Okay, so infestation.
They're attacking again in the north.
Yeah, I see that, but our forces they're getting there. Okay, so you hold. No.
No, you have to stop the attack.
Christ. Hold. Refocus. Because fuck, you're never gonna make it out of there. This is what happens with Cheetah. Their units are actually somewhat you know. Oh. Are they turned to hyper-aggressive in battle plan? Yes, they are, but typically they still do that stupid shit anyway. Or they just retreat and cause problems. But, Seth, thank you for the generosity, sir. Nix, enjoy your free sub. All right, so let's refocus here. The problem with Cheetah is that they can assume this kill ball here, and that can be kind of hard to overcome. However, there is a flanking opportunity now showcasing itself here. The problem is also that they're kind of... I fucking knew that was gonna happen. The problem is also, additionally, that there isn't really room to flank Cheetah's military here, because as you can see, it's 2 provinces wide. So you can't really do anything about that. So good, there we go. So you basically just have to come in and bash them right over the head. Ah, Christ. I forgot I lowered the speed down. But wait, no, here we go. Yeah, I think that's the big lurch. I think, yep, that's the big lurch.
It begins! No less than 7 days after Hitler dies.
Right, so, hold please the music here, but the German Civil War. In the wake of Adolf Hitler's death, the Reich has erupted into chaos. Despite the Fuhrer's appointment of a legal successor, powerful factions within the Reich have taken up arms against one another with the interest of leading the nation in their vision. The nation is torn, with entire garrisons ignoring orders from Germania and flocking to the successor of their choice. Though the gravity of the situation is not yet known, it is estimated that the Reich is either facing or already experiencing total collapse of central authority. Here we go. Though not much is known about the fate of the Reich's eastern administrations, the sudden cessation of contact between Germania and her possessions has created speculation on if those regions too will find their fate. What is known for sure, however, is that the collapse of Europe's Titan has thrown the continent asunder. The end of the Reich, surely. It is thus necessary that the individual should finally come to the realization that his own ego is of no importance in comparison with the existence of a nation. Adolf Hitler. So it begins. Yeah, now, here we go. Now the show starts. Remember the Yasuda crisis being the overture? Now we're in. But okay, so let's fight our way out of here. And hey, look, we have fucking manpower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to train more fucking Marines. So we're going to put in 3 units. And we're going to send them... Well, actually, we're probably going to put them closer to the front. I don't think we're going to need the reinforcement. Actually, you know what? I'm going to set them up there. Because then we have to worry about...
Father men.
That guy. So how many super events does this make? I think that this makes 2 this run. Yeah, they're the scripted ones, so yes, 2. Okay, so now with that moving... Actually, we have 3 military factories. What are we at a deficit for? Rifles.
And artillery.
Artillery's more important, I suppose. We have plenty of rifles.
We have 1 military factory available to us currently.
Oh, we have 2. There you go. We got 2. So, right, so 1 for rifles and 1 for artillery, because we're running the deficit there. Decisions available. What can we decide? Well, political campaign, sure. All right, so we're making progress here. That's good. So the southern units are running straight for Borzia, which was one of the cities, and if they're fast enough, they should be able to flank around and either take Himmler. Himmler, what are you... Himmler, why are you invading France a 3rd time? We don't know why he's invading France a 3rd time. The Franco-Burgundian War. As the situation within Europe rapidly develops as the German sphere free falls into total collapse, many have wondered what, if any, move the secretive Black State would make with recently leaked footage from Germany showing SS convoys moving into Burgundy, a border that has become one of the most militarized on Earth overnight. Many observers declare this to be evidence that Heinrich Himmler has withdrawn support of Reinhard Heydrich's claim to the Führership. Yet the true reasoning has now revealed itself. While the international community is still scrambling to make sense of the chaos, Burgundian tanks are now rolling into Paris, and the French military, severely weakened by German sanctions, have either been forced into full retreat or have had entire divisions destroyed wherever they dare to make stands. A shadow looms over France.
Meanwhile,
there is only pain under the black sun. But anyway, chaos in Ostland! Yep. It's all going downhill here.
Oh, don't forget the music once more.
Right, so, yes, so continuing on here. While much of the German sphere has always been shrouded by the German government, Ostland never has had this issue, with multiple international news stations in Riga always ready to be paraded around by German officials to show off the high quality of life, strength of the workforce, and happiness of the people in their model colony. Whilst the administration in Ostland have now attempted to close down various sections of Riga dedicated to the press, guerrilla reporters have still managed to disperse to film the developments on the ground to the world outside. The footage is shocking, showing brutal house-to-house fighting between various members of the garrison, militia groups, citizenry, and partisans. The international community is still deciding what to make of this footage, and who, if anyone, they are supposed to root for. A Reich divided. Yeah, no, everything's fucked. Everything's fucked. Nothing good's gonna come of this. hey, yeah, those divisions that your friends are attacking and you're losing against, maybe want to attack them so they actually win that fight. Gee, thanks. Right, so we have manpower coming in, so these units will get reinforcements, but yeah, no, it's still kind of bad. Kosh disappearance causes Moscowian turmoil. Yet, meanwhile, in Reichskommissariat Moscowian, the German Reich's largest European territorial gain during the Second World War. The sudden disappearance of Reichskommissar Siegfried Kosch has now seemingly brought an end to Reichskommissariat Moscowian overnight. Following emergency talks between the German administration and Russian representatives in Moscow, an agreement to peacefully divide the territory has reportedly been reached. The latest development in the collapse of the German Reich, Moscowian had been one of the most troubled German territories since its inception, yet emerged as a beacon for reformists within the Reich for its experiments with native collaboration efforts following the West Russian War. Now, with the man behind the unifying efforts between the German and Russian populace gone, it appears the experiment has failed. The Reich's frontier could no longer hold.
Yeah, sure, Mogami. Fucking Heydrich is going to win. Yeah, totally.
Yes, and then we stop playing and I go to bed. Okay, good. We've got a gap here, but not a very big one.
Also, for the last one, because we just skipped that, Hunspiedel just kind of took a border around Berlin and said, "No! No! Stay out!"
Right, sorry, I clicked that while looking away. Sorry, it's an impulse you get while you play this, and you're trying to figure out, especially with Russia, trying to figure out what fucking builds the combat really is good for. So, it's kind of an impulse. Sorry, I do that sometimes. But yes, no, Germany is still in fucking chaos. That is basically it. Germany is currently burning to the fucking ground here. So, as I probably shown before, we have Bormann, Heydrich, Speer, and Göring. They're just kind of beating the shit out of each other. $5 says Bormann wins. That'd be a bet I wouldn't...
Did I say, sorry, did I hear, $5 donated to Goon? Huh? What?
I wouldn't take that bet, though, because Bormann usually always wins, but here's the thing. Göring was named successor, so there's a chance. Chance that he will die horribly after he fails to invade Switzerland.
Okay. Yes,
Himmler, yes. So that's the English Civil War now in full swing. Expansion into Africa. Göring's been winning a lot. The only problem is Göring runs into a few problems that the AI can't really get over. But expansion into Africa. West Africa has had it rough since the end of the Second World War. Luftwaffe units based out of the Reich's holdings in Central Africa have, for the past 2 decades, bombed everything inland to dust. With the death of Hitler and the collapse of the Reich, those Luftwaffe units haven't moved in a long time. Already, several small nations on the coast have begun expanding their borders inland, free from fear of constant German bombing. Whether the bombing resumes or not, only time will tell. Interesting. The bombs, they've stopped. So yeah, so now we've got some purchase here. So we've got these divisions, the supply is kind of shit, but it'll eventually make it to them. The Warsaw Uprising. Poland! Will last for like a week. While the general government in Poland has always been quiet, this has seemingly been little more than a thin veneer, desperately kept on by the Germans in the face of growing unrest. This has become evident when, not even weeks after the beginning of the German Civil War, the Polish Home Army, or the AK, has begun a general uprising that has easily toppled the weak general government and its leader Hans Frank.
Ignore the sounds, I am pouring popcorn.
With a free Poland on the very border of the Reich, the future seems unclear for how well the rest of the German sphere will weather the storm. Still, Poland is completely surrounded by the Reich on all borders, besides the southern front, where it has some scant access to the rapidly collapsing neighbor Hungary. One can only guess at the reborn state's future. The Nazi Empire continues to crumble, but yeah, Poland is, no. I don't recommend doing an Iberian run unless you literally want a visual novel of 2 angry men complaining at each other.
I mean, at least the Comey visual novel is interesting.
Yes. My republic can't be this corrupt. Right. The English Civil War begins. Today, shots rang out across England that herald something far worse than the London uprising of the 50s. For the second time in history, England is in a state of civil war. Her Majesty's Most Loyal Resistance, an organization containing the full spectrum of English political outsiders from communists to a handful of more independently minded fascists, have declared a revolt against the collaborationist government of Prime Minister Alec Douglas Home. Speaking from Himmler's headquarters, Her Majesty's Most Loyal Resistance, but fuck, it's Himmler. Its leader, former General Claude Auchinleck, right? Alongside famed communist rebel Bill Alexander and resistance fighter David Sterling, have declared that England will be a free nation, or they will die trying. Brother fights brother in this most uncivil of wars. Yes, to anyone who is currently tuning in or tuned out for a bit, yeah, no, all hell broke loose. Germany is currently fighting itself in 4 different parts, and everyone has taken it as a sign to begin the boog, as it were.
Yep, not seeing any parallels at all.
Right, so as we continue here, very slowly, you will see a lot of shit overlap, and shit will become illegible if I go at full speed here. But right now, we have one province here, and actually it looks like they're trying to actually outmaneuver me. Or rather, they're trying to bring forces to take back Borza, which leaves Cheetah completely fucking open. Hidden heroes. England, filled with so much strife and confusion, has once again entered international news today. But this is not news of a bombing or repression by the garrison, as has become normal, but one of art. Across the streets of London, several spray paintings have been spotted. While at first these pieces aroused little notice, the spray paint reached the papers when the artist, identity unknown, managed to spray paint one of their pieces on the front of the doors of Parliament. Risky. Thought-provoking and well-drawn, the art has lit popular imagination, and pictures of various pieces attributed to the artist known by the moniker of Soft Boy.
As Val's explaining, it's a tribute to a dead dev.
Oh, it's a tribute to a dead dev. Oh, okay. Well, okay, so I figured that this was, like, trying to, like, poke at Banksy or some shit, but, alright. Memorials. He has spread across the world. Little is known about the artist, only that they are possibly connected to the British Socialist movement. But nobody can seem to stop talking about what the art really means. Great minds of a generation working from the dark. Okay, so it looks like their motorized division is trying to flank us, which is a concern. Great. The formation of the Africa Shield, otherwise known as South African War soon, Tavares. With Germany still consumed by the chaos of civil war, many of its territories becoming plagued with the conflicts of their own, German Africa has today announced its intention to weather this terrible storm. Whilst the 3 German African colonies have previously only enacted cordial yet basic relations with each other, a joint declaration from Siegfried Müller, Wolfgang Schneck, and Hans Huttig has announced the creation of Africa Shield.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Who's an Africa Shield that we completely didn't understand why the hell he was there?
Oh, right. Hans Rudel is in the Africa Shield.
As one of the generals.
We have no idea how that man got down there. But anyway, officially an alliance only defensive in purpose, in order to ensure the survivability within the colonies, many international observers have expressed concern about what the alliance's true intentions in Africa may be. Whilst the OFN has condemned the immoral colonial advance, many within the German sphere have praised Muller in particular for his dedication to protecting German interests and personnel across the continent. A worrying development. Yeah, no, this could be a thing. They align together like that, they could start a war, but that would be... that's sensationalist, right?
Totally. Whoa!
Yeah, that's Madagascar going to shit.
That's Ostland.
Just Ostland imploding into like 4 different factions.
Remember, there's Jews in Ostland too.
Right. So, who's president at the moment? It's still Nixon, I think.
Nixon hasn't resigned yet.
Nixon's still there. Right. So,
and this time he actually signed the Civil Rights Act.
Yes. Everything's going fine. There's no problems here. Okay, can I get on with my war, please? You can tell that everything in England, or everything in Europe has gone to shit, including England. So, I'd like to get on with my war, please. This is a lot of shit all of a sudden. Can I get on with my war, please? I have gold. Carl, fucking Carl Donnet says, fuck this! I'm out of here! Takes Crimea and sits there. I have no part in this shenanigan. Children, sort it out yourselves. And then Carl Donnet sailed the Tirpitz to the Crimean Peninsula and then just sat there, sunbathing on the deck, playing shuffleboard for the rest of the German Civil War.
And depending who wins for the rest of his life.
Yes.
Because, Borman has a tendency to just let him be.
Alright, so I'm gonna have my Marina Vision attempt.
Not Borman, Goran.
Right. So this
there it goes.
Right, that was it. Right, so this is kind of tense, but I think I'm actually making some headway here. We can get to Cheetah, however, the bulk of Cheetah's military is starting to clump together. This is where things become kind of difficult. But as soon as I take that capital, shit's over. But also, research. More artillery, please. Ah! The South African War. Violence erupted across South Africa today as the Boer Republic, angered at what they have perceived as endless attacks on themselves by the South African government, formally declared its independence from the Republic of South Africa. Accompanying the declaration, Boer militias carrying mostly German armaments spread out across the Orange Free State and numerous other parts of northwestern South Africa, coming into armed conflict with South African soldiers stationed in the area. As the conflict continues to escalate, it is currently unknown what exactly the German response will be, yet as observers report increasing militarization of the South African border by the newly formed Africa Shield, many consider the German response to be self-evident. Africa in chaos. Typical. And also, on to our third special event. The one with probably the best music. There are a couple. We'll see if Goring wins. We get another one that's fun. But right. Welcome to Vietnam, but not Vietnam. Again, one of the better soundscapes. But no one starts a war, or rather, no one in his senses ought to do so without first being clear in his mind what he intends to achieve by that war, and how he intends to conduct it. Harold G. Moore, we were soldiers once, and young. The dominoes shall stop. But anyway, the end of Reich's Commissariat Norwegian. Germany continues to collapse. Okay, so we're breaking through here. We're making progress here. I'm not sure what the Cheatin defense units are, but it looks like they're attempting to defend this area and they're not making too many movements. But that's good! I got cheated out of a brutal South African war in my playthrough. The Boers won it in less than a year. Yeah, no, the South African war is such a letdown if you leave it to the AI. It wants to be Vietnam, but it lasts like 2 years at most of the time. Which is not Vietnam. Okay, so these we can probably wait on. What I'm probably going to do is research Special Forces. Rather, Marines, right. Since we're using mostly Marines. We need to kind of double back. We have the most useful ones out of the strategic theorem tree. But since we sit here, our units are moving here, and we'll take this province here, probably causing these guys to completely fucking panic. And then, if they move into Cheetah, war's over. Right, okay, yep, they started panicking. But keep on, boys, keep on.
No, it doesn't look like it's working.
Well,
'cause they got a fort there.
Yes, but also they're being attacked, so that's kind of weighing that down. So they have to win that fight. Yes, where the fuck are the Yankees? Cries the South Africans. Taking forever because the AI is notoriously bad at actually doing anything. Right, so now we can begin that assault.
And back to the tunes.
Yes, back to the tunes here. Alright, so that looks like it's actually gonna work. Well, it's chancy.
No, they don't have the ability to bust through that defense.
Nope, wait.
Oh, whoa, whoa!
Ah, son of a bitch. We can get that to work.
Frank, no, that's crossing a river.
Yeah, it's crossing a river, and those aren't Marines. So, yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. However, this is on the borderline.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it keeps, as you can see here, it's fluctuating.
On the borderline, mostly leaning towards them.
Yeah, mostly leading towards them, unfortunately, with all 3 fucking units. I think I can manage it. Or at least we'll keep up the assaults to wear down their troops. Unfortunately, they're getting reinforcements, which is not good. But yeah, no, that's off. This is where the tents come in handy. What the fuck are you doing? The AI just decided, hey, I'm going to...
Reopen the corridor. Send them to reopen the corridor.
Right, okay, so hang on here. You can probably do it. Yeah, those guys aren't really going to do anything. Right, so these units are surrounded currently, but we can break this lock pretty easily. They only sent really weak units to do this. They're reinforcing, of course. And then they stopped. They need to reopen the corridor and get supplies here, but this is where we can get into really odd spots in Cheetah, because suddenly they ball up and they become kind of hard to crack. Although, what I could do is simply throw more men at the problem, but I only have so much. See, this is why it's kind of useful to have more than a couple of men. But, I see what they're doing. We're gonna win this fight, but I see what they're doing. They're trying to outflank us. But hey, since you're gonna be doing that, kids, well, I guess I'll just kind of go on a tour here. Wait a moment. They fucked up. Okay, so we're gonna reopen this. These guys might get cut off by these units. They're going to probably attempt to move over. Nope, they're attacking there, so we got them. They'll be able to hold because these fuckers have to cross the river, and haha, Marines. This is why Marines are good. And these guys will probably break through. Yep, there we go. Okay, and as soon as we walk into Cheetah, we have to wait a grand total of like 3 seconds, and then Cheetah no longer exists as a country. And... keep on fucking walking. We're through. We made them push back, and now we have control over basically everything that we need. You move over there just in case they get any funny fucking ideas, but now the units are moving into the capital, and the enemies are being forced into a fucking corner, and their capitulation is nigh. Good! Great war, folks. Good job. Okay, so now that we have another factory, well, now we need to add one for, I guess, anti-tank equipment because we're out, but we're gonna get a lot of supplies as we take over the country. But hey, well, we're through the first part of this mess. Alright, so, is there anything else to really do? No. Right, so now we have 300 fucking political... You know what, we might as well. Because we have 300 fucking political power, I might as well use it. Raids, though? Fuck no. Everything's really tedious here. Or really precarious, I should say. Right, bury the past. The Tsarist to our west, formerly of Harbin's anti-Bolshevik front, has so far watched our rise to power with no shortage of apprehension and horror. The puppet Tsar and his followers must be quaking in their boots, fearing for the soldiers of the world to descend into what little backwater town he calls his empire. That sham will not stand. We shall show the Tsar what the true meaning, what true empire building is. We push them in and we take them in and we push them over there. Who knows, if he survives and wins, maybe he'll learn a lesson or two. We shall crush their defensive lines using the Ultima Ratio Regum. Artillery shall pepper their defenses, yes, letting our men break through. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Once in, our men shall show what the wars of the world look like to these befuddled, confused Russians. No divine right shall protect them, our assault, for God does not help, protect them from our assault, for God does not help them, God does not help, wait. For God does not help who
who do not help themselves.
Who does not help themselves. That's just weird. Okay, fine. Sorry. 3 a.m. brain. But yeah, God doesn't help those who don't help themselves. After dealing with the Tsarist, the rest of the Far East awaits. The diamonds of Yakuta and the gold of Alan are riches waiting to be claimed. National focus bypass. But right, so now the fate of the Tsar and the Cheetah Training Academy, which is, we just kind of split up the country now. Right.
Oh yeah, don't forget to begin
what?
Annexation?
Yes.
What's the
integration?
Integration.
Which is, I've already done it. Actually.
Okay.
Alright, so, right. The fate of the Tsar. Tsar Mikhail's presence in the Far East was nothing more than a series of unhappy accidents. An Australian by birth, he heeded the invitation to join a dinner party in Siberia, not knowing that he was the only claimant to do so. Later on, the Tsarist found, much to their shock, that Mikhail, in actuality, had no legitimate claim to the Russian throne. His father's non-dynastic marriage ensured that he is illegitimate at best and a usurper at worst. Still, we must decide what to do with him. Warbel has taken the luxury of treating the prince with generosity. The kid is no threat. However, he may still have his use. Hailing from a well-off family, perhaps we can ship him back to Australia in a flash, using our delivery services to make sure that he will be right as rain when he gets back. Of course, such a premium transport should earn us a little more than a pat on the back. We'll call his family and tell them to keep in touch. Yeah, call up that, what is it, Blackwater? We need a person escorted. They're in there somewhere.
Yeah, we send them by Fulton balloon.
Yes. But yes, we're literally big boss and just kind of adjusting things. But yes, the Republic of West Alaska grows ever larger, and unfortunately our concerns also grow ever larger. Right, so we didn't really, well actually we're gonna get some supplies, but now we're kind of gonna run into a situation where we're kind of short. So what I'm gonna do is actually probably cancel this.
Yeah, cancel that one.
Yeah, cancel that one because that's never gonna get finished. These, however, will probably finish. I'll let them train, but we do need to get units on the field because the fun's gonna start in a bit. I could probably, with the manpower that we have available, swap over. Yeah, okay, good. Swap over those guys to get them to Marines, and now, hey, we have lots of Marines. So right, what we're going to do is, because I know this sequence, we're gonna go over there. Hurry the fuck up. What are you going over there for? The fuck are you guys doing?
I don't know. They're probably fulfilling whatever last order they had.
Yeah, right, so all of you get on the trains and go the fuck over there. Right, so the plan here is Yakuta has literally one city. Take the one city. Okay, so...
Yeah, Caster, open up the focus, the main page for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Where's, I think it's this one?
Yes, what?
Where's, or no, it's whatever Warbel's, yes, there it is.
That is the Russian equivalent to Soldiers Without Borders.
Yes.
It's literally MSF.
Yes, we are, yeah, pretty much. So this faction is just TNO MS, yes, that's, yes. And, see this reference? You're gonna get a lot of, you see this reference?
Firebase Moses, even.
This shit doesn't stop, and it's great. Alright, so now I think we can put Warbel into fucking command here. However, what I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna wind up splitting forces here, because now we're gonna have a bit of an issue, and that issue is, we're going to have to declare war on basically everyone in the area at the same fucking time.
Yeah.
This is how this sequence plays out. It's chaotic, but it's fun to win chaotic situations that are a real big fucking dice roll. Alright, good. So, by canceling that other unit, we actually have the supplies to finish these two units. That's great. So we do need a split force here. We're gonna need to basically be everywhere at some point.
Yeah, fucking Yagoda's starting to mount troops on your border.
Yeah, no, he doesn't do much, though, yet.
Yeah, which, Yagoda, since Stalin doesn't exist, he's still alive.
Hooray!
Fuck you!
Fuck that guy.
Fuck you!
He has mechanized divisions.
Fuck you and your bald head!
If he has mechanized divisions, they're very large and kind of annoying. Right, so, the fate of the Tsar. But also, before we get to that, let's see here. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to add... See, what's the ledger look like for artillery right now? 80, not enough to equip the entire unit, so we're just going to throw more Marines into the problem. We've got manpower, that's what we can do.
Caster, he was the first head of the NKVD, as well as the head of the NKVD during most of the purges. The political purges and the show trials.
Oh, shit. I didn't notice that. Right, no, it is the Special Forces limit. Oh, well. Well, I'm gonna have to research fucking the Special Forces thing now. I probably should have got that earlier. But right now, I think we're okay with this. Worst comes to worst, I can send more guys. Probably what I should be doing is saving some manpower, because this is gonna go real fucking quick. Right. Right, so a Tsar's ransom. The former Tsar of all Russians sat on the unadorned, smooth concrete floor of his prison. The garb he was wearing did not resemble what he had worn for years. Rough, threadbare, and bearing only a single color. His medals, his lapels, his unearned magnificence, all gone. Scattered to the winds like the whites who had protected him. Well, at least the guards spoke English, and they would frequently joke at him and bring him the best of the prison rations. Oh, joke with him. Probably at and with him at the same time. Right, they're probably decent guys. Which now lay before him. Some soup with beans in it. A few slices of bread and a glass of water. Not much, but enough. Today's guard, Jack, wait a minute, had told him to dig into his food, ASAP, as he phrased it. An honored guest was coming, Jack said, and he did not want to piss off this guy. Mikhail had known who his visitor was from the start. Dressed in prison uniform and fed like the lowest worker in the world. In Mikhail's veins still flowed imperial blood. It didn't used to be like this. He had no claim to anyone's throne, and his crown did not fit him. All this for a piece of poorly cooked steak. The bars of his prison clanked open. In the gap stood Mitchell Warbell, an interpreter. Mikhail stood. First, a little unsteady, and after a few seconds staggered to meet who might be his executioner or his savior. I can speak English, Mikhail began. The interpreter is unnecessary. Warbell nodded his head at his aide, who immediately went away. So, Warbell said, sizing Mikhail up and down. A Russian Tsar with a limey English accent. Truth is stranger than fiction, indeed. He took Mikhail by the shoulder, and the two of them sat down together on the Tsar's humble bed, next to his latrine. I am not Mikhail said before stopping, interrupting Warbell. Interrupting Warbell might not be wise. Mr. Romanov, Warbell gestured at Mikhail. That your name? Mikhail nodded. You know I am not really sure why you're here, and I can let you go for of course a small cost. I hear your dad has them deep pockets for royalty. It should be nothing for you. How much? For a small cost of $500,000, I will put you on a skipper headed for England, Australia, wherever. I don't have that kind of money. Then you sure as shit hope your father has. Mikhail was silent then, he slowly nodded. I am glad we have reached an understanding. Warbell left, and the prison clanged shut once more. Better than death, surely. We're not bad people, we just want money. Right, so on to that, the Cheetah Training Academy. When our troops passed through the towns and villages of West Siberia, you would not believe the masses of young men begging for a chance to enter the legendary mercenary Warbell's army. The issue is, well, it boils down to their circumstances. See, these potential recruits come from backgrounds dissimilar to our own. Some are fishers, and some are traders. Some have not even seen a rifle in all of their lives. With such a feeble base of knowledge, they would only become burdens in the upcoming battles in Siberia. Fortunately, the recent conquest of Cheetah has provided Warbell the opportunity to tap into what little personnel that the Far East can give. He plans to build a new training academy for all Russians intending to join his host there. Our veterans and senior officers shall staff this new education establishment, ensuring that no recruit goes into war not knowing which end of the gun they should point towards the enemy. Yes, so now we're going to have an academy here. And yeah, we're basically the MSF now.
Now.
We've been for quite some time, but yeah, no, it continues. Okay, so with that out of the way, these divisions will be ready soon, and we won't necessarily need them yet, but we will need them soon. And I'm probably going to need to create another army. Which will be simple, because I just take 3 and move them somewhere else.
Scroll up. Reunification of Russia.
Oh, right, that.
That might be...
Well, that's just there. Okay. I can't click that, so I can just kind of save the space. I know when I can click that, just not now.
Okay, no, I thought that was part of, you know, actually declaring war on people.
Right, so we get a focus to invade Yakutsk. So we just wait now until the focus tree irons out, which is right there. So we research this, and then we research this, and then we can actually fight someone. War in Algeria. Hopefully the conflict won't. No.
Also, I think that's also Himmler.
Possibly. Not sure. Himmler can do a lot. Well, actually, hang on. Let's go look at Strengeheim here. What's old Strengeheim do? Well, he's Heydrich is failing miserably.
When doesn't he?
Right. So what's going on with Strenge? Oh, nope. He's nope. Well, actually, this isn't technically speaking a plan here, but yeah, no, absolutely. Actually, these should be Strengeheim, but they're not actually Strengeheim. So, oh yeah, they
Look at him.
There it
Look
is.
at the cockroaches.
Absolutely.
He's so happy.
Yes, absolutely.
He's so happy with this atom in his hand.
Wait, okay, so this is Oh right, no, that's this is all terribly Strengeheim. Right, so right, so yeah, this is fucking with Africa and supporting Heydrich in the Civil War. No idea what he's doing, but yeah, no, it's all still Strengeheim here. How's England doing? How is England doing? Himmler is losing miserably by the looks of it. Don't look good. Yeah, no, Himmler's that well. It looks like the collaborationist government is going to be in power. Well, sorry, England. Alright, so now everybody's moving here, and probably, yeah, they're beginning planning, so they'll be alright. So now we just kind of sit and wait a little. I think we could afford to speed up a little bit now that we're through the hell that is the German Civil War starting conditions. And good, we're back on top with weapons here. We have to upgrade more artillery, but yeah, we're back on top.
That's Kazakhstan again.
So good. The 2 extra divisions are almost done training, but we will not need them in the immediate. We will need them soon. And also, yeah, no, that's 8. It looks like 8 divisions of special forces.
7. Surely.
7, right? Okay. Maybe it just adjusts by size, but yes. So, government prevails in the English Civil War. Right. So yes. So unfortunately, Himmler has been squashed. Not that Himmler, but yeah, free Europe, free England, not happening.
Not Himmler. Himmler.
Himmler. Yes.
I wonder who's behind this lure.
Okay, so now, well, Yakutsk is a small frontier republic that happens to reside right across our border. In any other circumstance, we would not have gone after them this quickly. However, their lands contain something much more valuable than workers or industrial capacity. Tales of diamonds and riches stemming from its trade travel south, eventually reaching the ears of Warbel. With the booming size of our armed forces, these jewels would be useful in procuring pay for the incoming mercenaries. Did someone say, what is it? What is it? Emerald Hounds? No, that's not it. Yeah, it'll come to me. I'm sure it'll come to me here. It's on the tip of my tongue here. I think it's a David Bowie song. Sapphire Canine. Yeah, no. That's not it either. Sapphire Canine, it sounds nice, but no, doesn't roll off the tongue. I'm gonna have to think about that. The plans for our next step is clear. We are attacking the Republic of Yakuta, not out of spite or personal grievance, but but necessary pragmatic interests. That's a way of putting it. We want your stuff.
We don't want you, we want your stuff.
Without ideological support and only guarded by local militiamen and outlaws brought over with the promises of high pay, Yakuta will not be much of a challenge. The issue is time. The issue this time, the other powers of the Far East will set their sights upon this land soon. And if we are not quick, this chance could be lost forever. Yeah, that's why we gotta just fucking get moving here, because now we're on the clock here. The NKVD is gonna start rising up and trying to eat the territories. Then Father shows up, and that's a big fucking mess. But we'll be quick about this.
Oh boy.
I'm nothing if not efficient at this point with this nonsense. What the fuck was that for?
Coming from the guy that just led a bit of manpower for Cheetah.
Alright, so that we've got troops now. Alright, so I'm going to form... Yes, no, I'm going to form a second army here. I'm going to put this army under John Peters. Because I like this
one. Looks suspiciously like, the one guy in Serbia. Novislav Dejai, if I remember correct.
He seems like a cool dude. But anyway, I should probably actually stop giving orders to this guy, even though this will probably undo all the planning. But orders to fucking Warbel, i.e. the guy in charge. And then reset the plan so everything's perfectly fine and happy.
Yeah. Ideally. Because remember, you don't trust the AI.
No.
You let them plan, but you don't trust them.
Planning is essentially a temporary buff bar that, once you press go, starts to deplete, and it helps with anything that you do, but really letting the AI do anything other than potentially maintain a flank is a mistake. But there we go.
Forward march.
Click.
Before they were even ready.
But with Yakuta...
actually, yeah, that might be quick.
Yeah, no, Yakuta literally has, like, 2 divisions and 1 city. So, they're not going to be that much of a deal. We just literally... We have to walk over this river and then get over this river.
That would be true, but this doesn't have Spearhead. Which, again, furthers my belief that this is a fucking old meta build.
Yeah, which is why why Space Marines are so fucking good.
Again, both the fact that Marines are still godlike and no Spearhead orders convinces me completely that this is built on an old version of the game.
It must be, because the mod was underdeveloped for 5 years, so they had to use a very old, stable build, probably around the release of the fucking game at this point.
I wouldn't say that far, but you know what? It wouldn't surprise me.
They would have had to, with a mod, had to agree on one stable build, which is probably the current build of the game when they started. So right, so we have another factory here, and so are we missing anything? I don't think we are. So you know what? Let's put some more work into the artillery guns there.
He does have all the expansions, but he does not have
good factories. Fantastic.
La Resistance enabled.
No, I don't have all. Actually, I only have La Resistance. I don't have any of the other expansions.
Oh, you don't?
No, I didn't.
Wait, was that also was Spearhead also a DLC thing? I thought that
it might be, but frankly, the DLCs for Hearts of Iron are fucking expensive. La Resistance was $20.
Yeah.
It's kind of pricey. This was built on 1.2 Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah, no, that sounds about right for Ancient. What's the current build? I need more Special Forces. I could use extra tents here, but I need to actually go down the Special Forces straight. Also, good timing on this music.
Again, the Metal Gear Solid 3 soundtrack.
Alright, so now that we have a shitload of factories, we can probably get... Do we need anything else? I mean, we could get trucks, but, you know, just for the sake of having them...
You don't need trucks.
I don't need them, and I don't have any rubber, so they're going to be slow as fuck anyway. So I could probably just increase production across the board with everything else.
Yeah.
So, first anti-tank grenades come... We don't really need too much support. We might as well increase it, though. And then, let's say... We need artillery. Our guns were fine. Artillery is the most important fucking thing that we need right now.
Yeah, so it's been a while.
Yeah. Like I said, apparently the mod was under development for 5 years, and I'm not surprised if they use a fucking ancient build of the game, because they needed to start with something, and something that didn't actually, you know, change. There you go, there's Yakuta. You only need to capture one fucking city, and they're dead. So
what about Aldan?
You see, Aldan's funny. I almost never get to declare war on them, because they're gonna
eat... NKVD usually.
Yes, so... Now we gotta do something here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put one unit down here, and then one unit over here with Alon. I will probably not actually need to fight them, but we're gonna disperse these units and then go about our business. And since we have such an actual surplus of, well, actually, what we can do is we can make mercenary infantry, which are kind of an okay stopgap because these guys are gonna be shooting the father. So give them a bit of help here. After all, we're short on troops. We just buy some more.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you gonna do?
Right, so what we're going to
start the clone vats? What do we look like, Lysenko?
Not yet. Okay, so right, so that's actually probably okay. These guys aren't gonna be fantastic, but they're cheap. Well, cheap-ish. It's still 8,000 manpower. We can have 2 divisions, but they're gonna be effective enough to hold Magadan from Father while we deal with, at the same time, the NKVD, which is the most difficult hurdle of this entire little thing. So, we're gonna set 2 units, have them train at Magadan. That's gonna be... Magazine. Actually, yeah, in Magazine, in the wonderful Republic of West Alaska. Don't forget the With meta shit. I don't actually know anything about With, aside from buy radios. Research radios. I don't know anything about fucking combat With. I really don't. I just make armies that have effective amounts of either hard attack or soft... Actually, in this case, it's not even hard attack, soft attack. The hardest thing you typically run up against is fucking mechanized infantry, which isn't terribly hard. Who cares about France? I don't. So, typically, what you really need to do... Artillery is king. You just get units with defense, a shitload of buffs from various sources, and soft attack, and you're golden. If you want to be cheeky, you go for faster units to encircle.
Why aren't they
moving? They're fucking very, very slow. They're going.
Why are they going there?
Those guys are going down there because we have to have someone down here.
No. Why are those guys going up there?
I don't actually know. The AIs just do. They'll get there eventually. But yes, as focus. Right. So diamonds from their right. We have defeated the Yakuts for what we did. We now inherit the heirloom of the meek. The supply of diamonds in West Alaska is now ours. With the current output, we can feed and pay our existing mercenary companies with a little more comfort than before. However, phrases like "little more" are not enough for men like Warbel. And if his ambition were to reach as far as he wants it to, he would need perhaps 1,000 times more. From the ashes of their short-lived independence, we shall claim the riches of the earth. Our men will go from every village and town in West Alaska, forming labor battalions from the wide-eyed young men who are always thrilled to join our little operation. Then they will work in the mines with the same rates as it was under the Republic of Yakuta. Who knows? If they are good enough, perhaps they can prove their worth and join the real mercenary companies someday.
Also, yeah, Val, that sounds about right, where Paradox actually had to nerf artillery.
But yeah, Paradox actually had to nerf artillery because of how effective it is. Yeah, no, you basically just... There's nothing... In TNO, it's really kind of just silly how effective it is. You just dump as much artillery as you can fit into a division, and then you kind of pad it with enough...
Which also kind of makes sense why tanks are shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this doesn't... Yeah, this is stupid. Because you just... You have infantry in there for defense, because infantry have the highest defense, and then behind them, you just slap artillery in until the soft attack is as high as you want. Those are the only units you really need. And then you just get buffs from whatever the fuck you want, be it tents or radios or whatever. So, right now we sit and we wait, because we're declaring war on... It's probably Irkutsk. Or Tusk. Or... Irkutsk.
Yagoda.
Yagoda. Fucking Yagoda. This man, this asshole. This guy, typically, what happens is this guy eats Aldan before we even get a chance to look at it, and then he declares war on us, and then all of a sudden the father appears above us, and then everything's gone to shit. But yes, deploy smooth jazz as we prepare for our massive operations. We have diamonds now. We're great. so moving on. Foreign investments. The Republic of Yakutia is no more. Their diamond mines, once owned by Russians and Yakuts, are now in our hands. With the number of workers and equipment that are there, we can expand our army as well as raising the wages of the soldiers currently in our pay. However, as an American, enough isn't sufficient for Rebel. That's literally the same shit he just said over there. There must be a way to squeeze more out of the mines, and luckily for the Republic of West Alaska, he already has a plan in mind called De Beers. The crucial issue of the first diamond mining operations was that there were no markets receptive enough to its supply nearby. Warbel can rectify this problem. He will call executives and his acquaintances across America, just call De Beers, and all will swarm him for the stock from his newly found fortune. He will cut them a deal, slightly lower prices for the newest state-of-the-art mining equipment. After all, we are running a business, not a charity here in West Alaska. One off-the-map military factory.
Now that reminds me.
Production.
We see Yagoda in Irkutsk, but is Yashov alive? Does anyone know?
Don't know.
I know Andropov is, and he's off in Komi.
Not so good.
Now, granted, Andropov wasn't then KVD, but...
We're short on artillery again, but Rifle Unit Alpha and Bravo are perfectly fine.
Beria's dead, and that's all that matters.
Who's winning in West Russia?
Nothing's really been happening. Wow, hello!
Yeah, so that's going...
When did you get there?
That's going on. This is going on. West Alaska is actually probably one of the more sluggish fights here, but things are...
West Russia, surely.
What do you mean? What did I say?
You said West Alaska.
I said West Russia, sorry. West Russia, but...
I mean, it's all gonna be West Alaska.
Zhukov is on the march here, from what we can see.
It's either Zhukov or it's still Voroshilov.
Omsk is actually... Well, no, it's a border dispute, so nothing's really happening here. Everything's still kind of stable. Durwanger is still alive, yes.
Yes, currently Omsk is trying to beat the shit out of, oh fuck, I always forget it. Yeah, I always forget his fucking name. I say his name a lot, but then I immediately forget it because of how inconsequential he is here.
Right,
on.
so...
Hold on, I gotta fucking remind myself.
Zhukov is marching along. Novosibirsk is canonical unifier of Central Siberia, by the way. Unfortunately, Warbel is not officially canon. However, fuck you, it's canon in my mind. Also, hey, look, the theme for Outer. Just
Lazar Kaganovich.
Right, so moving on here. Dogs of War, which gives us, hey, more special forces bonuses. Our battle-hardened forces have come far. From the frigid wastes that surround the port town of Magadan, we have defeated both the fascist power brokers in the region as well as the Republic of Yakutia, claiming their supply of diamonds for ourselves. Even though they have fought throughout the world before, our soldiers find themselves pushed to their limits, coming out on top despite the lopsided odds and numbers, equipment, and motivation. Luck has blessed Warbel with the most hardened soldiers of this world. However, we are not interested in mere good. From the ranks of his current soldiers, Warbel shall pick and choose whoever he favors and believes to be the quintessential elite soldier. He shall assemble them to a single unit. Their pay will be higher, and their only occupation the preparation for war. When the time comes, these soldiers will push themselves forward further than any men can. They will become the dogs of war.
Wait, isn't that not Foxhound Battalion you get?
Yeah.
That's utter shit.
Yeah, no, it's fucking Foxhound. But
that's utter shit on top.
It's bear. Basically, you get the special activities unit, which is just elite infantry, which is nowhere near actually as good as special forces.
Anything you have at that moment.
They're kind of a waste of space.
Can you fucking just disband them?
You can disband them for manpower. I prefer to think that if we're on this route, our special activities unit is going to be whatever helicopter troops we can get out. Which, I'm gonna try, but again, it's a really big time sink.
Again, chopper troops only exist for being good at making
Yeah, they just kind of they make Swiss cheese of borders and facilitate encirclements. They don't really fight terribly well. They can, but
oh my god, that makes so much fucking sense.
What?
If I remember entirely correctly, early versions of Hoi 4 when it came out, when I started playing it, I think it came out. Paras were utter shit.
What now?
Paras were utter shit.
Right. Well,
at the onset of the game.
Well, Air Assault is pretty good. It's just that it'd take fucking forever to get going. But right, now that we have that, we should probably look into maybe researching other just more artillery, because we're not getting any better. Doctrine, though, what do we got here? I think, you know what, we should probably go, you know what, let's punch on to large-scale exercises. This one is kind of ineffectual, but we'll get down the doctrine tree, and then we'll see how things look.
Seth, it's currently anyone's game. Last we checked, there's Phontomen.
Yep, there's Father.
It's currently anyone's game in Germany. We haven't gotten any events saying, hey, somebody's lost.
Right, so reports have slowly begun filtering down from movement in the distant communes of Siberia. What it is, really, we cannot say, but the fact that any form of news is leaving the region alone has set many to wondering what exactly could be happening. Surely, if the communes are making any kind of stir for the first time in 20 years, it must be in some form important. Reports speak of stirrings from the religious, those few traders who make their way that far north over the eastern Siberian trade routes have spoken of entire communes chanting in prayer, of churches being filled to the brim, and of some figure pushing them onward. Nobody knows exactly what has spurred this action, but the people of Siberia keep praying for one man. They call him Father.
One day we'll do a Siberian run.
Welcome to the third problem in the area. Well, Aldan is not, so now we're gonna... This is gonna be a mess. This is gonna be a mess. But we have our troops in, and they're good enough to hold. The North awakens.
May God welcome this wayward soul.
Yeah, moving on here. Better get started quick before he shows up. Basically, yeah, he causes a lot of issues, but you can come out on top, but this is where it becomes kind of chancy. The NKVD over here have lots of good equipment, and they're, a sizable force to fight in a man-to-man conflict. Father over here just has a lot of area he can cover, and he also, basically, he gives you debuffs by causing civil unrest.
He gives you debuffs by simply existing.
Yes, so, we're just really good at our fucking job, so this is how this is gonna go. The wily bastards, the NKVD standing army, and then the religious fanatics.
Do I have more coffee? Do I have more coffee?
I still have a little bit of this. The Dogs of War. Oh. Alright. Firebase Moses. Actually, you know what we probably should do? We probably do Guns of West Alaska first, because that gives us a lot of fucking... Yeah! When he was still in Matkovsky's payroll. Right. A few months ago in Magadan, Warbel once proposed that he has connections throughout the underworld that would let him procure guns at a lower price. Unbeknownst to Matkovsky, Warbel's relation to this lucrative market did not stop at rifles alone. Artillery guns, uniforms, supplies, and other essential tools of war. If you can name it, Warbel's got it. And at a cheaper rate, too. If only you guys did the stream tomorrow, I'd be able to see this through to the end. As it stands, I've got about 10 minutes before I need to head off due to work tomorrow. Well, Sorth, I think what we're probably going to do is, since it's 4 in the morning, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to get out of reunifying East Siberia, and then we're going to call it a night and come back tomorrow and then proceed to the rest of the fucking war. Because this is, we're going to be here for like fucking over 12 hours at this rate finishing all of this. So... there's gonna be a big knockdown, drag-out fight here, but after that fight, I'm gonna call it a night. With a limited industrial capacity in the Far East due to the Reds' negligence during the Soviet period, Warbel now has to pull out all the stops in ensuring that his army of soldiers without borders stays well-equipped and ready to attack at any time. No number shall go uncalled, no associate go unpressed. All shall go into the duty of making sure that West Alaska stays afloat for as long as possible. The remnants of the Reds and the Father's forces may seem small and insignificant, but it's better to be safe than sorry. They're not small or insignificant. It's actually going to be a problem. Right. Right, so that's mostly the center, kind of unifying. Sorta, kind of. But now we're still playing the waiting game here. Yeah, another factory, fantastic. And look, a need for more artillery. Right, we are...
need more artillery.
We're still short about 70 guns. Holy shit, this map is a clusterfuck. It starts to level out once you start winning, but yeah, no, this is... Welcome to literally Russian Battle Royale. This is kind of the... From any angle, this is what Russian reunification looks like. Shitload of contenders, and they just start beating the shit out of each other, and eventually someone wins.
Ignore the noises, I'm just getting comfortable.
Alright, focus on research. I would like to train our troops, but I think we have enough manpower in reserve. Guns of Wasilesk. Oh, what happened
No,
now?
Caster, that's already over.
What happened now? As of noon today, President Richard Nixon has officially resigned his post of the President of the United States, the first to do so in nearly 200 years of American history.
Nearly 200 years. Who else resigned?
I can't remember exactly. Nixon...
I know what they're saying here, the wording's just off.
Nixon stood accused of wiretapping his rivals in the National Progressive Party during the 1960 election. Yes, years earlier, and he still does Watergate. God damn it, Nixon. As well as obstruction of justice for trying to cover up the deed. With impeachment inevitable, he left of his own accord rather than be convicted and removed. The office falls to Vice President John F. Kennedy's son of former President Joseph P. Kennedy.
Yes, the bootlegger became the fucking president at one point.
A charismatic figure, he has drawn both praise from progressives and the ire from segregationists, yes, segregationists, for support of civil rights. Whether he can step out of the Nixon administration's shadow and forge his own legacy has yet to be seen. Can Kennedy hold the nation together? Can Kennedy hold the nation together? Can Kennedy outrun a bullet? That's the better question here.
Caster, yes, he is the first. However, the wording implies that there was another, which we all know there wasn't.
Or rather,
it's worded poorly. I know what they're trying to say is he's the first president to resign, but what it sounds like is there was a previous one.
Yeah, no, in the 200 years of the country existing. So
again, I see what they're saying and what it's supposed to mean, but it sounds weird regardless.
So here's hoping he gets to put the first boots on Mars instead. That's John Glenn, but later. Alright, so, as for what
Also, JFK didn't live to see that neither.
Nope.
Fucking, it was, Nixon.
Yeah, JFK didn't do shit.
Yeah, because we did have John Glenn win, like, twice.
Yes.
So, let's see how that goes.
John Glenn typically wins.
Well, I wouldn't say typical.
And, actually, as we're sitting here, yeah, Alon doesn't exist.
Alright, reform the border.
Alright, so...
Just take it from Warbell and just delete it all.
Fuck it, just whatever.
Well, that all depends if Bobby Kennedy decides to go too liberal.
There's all this, and now we have to war on the horizon. Things gonna be bad. Okay, so...
Well, yes, okay, fine, sword. Nope.
Goring's Germany conquers Spear...
Fuck.
Oh, Goring's winning.
Oh, fuck.
Goring's winning!
Well, that's okay. He's gonna fucking drop dead after he eats Switzerland anyway.
Okay, so as we see... Bormann's actually got some ground here, but yeah, no, Goring took out Spear, and Heydrich is still alive, but...
Somehow.
Goring's winning.
Goring continues to eat.
Remember, as of this run, Goring was named the successor by Adolf Hitler before he dropped dead, so...
I'm pretty sure that does give buffs.
It probably does.
Or it's just a ploy to let the player choose who they want to play as.
The Firebase Moses. I didn't actually read this. Despite our victory in Yakuta, Our forces still need time to recover and rest before moving to their next target. Meanwhile, Reds and the mythical Father in the north move in the shadows, fighting their wars and settling their debts without our knowledge into their affairs. Starved for knowledge and intel, any move to claim and conquer the north and the west would be risky. While we rest and recuperate, we need to gather information on our opponents. Thankfully, we have just the thing. We shall build Firebase Moses, a forward operating base planted at the very edges of our political and practical control. From there, our troops will inform the High Command of any slight changes in the composition and positioning of our enemies. Divisions. Half the battle is knowing yourself, Sun Tzu once said, and the other half is knowing your enemy. And knowing is actually, half the battle. With this move, we have made one more guarantee to our success here in the Far East.
Also, Val, if Sacred War is playing in the distance, that would imply Omsk is doing anything of importance.
Right. The world calls for weapons.
It sure as shit ain't Omsk.
However, we don't actually get to be mercenaries until 1963. With the establishment of our relative authority over much of the Far East, we have come to possess a diamond mine, and not-so-imperial ransom, and the Academy of Cheetah. Despite the availability of the latter's facilities to train our troops from the backwater Russians, we have a shortage of recruits with adequate quality. However, we are soldiers without borders, and it may be time to look to the outside world for help. Until recently, our reputation in the global underworld is that of a mere curious object, something of a fad that gives way after a brief time. After the conquest of Yakutia, however, many have taken quite an interest in our work. If we are to, say, put a call outwards to rally the mercenaries into West Alaska, we will receive quite a lot of applications. Warbel will do just that. The influx of new blood into the ranks of West Alaska shall ensure that no division shall go understaffed without personnel. Actually, manpower is going to always be the biggest fucking concern.
Well, not necessarily.
Alright, so the dealio here is we're gonna have a basic fucking battle plan here that just gives everyone planning bonuses, which is go to the back of the fucking country.
The main problem is getting past the lake.
The big lake and also the mechanized divisions that will try and punch out. But the idea here with playing against these two factions is to basically kind of bring them to a halt and let them fight each other, thereby weakening both of them, and then, allowing you to kind of cruise in and make use of this. Reports from Moses. Nancy Wake was not unaccustomed to the conduct of espionage. She sat in her new office, formerly owned by the RFP member Nikolai Pelton. Oh, the menu theme from Metal Gear Solid 2. I haven't heard that in a while. Whereabouts unknown. Receiving reports and issuing orders. Her duty was that of a spider, to construct webs of information, local contacts, and spies in the hopes of snaring a valuable piece of intel, or perhaps even a snitch or two. Her mind is turned to the changes in the web. Just like how a spider can feel any snag, any object that caught itself in its structure, this morning her mind polished in the bitter wash of coffee.
Hey, I know that one.
She had received a report from Firebase Moses, and it did not disappoint her. Cocooned in a file before her was what she had wanted all along: juicy, valuable intel. She could feel the venom emanate from this particular document. However, Firebase Moses had seen activity in the north. Although it hadn't coalesced into anything concrete, all reports of civilian movement seemed inconclusive. Tracking the cursory sub-sensory flow of people to the barren north was pointless, not to mention exhausting and taxing. Opening the file, she rustled through its contents, hastily written notes, blurry photographs, and a word that echoed over and over: father, father. She leaned back in her chair and considered her options. The newly installed telephone sat across from her. If she lifted the receiver, then the equivalent in Warbell's office would ring. Without a doubt, she reached for it. "This is Wake. I may have some news." Codec calls. Beep, beep. Yeah, well, okay.
Okay,
So once again, it's
the world is just a barrel organ in which the Lord God turns himself, etc., etc.
Yes. So Borman conquers Heydrich, which leaves, once as usual, Borman and Goring to fight each other, and it looks like It looks like Goring might win. Mexico has a president. Oh! Well, it's Maggie, boys!
Call the IRA.
Margaret Thatcher elected English Prime Minister under the collaborationist government, mind you.
I mean, she can win either way.
I mean, yes, but Margaret Thatcher is now Prime Minister. Margaret Thatcher first grabbed headlines in 1951 when she became the youngest female MP in the upon her election. There's a word missing in the Parliament upon her election. Now she has a new record: first female Prime Minister. Following the recent victory in the general election, Royal Party members of the House of Commons voted to make Thatcher their party leader, thus making her Prime Minister.
Holy shit, she's still kind of old in that picture.
The leadership's election's result was a shock by many familiar with parliamentary politics, who long thought Thatcher to be an outsider. The Royal Party's inner circle always kept at arm's length. Naysayers within the party have largely been quelled by her choice of staff, the cabinet with old guard MPs, the most prominent of which is R.A. Rab Butler. The question of whether she leads her cabinet or her cabinet leads her, however, remains to be seen.
She leads her. We know the fucking answer.
England's had queens before, but a female prime minister?
We know the fucking answer. We all know how the 80s went down.
Good luck, Maggie!
Yeah, remember what I said about the Welsh, the Scots, and Cornwall? Yeah, well, I was right.
Okay, so this is all going. We're just upgrading artillery at this point. The divisions are almost ready to go, and that's good because shit's about to go loud pretty soon. And speak of the fucking devil. Bang. By a Guyanese nationalist. Yeah, from the Guiana Highlands, which, you know, we kind of Panama'd them, and some people didn't like it. So, bang, Kennedy's dead.
What I said, Caster, about them is, whatever their elections say at the beginning of the game are irrelevant because England will usually take them back over anyway. Therefore making themselves irrelevant.
Alright. Our troops are almost ready to go. Unfortunately, we don't really have enough for another division here, but 2 should do. They're reasonably strong. Alright, so, the Siberian expedition.
Like I said earlier, the only time I've ever seen the Welsh hang on is when the British, for whatever reason, just refused to advance.
Right. The time for R&R is over. Siberia awaits. The Republic of West Alaska shall not be sated with only 4 states as its members. With the influx of mercenaries from our previous call, it'd be a waste to have them sit around and do nothing while the money trickles in. West Alaska must expand deeper into Siberia. To the territories west and north, Warbel shall not rest until he has the whole of the Far East in his hands. For our expansion plans, we have 3 avenues we can pursue. First, the Reds, to the west. It appears that there are conflicts within their ranks as to the rightful successor of the Union, but it matters very little to us. We will crush both of them, that one of them's already been crushed. You got those divisions training on Infinite, though. I'll change that in a moment. Thank you. To the north, we have the Father and his forces of peasant militia, who are no problem for the elite mercenaries to handle. Lastly, we have the state of Aldan, which doesn't exist, with its gold mines protected by small-time hired guns. Whichever we choose, the momentum of West Alaska must not stop. You see, this is kind of where you start to see where the scripting doesn't really work out here, because Aldan doesn't exist. The NKVD is already sided to one side. Answering the call. All right. Smith looked over the pitiful port of Magadan. A few planks for rotten wood jutting out of the cold. Jutting out to the cold. Brackish waters of the North Pacific on the cold. Yeah, you know what? Fine. You read this. I've already fucked up. You read it. I've been reading too much. We're trying to get.
Yeah, fuck it. We were supposed to pass off each one, but.
Oh well.
Let me grab the mouse so I have a pointer. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
No big deal.
Ah! Oh yeah, by the way, Las Malvinas are fucking American now.
Yeah.
Eat shit, RGs.
It's still not Argentinian.
Stay mad. Stay mad forever.
Okay, so...
Smith looked over the pitiful port of Magadan, a few planks of rotting wood jutting out to the cold, brackish waters of the North Pacific. On the other side of that ocean is heaven on earth, the United States of America. Even by the 60s. The land of freedom and liberty have countless land and infinite money. Okay, maybe.
Yes, that's still true.
Maybe, because money printer go brr. Smith, from his days and nights, in the city of Bloemfontein. I gotta get Doug to teach me Afrikaans at some point. In Africa, it's South Africa, has seen America from the covers of the magazines and the brief, barely legible photographs of monochrome newspapers. Move over for a second, I'm crushing my balls here.
Right.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that hurt really goddamn bad.
Work-related,
yeah, we're kind of in a cramped setup here. Where was I? War was a business and business was good. Yes, but he did not want to shoot at natives forever. No, he had dreams beyond, to settle in America and finally end a roaming, sedentary life. Okay, might be my mind, but I think, yeah, that means the opposite. That means, that means you're still in one place,
yeah,
but...
whatever.
This has permanently damaged my opinions of Argentina. Rose 2020. And no, Caster, it's not Ian Smith. He dies, remember? He gets shot in South Africa. As images of Kitschny glitz fluttered in his mind, of paperback romance books, of the descriptions of one shining city after another, he saw a ship bearing new arrivals to Warbell's latest scheme. No doubt, its occupants held the same kind of dreams that Smith had, to settle down somewhere quiet, somewhere where they could enjoy the winnings of a life spent on betting against fate and coming out on top, again and again. Smith would rather be in the front lines right about now, where the days passed quickly. An assignment was still an assignment, however, and at least there was still pay. He had to watch over the soldiers and guide them to their new quarters, guide them through the modest town, and generally help them acclimate. He went over his own words in his mind, the greetings, the jokes, and how he would handle and juggle especially inflated egos. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. He'd play it by ear, fuck it. His future problems were his future self. For now, he enjoyed the small luxury afforded to him and made a joke to his past, something only he would ever know. He laughed and watched as the vessel ambled its way through the waves, coming ever closer by the minute. Calm before the storm.
There's my map. Right. You will never be a soldier of fortune in the wild frontier of West Alaska. Why even live? The joys and unfortunate sorrows that this game actually gives us. So I think I'm gonna lean on that as manpower. I think I could probably get away with only having 2 divisions over here. They're reasonably strong. They should be able to knock over anything the father throws at me.
Right.
He can, yeah, he does that sometimes.
We may want to just give him the money for this time.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I'll give you the money, we'll give it back, we'll steal it back in a moment. So you just, see here, we're nice people, right? Rather than have that all fuck up everything. So you know what, there you go, there's a penny.
Have a shiny penny, Father. Use it to repair your church.
There we go. So yes, too long did not read. The father's coming and he's angry.
Oh yeah, especially now that he's setting up a border.
Yes. You see, he's still angry even though we gave him money. What an asshole. Okay, and good. Okay. So these boys are gonna be under command of Nancy.
Yeah.
Nancy Wake is going to do something, and that something is just kind of stand there. No, don't go over there.
Yeah, you played yourself on that one, Nick.
Yeah, just kind of, there. Hold that area. So Nancy can hold that area until the shit pops off, but by the time Nancy has some problems over here, in the end, we'll probably have either have a fallback point, a point where we can actually peel pressure off this front, or we'll be winning.
Well, Val, maybe if he was a religious extremist, he wouldn't have gotten that axe to the back.
Upgrades. We still have some points here that we can kind of throw into artillery, so let's just, kind of beef up them guns. What's the ledger look like?
I know very few of the untimely demise of most of these people. However, Father Men was one of those that I kind of knew about.
Don't forget to assign Nancy boys to the field marshal. Yes, but actually yes. So they've got a front to manage. There's that. Well, there's Omsk.
More crazy Russian news. There may be a series of laws come March that will legalize prostitution, but outlaw porn and make indulging in any porn a sex crime, punished by 20 years of hard labor re-education. I have ideas for Russia here.
It would appear that Russia is trying to monopolize on the OnlyFans market.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe, just maybe, take, you know, take some heat from the Dojins that, talk about, repopulation.
Yes. Now actually Metal Gear Solid memes here, or rather, MSF type memes. Right. So, gun, give, barked a voice behind Jack Svoboda's? Sloboda's his back, tearing his attention from the row of bottles yonder. For all of a second, he thought a grizzly bear learned how to walk. Man certainly towered over him like one. Also, this is shockingly dramatic music. Right. Clad head to toe in furs to match. Only the outstretched hand dispelled all man-bear thoughts. Before he could return, Jack handed his father's gun over. And then it flew up and went crack, crack, crack. 3 bullets flew with Siberia's winds and toppled 3 scattered bottles into the snow. The man-bear did in 3 seconds what Jack couldn't do with 30. He resisted the urge to gape. Elbow bent, leg too wide, shaking. You twist your hand, that's more of a revolver technique. Said the bulky man in harsh, broken English. Close eye when trigger pull. Move with recoil like grass and wind. He held Jack's gun closer, inspecting the fine patterns that ran its length. Revolver with ivory handle and fancy drawing. Useless. No tactical advantage. Without looking away, he continued. Zapanaya, Alaska, no place for child playing toy soldier. Where from? Texas, he muttered Jack hurriedly. Amerikansky, eh? Think you are cowboy hunting Indian in forest. Keep shooting like De Bill and men here slit your throat with vodka bottle themselves. The reason to outlaw porn is it disrupts natural procreation and is to blame for Russia's federal...
Again, if you want to raise the birth rate, start taking notes from the Dojins. Prostitution will help nothing because they use protection.
Yeah, so what is Russia gonna think they're gonna knock up, prostitute? No, that's not gonna happen. That's actually the worst thing that you want out of prostitute.
Unless you're paying the prostitutes yourself, as the Russian government.
There's many ways you can do this, but yes, as Martin here put it, look at the Dojins. The Japanese have some funny ideas.
Even though they're not implementing them themselves.
Yes, so everyone kind of has a birth rate declining problem currently because, there's some complications between the relationships between men and women currently. We may be headed towards the Van Dren timeline, which it's gonna be kind of difficult. Right, so the man turned to the range's other 5 curious shooters. This go for everyone who come to Magadan. Here you not fight naked Tartar with bow. You fight army with more gun and brain than you all combined. Forget Hollywood Dermo. You are Black Bear, finest soldiers of fortune in entire world. And we teach you to fight like one, or you die like one. The Texan had barely gathered himself when the Russian walked away. Wait, he called. My gun, sir. Get better gun from supplies, and tell Trofim boss sent you. Python, said boss as he left. That's your name now, like your bed gun. I'm just gonna imagine that, Right, so I'm just gonna imagine Python is Johnny, and no one can stop me. Oh no! It's... Goring! Well, now we're gonna have a very eventful time here.
Or nothing will happen as usual.
Or nothing will happen as usual. So there isn't much to do right now aside from wait, but moving on. Fat man ascends. Laugh! And grow fat! As Goring conquers the world. Fat man is now Goring. And the Aryan Brotherhood over there continues to just do fun things in West Russia. There he is! Goring wins the German Civil War. The German Civil War, the most devastating and bloody conflict ever to consume Germany, has finally ended with Hermann Goring emerging as the victor. With much of the Heer and Luftwaffe siding with Goring during the war proving to have been crucial to his success. The new Fuhrer personally thanked the Wehrmacht during a speech at the Volksschau.
Oh no, Nick,
today.
it just hit me.
What?
Every unit's gonna be fucking Luftwaffe field divisions now.
Nobody asked for this.
Hermann Goring division, but it's the entire Wehrmacht.
With Goring publicly advocating militaristic policies before the war, many now fear how deep the influence of the military may grow, and how long it may be before Germany finds itself in a new war.
It's going to be, let me check my watch, now.
Yes. Yet, with the nation in ruins, a collapsed economy, and weary populace, however, the true future of the Reich remains uncertain. Whilst many may fear for the future, however, many are now simply glad Goring's military has brought peace today. Peace returns to Germany for about 5 minutes.
Why do I hear Fall Rockwell in the distance?
Remember that Goring thought people making fat jokes about him was actually funny and would banter back if you actually did it. At least he's got a sense of humor.
See, you can get along with Goring. I wouldn't because I'm a Jew and he still hates Jews, but...
Right, so... How are we doing here? We've got 9,000 manpower. How's the Ledger doing?
Oh no, the Tatar Republic.
Oh no. We have 61 artillery guns in reserve. We need to stockpile. Also, actually, no, I don't have it. Actually, well... Just, oh, wow. Just, a quick second here. Just a bit. Just a tiny bit. Just a little bit.
Goebbels is dead, Caster.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
But he does arrive if you,
And right into Africa!
Yeah.
Any hope for a quick resolution to the South African War has been quickly dashed today as the new Fuhrer of the Reich, Hermann Goring, has officially declared intervention, stating that this blatant aggression by the Americans and South Africans in the war that they the war we started on the sovereign Boer Republic and our colonies will not go unpunished. In America, the obvious warmongering of Hermann Goring and his militarist staff has sparked new interest in the war. Unfortunately, Nixon's not in office and Kennedy ain't here anymore to see this.
Which means... Speaker of the House.
Yes, it's Speaker of the House now.
Whoever the fuck that is.
With the entry of Germany...
Hey, it's Yakumo.
With the Oh, hi, Yakumo. Right, so with the entry of Germany into the war, it is much more clear that this war is about stopping fascism and its march to conquer the world. The president is already set to release a press statement about the escalation of the war and the inevitable American victory.
What American victory? You can't ever get involved
against the forces
of
fascism. The world holds its breath as the German giant is reawakened. Is this the end of
fuck,
peace as we know it?
Holy shit, this game really needs to rework how America gets into South Africa.
Yeah, no, it's Speaker of the House.
John McCormick.
Yeah, so Yeah, unity and healing over there, and defeating fascism. You go do that.
after fucking resignation and immediate assassination.
So, actually, it looks fairly easy. The Boer Republic looks like it's about to fall, and looks like South Africa probably has this, as they usually do.
Fucking... Wow.
Right, so that's the faction that doesn't fucking exist anymore. So, right. So now we're probably, about 10 seconds away from declaring war on the Russians. So, Operation Thunderbolt. The leader of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, Yagoda, has been an eyesore on our borders for a while.
He's an eyesore in general.
His speeches broadcast over our territories has started to irk the moods of those in the high command, not to mention demoralizing our soldiers of Russian origin. Also, he is sitting on the most populated cities of the Far East, a juicy target for us. If we can dispose of him and claim these cities for our use, we will expand the recruitment pool of our army, as well as the industry to craft our weapons of war. Yagoda will never see it coming. We shall strike hard and fast before he declares war on me preemptively. Okay. We shall strike hard and fast, disorganizing his forces like a thunderbolt cutting the sky in half. The NKVD is, unlike the rest of the Far Eastern armies, proper soldiers, not militia. To take them down, we will need the element of surprise. Rest assured, we will do what we do best. Yagoda shall fall forever. Yagoda shall forever grace the footnotes of history. Right. So, we might get this, or they might just up and declare war on us beforehand. Okay.
I'll take that from
you.
1 second.
Right, I have to go to the bathroom. Just
Yeah, once you're out, I'll go too, because I gotta fucking piss now.
keep watch. Well, shit.
Well, you get a tour of the northern half of the world anyway.
Well, actually, we came back.
Oh, no, there we go again. I gotta rearrange this shit. Yeah, no, we're gone again. Fuck. Okay, we're bouts here. Stars and Stripes. Do you come from America, boy? Warbell said, toying with the revolver in his hand. A chopped Smith Wesson, something for emergencies. For the past hour, he loaded and unloaded bullets into it, spinning the chamber and playing with the safety, all from the comfort of his arm. Safety on a fucking Smith & Wesson? I mean, mate, What do I know? The boy, an aide of age 19, tried to dissuade him from doing, in a pussy's parlance, rash actions. Warbell might be drunk, but he knew what the fuck he was doing. Oh yes, Sorth, well, remember for a moment that Germany winning the war means Denmark falls under Nazi occupation, which means Iceland needs to go to somebody, and that somebody is America. Again, same as the Falklands go to the US, as does... Oh yeah, no, and Greenland is just America. It's just a fucking state now, I guess. Fucking why not? Anyway. No, sir, the boy's French accent bled into everything, staining his words with a twang of wine, bread, and croissant. Or something like that. Where Bell's was a stream of consciousness... guy, especially when he was drunk. Though I have read stuff in the newspapers and magazines, I think that it's a fair country. The boy looked down. At least, compared to France. Well, anything's fair compared to France when, the cockroach is around. Warbell roared with laughter. The aide looked at him with puzzlement, then growing offense. Before the young man could say anything, however, Warbell cut him short with a quick chamber snap of the revolver. Those magazines don't tell you anything about the full picture. The mercenary clambered down from the heights. Oh, fuck. My eyes just went sideways there. They don't tell you jack shit about America. A land of free, land of liberty, land of opportunity. You can find damn near anything there except maybe the fun of a merc life. He took a sip of his whiskey, finally putting his gun into its holster. Save up. Save the fuck up. You're young, 21, right? Maybe there you'll find the girl of your dreams and settle down in a nice farm somewhere in Texas, or something like that. The aide could do nothing but nod. Drunk Warbell was a font of wisdom and violence, and the boy could do nothing but smile at his ridiculousness and his extravagance. Whatever you say, sir. Yeah, that's an attitude I can appreciate. Yeah, what's going on here? German sovereign zone. Alright, so this hasn't completely devolved into goddamn absolute chaos. Reich's Commissariat Caucasian hasn't become a kingdom. Derloanger's still alive.
Shockingly. Oh, he's about to demand double from the Black Mountain, though.
Yeah, because that always goes well. That always goes well. I mean, to be fair, Lysenko will probably just pay double just for the sake of getting his experiments, because when we played it the other day, we found a keen problem of acquiring experiments, because Kaganovich would just give in to our raids. He wouldn't fucking fight us, so he couldn't get any raids done to get any new subjects, and Derloanger certainly as fuck wasn't delivering, so...
Alright, well...
Yeah, I'll go pee myself now.
Right, back at the task here. Okay. Can you show us what the tech tree looks like? Which tech tree, Caster? Infantry weapons. Field training, right. One of the unwritten rules Boss taught in Boot was that bitching is a free action. 10 clicks away from civilization and buried in sub-zero snow, now Private Jack Sabota, Python, had a lot to bitch about. His stomach suffered hunger pangs for want of breakfast, and his legs still ached from yesterday's march. Frost bit into skin like the fatigues weren't there. Half a brain went to keeping his mouth shut, half prayed a witless bastard would enter his scope before sundown. And like his gripes were an invocation, the radio blared alive. Python crackled its Russian-tinged static. Patrol 2 at tree line, north 300 yard. I take left.
At 155-215.
Enemy man unknown. At
2 engaged.
3 o'clock.
Rifleman at 3 o'clock. Distance 300.
3 engaging. 4 engaging. 5 engaging.
1 is down. 2 taking command.
Enemy man is history.
5, I'm hit.
Fucking finally, copy boss. Jack near shouted as he reoriented his Springfield towards the forest edge. As promised, 2 men shuffled out from the trees in Arctic camouflage given away by gunmetal black. Why were they here, and what for were fleeting thoughts to the tired, hungry merc. Sooner these yahoos drop dead, sooner he RTBs to a warm meal. Jack swallowed a breath and held. Like, what the fuck is that? Milliards?
Millions.
That's a fucked up letter there. Taut. Hand steadied, he peered through the scope. The patrol had stopped, left the buddy near a pine and fiddled with his zipper. Trigger squeezed, trigger squeezed, fine cross inched to the pisser's head. That's right, just painting the yellow snow before a bullet blows his brains out in 1. 3. Crack the 306 flew and hit snow. 30-06, right. 30-06 flew and hit snow. Head swiveled in panic, another crack. More distant before left lost his. His buddy had barely covered up before a third knocked him face first into his own piss. Just like that, Jack had missed his ration ticket for tonight. Wasted shots, but only time in the firing range. Holy shit, 7-hour stream? Yes, because fucking Hearts of Iron.
I'm saying probably let's unify Eastern Siberia, and then we'll call it for the night.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. We're gonna get through fucking fighting the Soviets and the father, and then we're gonna call it a fucking night, because that's enough. We'll come back tomorrow if we feel up to it.
Which, I'll make sure this guy's feeling up to it, because, it was a pretty successful stream, wouldn't you say?
I would also agree, but right now I have Right, I have 10 XP, that's all I wanted, so I go over here and then go to Mercenary. Actually, they already have 10, so what the fuck am I thinking? Right, so actually probably what I could do is I could go over here. What's the ledger look like? 43. 43 reserve artillery. What does 1 unit of artillery give us? It's 36. Yeah, it's not going to fit the whole army. That's not going to fit the whole army. Keep it in reserve. Right, so Special Forces will... That gives us a bit of a bonus here, but we are going to declare war actually first, by the looks of things.
Aha, we start the war on our terms.
Yes, for once, and then we'll see how this goes, but it looks like he's moving... Yes, he's already maneuvered units over here. This is going to be a mess. Nancy over there is going to have to wait for us, but it looks like we're probably going to... We've got a force advantage, it seems. But then... Let's see how that works.
Noises.
Okay, so... Well, actually, that's funny, because I almost never get to declare war on these fucking people.
After the Papa Shah is AK, then AKM, then,
yes.
74, then 74...
N. Which, yeah, we don't really get anything special for infantry weapons here. So yeah, not a whole lot of amazing things. I haven't even researched AKs because they're nice, but not that nice. And also I have to bruise a shitload of them.
They're not really worth it in comparison.
I'm using a shitload of equipment salvaged anyway, and also we're gonna do a fucking slow advance with this. Because there's a lot of fucking Soviet units to take care of. We're just gonna basically beat them back across their country and try and whittle down their numbers. So it looks like overall, we're actually doing pretty well.
Where are you going, dipshit?
I don't know. The AI, I'm letting the AI just kind of slowly move and secure its own borders. Right now, I just want it to punch the AI repeatedly.
Comey and Vethka. Oh, it's Red Comey. Wait, that might be Laser Tank Comey.
That actually might be Laser Tank Comey. I'm not exactly sure, but it's the leftists.
Wait, what was that? Did Maggie declare war on what? Go to England.
What?
No, they declared war on
Cornwall.
Surely.
Well, that's Cornwall. That's
just Cornwall.
Margaret Thatcher.
You see, that's a picture that's a little more fitting than the one used before.
It's Laser Tank Comey, sweet mother of God. I don't know if it's so, but yeah, probably.
You know, I think that's him.
Right, so fucking meanwhile, GDI. Okay, so really what I'm gonna... Actually, hey, guys, you wanna do what's known as a pro gamer move? You wanna just,
Tuxedo Snake. Forgot about that track.
You wanna just, yeah, do that, and just, yeah, just kinda...
that one unit that was on the borders fucked off somewhere.
Yeah, this is a problem. You, sir.
Oh, my fucking lord.
The AI's doing it again. You go over there, cut these units off. Well, no. You go over there, cut these units off. You go down here and cut these units off. Because they're gonna go for my cities, and that's bad. But yes, I think... Yeah! You've been fucking played, kids. And you go over here. I need you to keep these guys in check. But Special Forces. The AI can miss some pretty obvious moves because, well, we're not gonna code AI that wins everything for you. That would mean the game is playing itself.
Yeah, but then the AI steers itself from situations you want them to be in.
Yeah, then you can't rely on the AI, which is, you know, you can't. There's no good moves.
Yeah, Caster, we discussed it earlier. I'll send you the link to it.
All right, so we're gonna do tall Special Forces. But then again, we already hit the Special Forces limit. This is kind of a mess. But we're gonna focus on the Special Forces. We're gonna basically slowly rotate our Marine divisions into either normal infantry or helicopters, and basically just have body block divisions. Which means we actually have to do some research. You know, this is all gonna take fucking forever.
That guy just sent me that.
Verify your Glock. Okay. So you know what? I'm still gonna do. Well.
5 check.
All things considered, though. Yeah, that's not. You know what? I'm gonna do the lower one. You know what? Fuck it. Defense is nice, and soft attack is also nice. However, you just get bonuses to move in every area that is this fight. So, you know what? I think I'm gonna do the bottom because we can actually swatch over here too. So, So we're gonna do, fuck it, we're doing wide.
Nothing.
And they're dead. So that's 2 divisions eliminated. Good job, boys.
And why not make it?
No, you stay there. I don't want you doing anything. I want these units to come in here. And then you beat the shit out of that guy.
Make him like a small child.
Alright, so we have most of their cities, actually. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this unit go
all around the lake.
Around the lake, go over there, capture all their major cities, and all of a sudden, Irkutsk is not a fucking problem. Fuck you, NKVD. We're gonna have to...
wait a minute.
The father hasn't...
Where was that one dam that you can get?
That's, I think it's Angarsk?
Angarsk?
I think.
Or Syansk.
Yeah, but,
Okay,
I think...
so it's not on the southern side of the lake, got it.
Right, so... Actually, yeah, if we move quick here, we might be able to knock them out, or at least leave them in a horrible position by the time father actually engages. Continue with doctrine! Right, so this unit is surrounded, and now fucked. They're a mechanized division, but fuck you, you have nowhere to go, and you're going to slowly lose... Yeah, no, you're dead. So we just surrounded 1 division of a whole...
Yeah, how are the casualties going?
What?
Casualties.
Casualties? Well, how is the casualty...
Get fucked, Yagoda!
Yeah, no, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. 2 to... fuck it, actually...
Oh, wait, we may not be able to stream tomorrow until we watch the next episode of Higurashi.
Oh, right, yeah, we're gonna have to do that first. Duty calls here. Kids and fun.
Especially again after the last episode.
No, we want to see where this fucking wacky ride goes. Okay,
episode 15 is a fucking treat, and I love it.
They're going...
Oh, no.
Spain conquers Algeria. The Tokyo Olympics are there. I'm fighting a war, please.
They're already dead.
Alright, so there we go. Another mechanized division, which is basically his core force, eliminated. Actually, what we could do here is... No, you go there, and then you turn around, and you go over here. Well, you go this way.
Hey, asshole, get back here.
Hey. Oh no, they took Cheetah. Oh no.
They took an airbase. Oh no.
Oh no, we have no fucking planes. So the father's gonna start ringing any moment now, but we've effectively obliterated the Soviets. Fantastic. This actually takes fucking forever.
Usually.
Actually, you guys, go over there. Make sure these guys don't retreat. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
They're moving. They'll be fine. You fucked, kid. Well, actually, these guys have lured themselves into a snafu all on their own. So good. Well, that's another division dead, and the casualties are... Yeah! Alright then.
This okay, Mirage Fire, I'd say this makes a little more sense than Man in the High Castle, but it's still fucking dumb.
Yeah, here we go. I just heard the fucking siren. That means the fucking fathers are gonna start pissing us.
No, the siren was, air superiority.
No, that wasn't it. That was resistance. My bad. No problems here.
Also, they don't actually take America.
Alright, we need to open this fucking corridor. Right, that's the airbase back again.
Where are you going?
There's the hydroelectric dam.
Okay, so it's actually in the capital.
Yeah, go over there. It's one of their last cities. I think they're... Yeah!
Get the fucking guys on the border.
Alright! That's good. Good, fantastic. That's actually really fucking good. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna just...
Redraw it.
Redo this whole fucking shit.
Yeah, you have to delete.
Yeah, redraw all of that. Okay, on the border. All of you. All of you get on the border! And move your asses.
Take the train.
Well, actually, that's bad, but you know what? It's actually
bad,
it's really bad, but you know what? I'm gonna have these guys over here.
Oh, don't forget your new focus and do whatever you want with the military factories and also start the integration.
Hey guys!
I never noticed that.
Hey guys! You see, we're still doing it. We're still fucking doing it. They know exactly what they're doing. It seems that the Soviets had quite the idea for a government. They do not have capitalism in Irkutsk. The state manages all things and distributes the wealth accordingly among the populace, certain biases notwithstanding. The NKVD sought to protect this way of living all this time, a system that might have guaranteed equality among all that participated in it, but one that stifles growth and individual merit. Warbel personally could not stand what he sees as the stagnation inherent within this system. This must change. We must disband all the institutions of communism in Irkutsk. No more communism, only capitalism. All that reside there will discover a new, better way of life. The mercenary life. The American lifestyle. To live, one must work, innovate, and interact with the servants. We will go to the outskirts, purging the rest of the NKVD, making sure they will never return. After all this is done, the people of Irkutsk shall be grateful to Warbel for freeing them from the shackles of the past. No one will fucking miss them. The end.
Again, it's Yagoda. Fuck them.
Okay, so now that we have all of that, we're just gonna go. Yeah, we're just gonna. We're just gonna go.
Just go up.
Up. Frontline go up. I'd like to. No, there we go.
Again, the occasional pain of having a multi-monitor setup.
Yeah, it kind of just flies off the screen, but yeah, Warbel go up.
Or up and then immediately boomerang left.
Yeah, no, Warbel go up, and then we just cut the father's everything into a billion pieces. But right, free military factories, +1. Hey, look, we need more artillery. Fancy fucking that. It's almost like we never have enough. Right, so all right. Clicky, 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 clicky. Let's see here. War planning, focus on research, train our troops. We could use some extra manpower.
Oh, so that's how you do it.
What?
Hover over the blue arrow to see the path your units are gonna take.
Yeah, that. They just kind of, well, we gotta get out of that, but clicky, clicky, and then they just kind of go bleep, 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 bleep.
It's kind of stupid, but whatever.
It's effective enough, and those guys over there are gonna hold. These guys are gonna stay here, and these guys are just gonna do the more main moving. So basically what we need to do...
Unless they take Magadan, which fucking...
those units probably...
We got what's her name over there?
Yeah, what's her face? Nancy. Nancy will hold out. She's fine. She'll handle it. She's got enough troops.
You didn't remove her from the advance, did you?
Yes, they're standing over there
okay.
now. Okay, so now we just head on forward here.
Oh no, the Gorky Tank Brigade.
Their capital is right there. Yeah, however, their capital in Omelan will hop over to, well, wow, Oh! Maggie, what the fuck have you done?
Monty overthrew Maggie.
Fucking General Montgomery got up out of his bed and knocked over fucking Margaret Thatcher. Actually, that's the bad end for England. Congratulations. The English do nothing now. They don't have a focus tree. So
I'm kind of sad that we don't have the Second English Civil War.
Damn.
Which that event is actually kind of a bit creepy.
Right, military.
It's just music descending into madness.
Yeah, military coup in the Kingdom of England. To the peoples of London, the sound of soldiers marching and tanks rolling down the city streets is all too familiar as of late. And they heard it once more today as members of the Royal Army stormed the House of Parliament. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery and Garrett Templar, co-leaders of the apparent military coup, made a statement over radio citing numerous justifications. The generals proclaimed the Parliament would be dissolved indefinitely until further notice, and executive power would fall to a panel of military officers in the meantime. Wait, isn't there a super event for this? No.
There used to be.
Why? Why did they remove it?
I don't know. They just removed the Second English Civil War totally.
I mean that, but a military coup in England would probably be kind of important. Despite their repeated insistence that the government was meant to be transitional and would be dissolved with all due haste, many people, both within and without the British without the British Isles, within and throughout the British Isles, have a hard time believing the calm those who seize power often are loath to relinquish it. Okay, so yes. England's flame grows dimmer yet. Actually, it goes the fuck out because there's no focus tree for Monty and his boys. So as you can see here, hi Monty.
Yeah, England's out.
England's done. That's effectively Order 44 for England. So now we wait. We need to recoup some losses here, and this is actually playing out somewhat to our advantage now. I've never actually taken out the Soviets so damn fast.
Well, there they go.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna. I guess they're just gonna grab everything now. So, yeah, right. Monty just shoots Thatcher in the head and says, "All right, where were we?" All right, so the pirates of Kamchatka have now been defeated, and now Father's gonna look at us.
That's a nice little port you got there. Be a shame if God came down and smote your ass.
Be a shame if God, came down and ruined your fucking day, but you can't expect God to do all the work. Red Dusk. Autopsy report. Subject Gherkin Yagoda. Former General Secretary of the Supreme Soviet. Examiner Dr. Johann Hacksaw Braun, German. Cause of death, gunshots, friendly fire. Content. Subject was found with multiple wounds through the sternum section, allegedly fired from a private recruited from the Russian locals. The perpetrator has been court-martialed and punished according to the Provisional Military Code of West Alaska. What, they gave him a fucking, a bottle of champagne? It happened after an altercation between Yagoda and said recruit. The latter was tired and exhausted after a day of cleaning up after the mess of the NKVD. Having lived under the regime of Yagoda, the private attempted to reason with the dictator and acquire a motive for his cruel, inhumane reign in the Far East. Distressed at the loss of his fiefdom to what he determined to be a bunch of mercenary troublemakers, the former president of the Presidium attempted to leverage his protection under the code and his higher education against the recruit to justify why he euphemistically called the excess of socialism. This did not go well. After a brief round of intellectual sparring, which the tired Russian recruit found to be annoying to the highest extreme, he fired at Yagoda, killing him after a few shots with his now secure 1911. Fucking John Moses Browning does it again! As it stands, with all parties satisfied with the outcome, with the Russian punished and Yagoda gone, here are the examiner's recommendation. Immediate burial and cremation. Sic semper tyrannis. Yeah.
It's fucking Yagoda. No one's gonna miss him anyway.
Nina slays another commie. You're right. Mm-hmm. She's a reformer, that. Rules of nature. That is still fucking stupid. But yeah, proclaim the Soldiers' Republic. With the defeat of the Reds in the West and their lands entirely within our hands, the Republic of West Alaska, the first of its kind, is at its greatest extent. The cities of the region of Irkutsk and Buryatia, which is the two factions that were already decided anyway, now reside within our borders. Also the Alban Gold. Along with their factories, labor force, personnel, and expertise. It seems that with every day that dawns upon the Far East, the mercenaries are making more and more progress. It is time to proclaim the foundation and ideas of our new state. A republic, not for the people, not for any ideologies or ideals, but soldiers. For those that nations abandon, for whoever those who have outlived their usefulness, the Soldiers' Republic. All warriors from all nationalities will be welcome to call the soil of West Alaska their home. Whoever believes in Warbell's ideals, we shall give guns, uniforms, and a life spent on the battlefield. No longer shall the the coatings and appearances of nationalities and ideas divide us. What have borders really given us?
Books. Siberian Black League.
Right, so okay, focus on research there, secure control, whatever. We're just clicking on fucking shit now. There's not really much to do. But how's the ledger doing here? We are at a deficit of 55 artillery pieces. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Russian defeat. Oh well, that's
Zhukov or Voroshilov?
That's Zhukov. Zhukov's winning.
I mean, who's in charge?
Oh no!
Oh, communist Comey.
Yes, that's communist Comey being encircled by Zhukov. Well,
Voroshilov, whoever's in charge. Zhukov.
Nope, it's Zhukov. But yeah, so about them laser tanks.
Oh, we can get them up soon.
Can't wait to see some actual merc work. We'll see about that. Buddy intensifies. So yeah, so now we wait for the father to declare war on us. Oh well.
Go Monty, go.
Go Monty, go. Fucking $1 million man.
Yeah.
Or $10 million man. Here we go. And now we're at war.
Why haven't you pressed the go button tonight? You haven't pressed the go button.
What do you mean the go button?
For the plan.
I haven't. No. Well, we're at justification for war.
You said we're at war now.
Yeah. No, we're effectively at war. He's gonna declare war inside of like 2 days.
Yeah.
He's just kind of eyeballing the situation, going, "Oh,
We have no manpower.
oh, yes." That's gonna change when we. Yeah, you have about a month. We'll be fine though. And now we wait. Unfortunately, we can't research that because Aldan doesn't exist. Oh well. And now we wait for father to do something. A soldier's constitution. Never really was a desk jockey. Warbel leaned forward on his desk, his armchair either too small or too large for him, depending on the moment. In his head pounded the noisiest headache known to man. He shouldn't have drunk anything before today. The plight of an alcoholic. I really shouldn't have drank last night. His grip on his pen was slippery, and his grasp on reality equally as magnificent. Putting his pen down, he cracked his fingers together and stretched, triggering an avalanche of pain in his head as the cranks of his shoulder administered their punishment. Every tremor of his head, every twitch of his eye seemed to shake and break reality around him. In front of him was the mother of all documents he had to ever write. He liked to pretend that his alcohol-induced waking nightmare, that the black trails of ink were pearls of wisdom, shining in the dark. I'm seeing something here. The other part of him called it bullshit. The sum of himself, the part that thought the chair was too big, believed the latter. Sometimes one must lie for the truth to shine on. Another piece of bullshit. A door knock. Are you done? The voice of the fearful French aide said. Sir, Warbel decided against replying. His throat was parched, and whatever sound that emanated from it, no mortal human being can ever withstand. He could do with a glass of warm water, but no. Constitution first, sir. Damned French and their constitutions. What do they know about running nations? 2 empires, 3 republics, and a country that was half sunk into the clutches of the Mediterranean.
He's not wrong.
He grumbled, he complained, he shuddered and shivered, sighing. He admitted it would probably need to be done sooner or later. He peered down on the great sheet of paper and saw that he only just got into minority protections. It was going to be a long day. Never really was a desk jockey. But yeah, any fucking day now. Oh. That only happens occasionally, folks. Old.
Oh, Novosibirsk.
Novosibirsk, which is Them. Right, so they're all just fine and dandy over there. We're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go to war with them. We still have our own confrontation here.
Yep.
And there it is. All right, and
Kellen, start your engine.
And they're off. All the mercenaries in Magadan proceed to just go up. A man rode through town today, rising the garrisons of the mercenaries. He said, "Go north! Go north and shoot anybody that looks at you funny."
Uh-oh.
The AI can react to that much. So these guys are pushing in, and these guys are pushing upwards. These guys are gonna get isolated in Kamchatka fucking peninsula, right? We've already captured his capital, which means that the capital's now over here.
No,
I don't give a shit about Ostland. War now. Okay, his capital moves over. Actually, no, it's on Kamchatka. Right, so he's over there, in which these guys are probably just gonna walk over there because, yeah, these units were actually more than strong enough to actually take them out. So these guys are gonna start running for the fucking hills. Wallace F. Bennett inaugurated as president of the United States.
No one big.
Nobody big.
It could be worse.
Remember to invest into helicopters later on. I'll probably start that as soon as we reunify this area, which is after this war. So we'll probably start the gear up to get helicopters, but really, like I said, I've never really gotten helicopters to work.
Come.
Oh, yes. What?
Why are we getting that now? Okay, whatever.
Well, we didn't get it because he has to declare is at war. It needs to happen first. To our north, a new adversary has appeared. The father, whose name is Alexander Men, has assembled a motley crew of present militias and disillusioned NKVD and fascist soldiers to assist in his cause. He seems to be a Christian anarchist, who, ironically, for one of orthodox disposition, holds unorthodox ideals of Christianity. From the reports of Firebase Moses, this force is mighty indeed, perhaps the strongest that we may know. No. They just have a lot of land, and they actually have a really exploitative position if we can't kill them before the Soviets declare war, which we actually managed to beat in record time this time. That's actually the fastest I've been able to knock over the NKVD. So they are not a threat. Right. Perhaps the strongest army that we may fight in the Far East, aside from the Reds in Irkutsk and Buryatia. The war against him will no doubt take a toll on our personnel count and time.
Yes.
Yes. Making the first move will perhaps get us the leg up needed to.
Why do you only get this after he declares war?
Get us in the first move. No, he made the first move. You fucking idiots.
I think this one may be a little broken.
It might be. They might have changed it. Might have having to wait for is at war because the obvious one is crush the peasants. So it might have been perceived as too easy to just outright declare war on the father, knock him out, and then they may have changed it for balance reasons. Because the father's military is not a threat. It's just that they have a wide territory, they can make encirclements and cause hell just because they're moving around, and while you're dealing with the Soviets, you can't really. You need to put all your forces towards the Soviets to get rid of the Soviets.
You can't exactly focus on father by any metric, but however, we don't need to deal with that.
Yes, we don't have to deal with that at all. Right. The war against him will no doubt take a toll on our personnel count and time. However, making the first move will perhaps get us the leg up needed to succeed in crushing his forces. Regardless, many within our ranks are feeling antsy and with braving such a vast and motivated force. We have seen insurgents all over the world. That is the reason we ought to succeed. Yes. Well, in any way, yeah, no, he's basically fucked now. We're just kind of gonna. I'm just gonna.
There goes Omsk.
I'm just gonna send these units down to, just down there, and he's probably fucked now.
Get that unit encircled.
Okay, so you guys, no, you're already going over there. You just do that. These guys are meeting no resistance. They're marching through the Siberian wilderness. Some villages are burning down, and this ominous music is playing. And now we just got bonuses against the fucking father. The hearts and minds. I'd like to read these, but honestly, the war's gonna be over so fast.
You're
really won't matter.
So, unfortunately, I feel like I'm kind of just shoving the father's backstory and setting out the window, but at the end of the day, it's fucking 5 a.m. We're going to win in 10 minutes.
And hold on, let's I think with AI's guns, let's see how long it takes.
Hello, Durlanger. How about you
Hey, Oscar, how you doing, baby?
He's not doing anything.
He's gonna be dead within like 3 days.
Yeah, right.
It don't matter. None of this matters.
This sounds more like the DEF CON soundtrack. This is Metal Gear Solid 2. Okay, so also free military factories. Guess where they're going? Artillery! All of it. We'll actually have to retask some of that too.
That's a future Phonto problem.
Yeah, that's a tomorrow font. Actually, that's a in several hours and after we watch an episode of Kids and Fun Phonto problem. That's the far off future problem. And as soon as I take Kamchatka, he's no, that should be enough to.
How many?
He's got a couple of cities up here.
How many casualties?
466. Yeah, so we knocked over the father. What were our casualties? Pretty grave, men. Pretty grave, sir. 8 sprained ankles and a paper cut.
Well, oh god, they're going after Orenburg too. Very, very, very bold there, Durley.
And... well, no, efficient supply chains, yes. And... oh, he took back home. Hey, fuck you! Get back at... oh, hey, there's that.
Who won?
That actually lasted a year. So, appears to be firmly in favor of the Africa shit they lost.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What a bunch of losers.
Though, to be fair, they did last a little bit longer.
Yeah, they lasted...
it was Goring.
Yeah, it was Goring support that threw it over.
Not that that's ever stopped us before.
Yeah, no, not really. Okay, so, yeah, he's pushing back a little bit, but yeah, this is pretty much we're playing whack-a-mole now. That's really all we're managing to do. We're just playing fucking whack-a-mole, and as soon as I take enough cities, he's done. Like right now. There it is.
Go up there now.
Get in there.
Get in there, Snake.
Right, so grab that.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, for the love of fucking Christ, Father.
So let us go to sleep.
We're just playing whack-a-mole now. These units have no chance against our units right now. This is actually the worst possible scenario for anyone fighting us. I'm really surprised we beat the Russians that fast. Or rather, the NKVD.
Well, that fast in terms of, actual wartime, not 7 hours.
We beat him. Hours. We beat the we beat the NKVD before he conquered Kamchatka.
So to be entirely fair, we've gotten more done than ever in the Comey run.
Yeah.
But then again, Comey had a shit ton more events.
To be fair, you did encircle them. Yes, but the funny thing is, usually when the NKVD declares war on you as Magadan, typically Father is like days behind declaring war on you, and then it turns into a complete shit show. This actually went according to plan. Oh no!
This has to be it.
Yeah, no, we take one city and we're... actually, they could probably take one of the minor cities up here and we're done. Double time. Well, he's already had double time.
Triple time then.
Alright, so this is their last... as soon as we're probably gonna grab a city over here or get land. So, the moment something breaks here, we're done. Oh, hey. And now we're gonna take the time here to, also, who's that's just resistance. Now we're just gonna swap over here and start researching helicopter engines, because the end is fucking nigh over here. We're done. This is about the only time I see it practical to actually research helicopters. Because shit's basically over now, and shit, we have 5 years to prepare for the second phase of this.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
And...
what? Yes!
Congratulations, boys! We did it! Now, Warbell, you just come over here and just,
well, I wouldn't create that line yet, because, there's something going on over there.
oh, well, no problems there. Actually, you know what? We probably shouldn't do that yet. That might piss off the border, guys. We don't want to start that fight early.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'll just go over there. All right.
Middle of Siberia party. Also, you guys still finish off Father.
Oh, right, yes. Face the Father. Alexander Men has been defeated. The Father in the north, a rebellious character whose perversions of orthodox thinking has allowed himself to get this far. I'm going to stop the music there, so this seems like a pretty good time to stop. We're going to be stopping in like 5 minutes. Right. Perversions of orthodox thinking has allowed himself to get this far, now lay in our hands, at our complete and utter mercy. Warbel, not understanding what all the riff-raff about religion is all about, now has to deal with disposing of him. He is honest. The father for him might as well be an alien from another world, come here to preach a strange faith. The Romans, however, might hold the secret to that solution. Fucking Latin. Dominato memore. The Father does not exist and has never existed. He's being unpersoned. We may not have close relations with the church, but with enough badgering, they should cave and declare that man a heretic. We will need to herd the masses away from the ideals of the Father, no matter how worthy they are of realization. Once we defeat him, we will possess the northern parts of Siberia and one step closer to the completion of the West Alaska as a state. Actually, we're good. Damnatio memore. Damidana. That's basically what the Father is now singing in jail. Okay, so
don't forget to integrate.
Let's do all that. Actually, I clicked everyone but the one I really wanted, but yes, integration. And we'll wait. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that out of the way, we're gonna walk into dealing with the Father next time because it's another fucking like 3 paragraphs of fucking lore. And honestly, I feel like it's pretty bad for kind of throwing Father's character development under the bus, but he's an interesting character and he's a bastard to fight because, like I said, usually you're fighting them and the Soviets at the same fucking time, which is really goddamn annoying, and it basically is a clusterfuck. And while I was starting to learn, it was a surprise to actually, get out on top of this the first time that I did it.
There's a way to fix that.
What?
Next run is a Father run.
This is also true.
With only Jesus music.
Yes.
It has to be Jesus soft rock on top of that.
But, ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of West Alaska has been formed, or rather, East Siberia has been united under the flag of the Soldiers Without Borders. No, Hydric Run.
No!
Well, yes, but that lasts like an hour. Right, so, we'll be back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna save here. I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to, Right. I'm not exactly sure when we're going to be running again tomorrow, but we're going to come back here and we're going to continue this march because...
After I end up torrenting and we watch Higurashi.
Right. But, so, in the end, we'll be back, and this is only the first part of Soviet, or rather Russian reunification.
What's going on in Siberia? Fuck. Usually they don't get that big.
Actually, the funny thing is, no. No, they broke apart. They failed to actually... Whoa, no.
They're still fighting them.
Yes, no, but they got the reunification.
Yeah, but then there's a rebellion, which they have to put down, and if they fail...
They don't look like they're winning.
Oh, boy.
This might be good for business. Because remember, actually, no, we had that happen when they failed the rebellion while we were playing as Zatost.
No, you're thinking of Omsk.
No, we were playing as Zatost, and we won. No, we won, and then he kind of just says, all right, everyone go back to your bullshit.
Who's leading the rebels? Right-click on them?
Yeah, so then this entire state fell apart, and it was like the miners' union and a bunch of other things that did nothing.
Yeah.
So who's running this? Ah, yes, it's the miners!
Kostelin?
Yes, it's the men with the funny hats.
Kostin. I feel like I should know him.
Right, so they could potentially fuck that up because they're actually seemingly losing pretty hard. And if they shatter into, ineffectual non-aggression, states, that could be very interesting for Warbel, which means that we have lots of time to get into that mercenary business we've been working towards. We get to just go to, fun times in the Middle East with Heinz. But, that's interesting. We're gonna have to look at that, because that might actually make this really fucking easy, but then we have to worry about scoring.
Speaking of which, what is Fatso doing now? Oh, boy.
Yeah, so,
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
If you haven't guessed it by now, Goring is the leader that just declares war on the whole world. That is Goring's thing, but also Goring can fuck up and die. So we'll see what happens with
Usually
that.
he does.
Right, so who's leading Samara? Actually, that's just the region. I think, actually, no. Wow, okay. Wow, okay. These seem like nice individuals. I wonder what their plan is. Yeah, that's, yeah. I don't think anything good's coming out of this.
Well, okay, why is it always Switzerland that he dies from?
I don't know, but we'll look into that later. But so, we say, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back later. Thank you for joining me on, me and Martin here, on me getting back to work. I'm thankful for all your support, and honestly, yeah, no, this was worth starting up today. We've got a lot of things to do still, and, well, this is still my day job, so I gotta be here entertaining you, or I'm not gonna have any money. So, I am thankful for any support that you lend as I continue playing video games, struggling to learn, and trying to make a joke or two along the way. But as you can see here, I learned how to play Hearts of Iron, or at least TNO.
Downside, it's the Hearts of Iron from like 4 years ago.
Yeah, so it's old. I played old Hearts of Iron.
You can't use the knowledge you get from this and apply it to vanilla.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to relearn the entire game, but I can play TNO, and then I can understand how to do Funny Clockman and win.
Yes.
This is training. I trained with the mercenaries of the Republic of West Alaska.
Yeah.
And
honestly,
I learned war.
After I unified the Western Siberia as Omsk, Russia just kind of seems a whole lot smaller now.
But, right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me and Martin here. We will see you sometime tomorrow, maybe, probably. We'll see. So,
All depends on Higurashi.
Good night, good morning, see you next time.